Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Legend Naruto builds harem in Konoha? Part 3. Wait, you don't understand, Sakura says before whispering into Yugito's ears. That is his reason. Yugito asks, eyebrows twitching, and you believe him. That is the worst excuse I've ever heard. Wait, Sakura says before whispering into Yugito's ears again. Fine, given the situation, I find that excuse tolerable. I shall forgive him this time, Yugito says, sighing, but if you do want to read that, do it in your own room. Yes, ma'am, Naruto screams before running back inside. Men, don't be so rough on him, Yugito-san. I guess I should go back to training. The next mission is going to be much tougher than the last one. The next day, the two squads easily track down Hidan and Kakuzu as they head toward Konoha. The two squads separate the two Akatsuki members with Kakashi, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Gaara leading Hidan away, while the other four stay behind to fight Kakuzu. Feels like Neko wants to come out and play, Yugito says, looking over at her team with a smirk. I think Baka Kitsune wants to come out too. Your Bunshin Henge combo won't be fooling anyone anymore. Is that so? Kuchio's no jutsu. Two large clouds of smoke erupt, and when they clear, there are two large biju standing where the two Jinchuriki were. You still think this is just a trick? Naruto screams from the top of Kyuubi's head. There are ways of testing that. Taking off his cloak, Kakuzu focuses his chakra and the three creatures on his back detach from their host. The three creatures move into attack, but their attacks are easily blocked by the biju's tails. Slightly unnerved by the power of the Jinchuriki, Kakuzu decides to switch his target to the other two members of the squad to hopefully make the two Jinchurikis expose themselves to an offense while trying to protect their teammates. Leaping off the bijus, the two Jinchurikis order their summons to protect Yamato and Sakura while they fight Kakuzu. As soon as they jump off, one of the creatures from Kakuzu's body moves into attack. Kaden. Zugoku. Sweden. Hahenryu. Thanks Yamato-sensei. We owe you one. Just focus on winning the fight. Naruto, another one is coming from your left, Yugito screams. You have one behind you too. Concentrating their chakra, Naruto uses his Fuden Rasengan to attack the enemy behind Yugito while Yugito attacks the one behind Naruto with her Kaden, Karyuenden. The two attacks, with their elemental benefits, easily overpower the Raiden, Jion and Fuden Agai and cause heavy damages to the two creatures. Just at that moment, the three creatures seem to retracting toward Kakuzu while the host is on the verge of collapsing. Look like Shikamaru's plan is working to perfection. Plan, I see, you used Hidan's power against me, don't think for a moment that this fight is over. Kakuzu tries to call the creatures back to draw their power and their organs so that he can continue fighting. Using her strength, Sakura creates a fissure in the ground to trap Kakuzu's leg while Yamato creates 3T wraps to catch the creatures before they can return to Kakuzu's body. Before Kakuzu can recover enough to move around, Naruto has already dispelled the summoning to draw on the extra chakra and uses his new technique. Eat this. Fuden Rasenshuriken. The attack slams against Kakuzu, cause a large spiraling sphere of destruction that completely shreds away the three creatures while causing heavy damages to Kakuzu. It doesn't take very long for the combined effect of Hidan's technique and Naruto's Rasenshuriken to kill the Akatsuki member. Naruto, are you alright? Yeah, my arm feels dead though. Let me treat it quickly. I probably won't be able to completely heal it, but I should get it back to good enough shape that Tsunade Shisho can finish the job. Looks like you're done here too. Kakashi-sensei. So I guess Hidan is finished too? Naruto asks while Sakura is checking on his arm. Do not underestimate my new technique, Dobi. Whatever, it's just a variation of your Chidori. Mine, however, is a completely new technique. I told all of you that I'd be better than the Yondaime. I even perfected a technique that he didn't finish. Yes, and almost took your arm out the first time you used it in a fight. Sakura says, slapping Naruto's shoulder. Not to mention if Sensei had more time, there is no doubt that he would have been able to perfect it as well. Blah. YS just don't want to give me any credit. Anyway, I've done all I could for your arm, Naruto. Let's head back so Tsunade Shisho can take a look at it. Yes, But we should clean up the scene first. Yamato, can you deal with Hidan and Kakuzu's bodies and take them back to Konoha? Of course. You can count on me, senpai. As soon as the two squads return to Konoha, they immediately head to the Hokage Tower to report on the mission. After hearing everything about what happened, Tsunade takes one look at Naruto's arm before ordering him out of her office. But Tsunade-ba-chan, I can't go on missions when my arm's like this. I know. That's why I won't treat your arm. But no buts. I'm ordering you to stay in the village to rest up and recover from your injuries. Hi. Good. Kakashi, Yamato, show me where you're keeping the two bodies. Well, Hokage-sama, there is one more thing that I should tell you. What is it, Kakashi? While there is no doubt that Kakuzu is dead, there is some complications involving Hidan. What do you mean by complications? Well, you see, he isn't exactly dead per se. Kakashi, Tsunade says, glaring at the copy ninja. Perhaps it's best if you see for yourself, Hokage-sama. Yamato intervenes before his senpai gets pummeled. Fine, you two lead the way. And Naruto, go home and rest up. I'll see to it that he goes home straight away, Tsunade Shisho. As soon as the Hokage leaves the office, Naruto immediately starts complaining about Tsunade refusing to treat his arm, earning him a punch on the head from Sakura. Before Naruto can complain, Sakura pulls him out of the tower and into the street, then proceeds to push him in the direction of his home. There are some slight concerns from some of the villagers as they see Naruto's arm in a sling. But one look at who he's with and the crowd goes back to their business. After all, the Hokage's apprentice is the third best medic nin in Konoha, only behind the Hokage herself and her assistant Shizune. When they finally get to Naruto's home, the pair finds four people calmly sipping tea in the living room with injured luggages littering the floor. Hiashi-jii-san, Hinata-chan, Hanabi-chan, what brings you here? Naruto-ni-chan, you're back. Naruto-kun, greetings. Naruto, Hyuga-san says he has something to discuss with you, Tamari says. Yes, may I speak to you in private? Sure. Let's head up to the study. Wait, Naruto, you have a study? Sakura asks. Just because I don't use it doesn't mean it's not there, Sakura-chan. Anyway, let's go, Hiashi-jii-san. Ignoring the incredulous looks from Tamari and Sakura, Naruto leads Hiashi upstairs and enter one of the rooms in the front hallway. Gesturing for Hiashi to take a seat, Naruto sits down behind the main desk. So, what is so important that we need to talk in private? Naruto whispers, is it some kind of village secret that I need to know about? Well, no, it's just that I want to know if you intend to marry my daughters. What? Yes, if they are willing, of course, Naruto says, blushing and scratching the back of his head. Very well, I would like for you to arrange 2 rooms for my daughters. But I promised Tamari-chan that I wouldn't marry. Yes, I'm aware of your arrangement with Kazekage-sama. Hokage-sama deemed it important enough to alert Injure of the clan heads about that, myself included. However, there are factions amongst my clan's elders that are against my leadership and might use my daughters as a means to get to me. I intend to weed them out, but I need to make sure my daughters are safe. Their most likely tactic would be to place a modified caged bird seal, one that I do not know how to remove, on Hinata and Hanabi, since they will be marrying out of the clan. However, if my daughters are placed under your protection before the elders can intervene, given your association with Hokage-sama and Kazekage-sama, they will think twice before making a move. Very well, Hiashi-jii-san. I promise you I will protect Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan with my life. Good. I know I can count on you, Naruto. Hinata and Hanabi have already been informed of my decision for them to move in. So I shall take my leave now. Hiashi-jii-san, please be careful. Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan will be very sad if something were to happen to you. Oh, don't worry about that. After all, those old fools won't stand against 2 generations of Hyuga geniuses. I have Neji helping me out. He will be the one to succeed me, seeing how both of my daughters are marrying out of the clan. That is the reason I need to eradicate the factions against me, so Neji will have a smooth transition to clan leadership when the time comes. Well, if you need any help, I'll be right here, Hiashi-jii-san. Oh, I won't hesitate to ask if you're needed, future son-in-law. The following week is marked by a drastic increase in absentees in Konoha's scouting department, with almost all absentees being members of the Hyuga clan. During that week, the clan seems to have completely isolated itself from the rest of Konoha. However, 10 days after Hiashi left Hinata and Hanabi in the care of Naruto, the Hyuga clan head shows up again with Neji in tow to inform Naruto that the elders of the Hyuga clan has been removed from power and that Neji's seal has been removed so that everything is in order once again. Much to the relief of Hinata and Hanabi, who only found out about his father's plan when Naruto told them about it 5 days prior. It took about 2 weeks for Naruto's arm to completely recover. Normally, it would have been much quicker, but he decided to ignore Sakura's instructions and continued to train and tried to reduce the stress the Rasenshuriken would put on his arm despite his injury. Sakura was tempted to strap Naruto to his bed when she first found the teen in the training ground, but as soon as that thought entered her mind, the image Naruto put in her head about Iruka and Anko found its way out the hidden crevices of her mind with some help from inner Sakura, who switched Iruka and Anko with Naruto and Sakura. In an attempt to hide her embarrassment, when questioned about her reddened face, Sakura added a couple of days to Naruto's recovery time. "Naruto, maybe you should just give up on using that technique," Sakura says, leaving the hospital with Naruto after his checkup. "No way, I'm going to need that technique to fight Akatsuki. All I need to do is figure out how to keep it from hurting my arm." "Did you try using a Kage Bunshin to use that technique so you won't get hurt?" Quote, "A Kage Bunshin doesn't have enough chakra to hold the Rasenshuriken. What if you make it smaller?" "I tried that too, but it just dissipates before I can get close to my target." What Tsunade Shisho said in there is true. Even if you don't want to abandon it completely, at least avoid using it until you really master it. "It'll be fine, Sakura-chan." Tsunade Ba-chan said that I still can't leave the village on missions until they know more about what Akatsuki's next move is. I don't think I'll need to use that technique anytime soon. Either way, I don't need to worry about Rasenshuriken yet. Kakashi-sensei promised me that if I mastered my chakra element control he'd teach me how to use the Chidori. Yes, and he'll teach Sasuke how to use Rasengan. I'll tag along. Maybe I'll be able to learn both the Chidori and the Rasengan. "Hey, that's not fair. How come you get to learn our technique? I can teach you how to slam boulders with one punch. Maybe I can teach Sasuke how to treat some small wounds. His chakra control has always been pretty good." "There is still a small problem. How do we find Kakashi-sensei?" "Let's find Sasuke at his clan compound. Then we'll all head out to find Kakashi-sensei together." Nodding his head in agreement, Naruto turns around and starts heading toward the Uchiha compound. Suddenly, Sakura grabs hold of him and pulls him into an alley. "What's going on, Sakura-chan? I think I see Sasuke over there, but why is he walking the dogs?" "Maybe they are Hana-san's dogs. But why is he the one walking them? He doesn't look happy about it either. Man, they aren't even married yet and Hana-san already has Sasuke doing all the chores. Let's just find Kakashi-sensei on our own, Sakura-chan. Doesn't look like Sasuke will be done anytime soon. Wait, I think I see Hana-san coming." "You're not thinking about spying on them, are you, Sakura-chan?" "No, of course not. We are only looking out for Sasuke." "Right, Naruto. Either we follow Sasuke and Hana-san or I'll go by myself after sending you back to the hospital personally." "Well, that settles it. Let's see what Sasuke is up to." "But what if Hana-san or her dogs sense us?" Quote, "All I need to do is to put a genjutsu on us to cover our scent so they can't smell us." "Okay then. Let's go." The pair follows Hana and Sasuke until they arrives at Hana's veterinarian office. Opening the doors so her dogs can walk inside, Hana gives Sasuke a quick kiss before heading in herself. Grumbling and stuffing his hands in his pockets, Sasuke turns around to find Naruto and Sakura grinning at him. "How long have you two followed me?" "Oh, about 15 minutes. I think I know what I should get you for your wedding with Hana-san. I'll get you a dog collar so Hana-san can put it on you." "Might as well, she already has you on a leash." "What do you two want?" Sasuke asks, trying to keep himself from killing Naruto. "Naruto and I want tea." "Oh no, if you would look for Kakashi-sensei with us." And why should we be looking for him? He said he would teach me the Chidori if I mastered the Rasengan. Now that you mention it, he did say he'll teach me the Rasengan if I mastered the Chidori. So are you going to join us or not? I would if Karen didn't force me into having lunch with her. What about afterward? Once she sinks her teeth into something, she won't let go. I bet it's a lot more than just lunch. Even if she doesn't have anything planned, I'm sure Fubuki'll find some chores for me to do. Man, you guys aren't even married yet and they're already ordering you around. Like you are going to be any better off. My girls are a lot more understanding and forgiving. Right, just you watch Naruto, it's just a matter of time. Sasuke, why are you trying to poison Naruto-kun's mind? Sakura asks sweetly. No excuses. Sakura screams, punching Sasuke through the door to Hana's office before grabbing Naruto's arm. Let's go Naruto-kun. We'll find Kakashi-sensei on our own. Maybe we should ask Ino. Why would Ino Buddha know where Kakashi-sensei is? Kakashi-sensei is her squad's new sensei, right? Maybe she would know something. It's a lot easier to find her than Shikamaru or Choji. That is true. Let's go to her flower shop. At the moment, Ino is sitting in her family's flower shop. She has been spending more and more time at the shop lately, having been roped into it when her father told her that she should become more familiar with the working of the shop since she will be the one taking it over. In truth, her parents decided to go on a vacation out of Konoha and needed someone to watch the shop while they are gone. Ino agreed immediately, feeling proud that her parents trust her enough to completely take over the shop. But soon realized her mistake when she took a week off to watch the shop. She's only on the 4th day and she is already bored out of her mind. Not that she doesn't like the flowers, but one can only take staring at them doing nothing for so long. Just as Ino's about to doze off, the bell sounds signaling a customer entering. Welcome to the Yamanaka flower. Oh, it's just you two. Hey, is this how you treat your customers, Ino Buddha? It's not like you two are here to buy anything anyway. It just so happens that Naruto-kun promised to get me a huge bouquet, right Naruto-kun? What? Right Naruto-kun? Sakura asks again, turning her back toward Ino and glares at Naruto. Right, of course. A huge bouquet. Fine, what do you want? A huge bouquet symbolizing undying love. Sakura says, clasping her hands together. Yeah, give me a couple of minutes. Sakura-chan, I'll be back real quick, Naruto says as Ino starts working on the bouquet. Sure Naruto-kun. About half an hour later, Naruto walks back inside the flower shop just as Ino is putting the finishing touches on the bouquet. Turning toward Naruto, Sakura waits for Naruto to catch on to what she's doing. It takes a couple of minutes, but Naruto finally reaches for the bouquet and pays Ino before handing the flowers over to Sakura. Smiling, Sakura wraps her arms around Naruto's and pulls him out of the shop, the original purpose completely forgotten. Huffing, Ino goes back behind the counter and glares at the door as though she's daring anyone to enter, silently promising herself that she'll murder the next person who walks through those doors. Before her logical mind can regain control, the bell sounds again, signaling another customer. Reaching into her kunai pouch, Ino fires the weapon, pinning the person on the wall. Ino-chan, wait, it's me. Naruto, what are you doing coming back? Where's forehead girl? I'm just a cage bunshin. I know Sakura-chan made you mad so I went out and got you some chocolate. Come on Ino-chan, please don't be angry anymore. Well, where is it? It's in my weapons pouch. Okay, Ino says, walking up toward the cage bunshin. Hey, Ino-chan, what is it Naruto? Ino says, digging through the weapons pouch. Do you know where Kakashi-sensei is? Either at the Junin's office or the Memorial Stone. If he's not at either place, then he'll be at the bookstore near the Junin's office, Ino says. Aha, here it is. Thanks Naruto. Ino gives Naruto a quick kiss on the cheek before punching him in the stomach to dispel the cage bunshin. Back with Sakura, the real Naruto shudders as the memory of the cage bunshin comes flooding into his mind. Ignoring Sakura's concerned look, Naruto suggests looking for Kakashi at the places Ino mentioned. In the end, the pair finds Kakashi sitting in the Junin's office in the Hokage Tower reading his book. Hearing someone has entered the room, Kakashi looks up to find two of his former students standing there smiling at him. What brings you two here? Time to pay up, Kakashi-sensei. You said you'll teach me how to use the Chidori if I mastered the Rasengan. It does seem like I said something along those lines. All right. I'll teach you a few Fuden jutsus. Wait, what does that have to do with the Chidori? Let's take this one step at a time, Naruto. I know, that you can perform inter-elemental jutsus, but outside of the Rasengan, you don't have a good grasp of how to use elemental chakra to make them stronger. Even with that, you are only forcibly adding the element as you're forming the Rasengan. So I'll teach you how to do that properly with wind chakra, then I'll go to lightning chakra and some simple Raiden jutsus before moving on to an advanced one like Chidori. Hey Kakashi-sensei, what is it? Can I use other elements with Rasengan? Like a fire Rasengan or a lightning Rasengan? That should be fine. All you have to do is use those chakra to form the Rasengan. So can I add wind chakra to the Chidori instead of lightning chakra? I suppose, but then the hand seals would have to be different since it'll be ending with the seal for wind instead of lightning. That doesn't matter for the Rasengan because it doesn't need any hand seals, but it is necessary for the Chidori. Kakashi-sensei, can you teach Naruto how to properly mold all 5 types of chakra? Maybe Naruto can come up with a powerful Rasengan that doesn't do as much damage on his arm as the Rasenshuriken. Well, earth and water chakra are more defensive-oriented while fire, lightning, and wind are more offensive. Since I'm teaching you lightning chakra manipulation anyway, I guess you could try incorporating lightning chakra first to see how well that works. You already know how to create an element-based Rasengan, just changing the element shouldn't be that difficult once you know how to control them. As he gives his speech, Kakashi notices that Naruto is in his own world. Given Naruto's reputation as a surprising ninja, Kakashi doesn't even attempt to imagine what Naruto is thinking about. After getting his attention again, Kakashi starts going over some of the basic Fuden jutsu control. Sakura joins Naruto when he starts going over what Kakashi taught him, pointing out Naruto's faults since she has better chakra control. It doesn't take very long for Sakura to lose her patience when Naruto starts making mistake after mistake, and the fact that she is pointing out the same mistake to all the clones doesn't help matters any. Eventually, Naruto orders his clones to keep practicing and takes Sakura to the side to show her how to perform the Rasengan to placate the fuming girl. He is tempted to have a clone go back to the market and buy some balloons, but he knows that the waiting will probably anger Sakura even more, so Naruto just settles for telling her what she is supposed to do. This is hard, Sakura complains. How did you manage to learn it again? I had a lot of help from Kage Bunshin. How many Kage Bunshin do you think I can make if I learn it? I don't really know. From the size of the Rasengan you're forming, about a dozen. But then you have much better control than me, so it should probably be more. How long you can keep them going though is a different story. In other words, it won't be much help even if I do know how to use Kage Bunshin. Well, you might be able to keep 4 or 5 and train with that amount for a short while, which should be somewhat helpful. Kakashi says, watching the pair while reading, but of course, you would need to learn Kage Bunshin first, and with the way you perform your techniques, it'll probably take a while. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? You have a small chakra reserve compared to Naruto and Sasuke, and you know that. Therefore you subconsciously try to conserve your chakra when you perform a technique. That is fine and it helps your control, especially in medical ninjutsu. However, if you try to conserve your chakra in using techniques like the Kage Bunshin, you'll never be able to use it. So what should I do? I can teach you some other solid one technique which requires less chakra and therefore easier for you to perform, but you still need to get over that problem to learn either the Chidori or the Rasengan, Kakashi explains. Naruto, Why don't you show Sakura the Kumo Bunshin no Jutsu that I taught you a few years back? Maybe if Sakura can figure out a way around her problem, I can teach both of you how to utilize lightning chakra with that technique. The pair continues their training through the day, only stopping for a quick lunch where Kakashi disappears, leaving the fuming pair his bill. When the night sky sets in, Sakura heads home for dinner, leaving Naruto to his training. Seeing that he won't be able to progress further without someone pointing out his mistakes, Naruto decides to head back to the village himself. However, instead of heading home, he heads over to Zabuza's house. Naruto ni, what are you doing here? Inari asks when he answers the door. Hey Inari, is Zabuza home? Yep, Inari says, letting Naruto in. Hey dad. Naruto ni is here to see you. What does the runt want now? Hey Zabuza, can you teach me how to control water chakra? Why would you want to learn that? I need to know all kinds of techniques in order to become Hokage. Kakashi-sensei is already teaching me how to use wind and lightning chakra, and you're the first person I thought of when I want to look for someone who's good with Suiden Jutsu. I suppose I can help you. Come to Training Ground 22. Tomorrow. I'll be training my team there tomorrow at 9. It would seem that Isaribi really misses you the last few weeks anyway. Yeah, I really should try to spend some time with them, but the whole Akatsuki mess has been keeping me busy. Now are you going to stay for dinner? No, Tamari-chan, Hinata-chan, and Hanabi-chan are waiting for me back home. Why are Hiyashi's daughters living with you? Long story, I'll tell you later if I have time. I'm going to head home now, see you tomorrow. The next morning, Naruto heads over to Team 7's training ground to get started on his Fuden technique training. Creating a massive cage bunshin, Naruto sends one of them over to Training Ground 22. When the clone arrives, he finds an empty training ground and checks the time to make sure he's not early. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? Hey Isaribi-chan, Sasama-chan, Yugito-chan, Naruto says. I wanted Zabuza to teach me how to control water chakra and he told me to come here. And why would you need to do that? I thought your affinity is to wind chakra. That's a secret, Yugito-chan. I promise I'll show all of you when I'm done. By the way, does anyone of you know anyone with earth affinity? Kage-sama has earth and wind affinity, I believe. I think he is still in town, though for what reason I'm not sure. Yugito says, of course, there's your squad sensei who has both earth and water affinity. Meh, Gaara's probably waiting to hear from Kenkuro to see if it's safe for him to go back. Anyway, earth and wind to make sand, sounds right. Guess I'll talk to him next. I don't want Yamato-sensei to know what I'm doing until I'm sure that it works. Naruto, you're here already. Oi, Zabuza, Zabuza-sensei. Okay, the three of you get some light spars in. I'll be right back. Let's go Naruto. Nodding their head, the three girls get into their battle stance W. While Zabuza leads Naruto to the small pond in the training ground. Alright, do you know some Suiden techniques? Yeah, Kakashi-sensei taught me a few of them. Never managed to get them to be as powerful as when you or Kakashi-sensei use them though. Let me see them. The three girls stop their spar and look over as Naruto uses the Suiruden no Jutsu. Normally it would be considered a decent attempt of an A- rank technique for a Chunin, but everyone knows that Naruto is far more talented than just any normal Chunin. After going through 3 or 4 other Suiden techniques, Zabuza finally stops Naruto while rubbing his temple. Alright, compared to people who are good with those techniques, your Kirigaku no Jutsu covers less than a smokescreen, your Suiruden no Jutsu. You looks more like a lizard than a dragon, the Suikuden no Jutsu looks more like a piranha than a shark, and your Daibakufu no Jutsu looks more like a trickle than a water blast. Well, that's why I'm here asking for help. I don't get it. I put plenty of chakra into it. Yes, but you're forcing a large amount of normal chakra into the elemental techniques. Not that you can't perform those techniques that way, but you see the results. Let me show you some basic exercises so you can get used to using water chakra. After seeing Zabuza going through the drills and trying them for himself, the Kage Bunshin thanks Zabuza before dispelling and reporting the information to the original. Back in Team 7's training ground, Sakura and Temari have just joined Naruto when all of his clones sudden LY stops for a brief moment before going through their Fuden techniques training again. Hey, Temari-chan, what is it Naruto? Do you know where Gaara is? I heard he's still in the village. Yeah, he's just waiting for Baki and Kenkuro to take care of the council. He should be meeting with Hokage-sama right now, taking lessons on handling the old fools or something like that. Thanks, Temari-chan, Naruto says before gesturing at 2 of his clones to head to the tower. Naruto, I know that look on your face, what are you planning? That's a secret, Sakura-chan. Ah, the three of you are already here. And Naruto is starting to train already. That's good. Oi Yamato-sensei, what took you so long? I hope you won't start acting like Kakashi-sensei and be hours late to every meeting. Well, I was just meeting with Hokage-sama and she told me that we won't be having any missions out of the village, so I got permission to skip taking missions and just focus on training for the moment. Since Tsunade-sama told me that all three of you should have more than enough money to last a few months. What? I won't be leaving on missions for months. No, I'm just saying you don't need the money from D-rank missions to survive. Tsunade-sama says that new information should arrive in a couple of weeks. Suddenly, Naruto shudders again, catching the attention of the other three members of his team. Seeing the look on Naruto's face and straining her ears to catch Naruto's grumbling, Sakura lets out a small giggle. So that's why you sent two clone. You knew that Tsunade Shisho would greet you just like how she greets you every time. And how's that, Sakura? Temari asks, punching him through the wall of her office. Of course, if Naruto would only show some respect. Naruto, why would you want to annoy Hokage-sama? Yamato asks. What? She took my job. I have every right to be angry. Just cause Tsunade Shisho is the Godime, doesn't mean you can't be the Rokudime, Naruto. Well, anyway, let's start training. I see that Naruto already has something to work on, so why don't you two get some light sparring and then we'll work on other things. The light spar ends up ring up almost half of the training ground. Taking advantage of the confusion, Naruto sends 2/3 of the Kage Bunshin to work on the drills that Zabuza and Gaara showed to his Kage Bunshin, then blames the decrease in numbers on Sakura and Temari. All right, Yamato says, looking at the destroyed training ground. I heard from Kakashi-senpai that Sakura wants to increase her chakra capacity. So I thought that I would train both of you in that. Especially since Naruto doesn't need that kind of training and he already has something to do. How are we going to do that then? Chakra is a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy. Therefore, if we want to increase chakra capacity, we need to work on increasing one or the other or both. Yamato says, of course, by increasing either one. Then the balance of the mixture would change and your control would become slightly worse. How can we increase physical and spiritual energy? Sakura asks. Well, you can train your strength, GTH and stamina to increase physical energy. As for spiritual energy, that comes from meditation or experience. I guess I'll go with meditation. Yeah, me too. All right, I guess you should get started then. Seeing the girls getting started on their training, Yamato turns his attention back on Naruto just as Naruto cancels his bunshins to get their knowledge. After giving Naruto a few minutes to process all the information, Yamato walks up to Naruto. How is your training coming along? I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. Why don't you try a few Fuden jutsus to see how much you've improved? Okay, step back a little, Yamato-sensei. All right, here we go. Fuden. Daitapa. Sakura and Temari break out of their meditation and look up toward Naruto standing in front with his back toward them. The wind blast easily tears through the desolated training ground, ripping up whatever is left from Sakura and Temari's spar. Naruto, once you are utilizing wind chakra in those Fuden techniques, you no longer need to put as much chakra as you normally do, Yamato says, glad that he's standing behind Naruto. That's almost as damaging as my Kirikiri Mai. Looks like you're getting the hang of it, Naruto. Thanks Temari-chan, Sakura-chan. All right, Naruto, why don't you try to control the power of the technique a little bit while Sakura and Temari get back to meditation drills. Get a bit more control on your techniques in the next couple of hours, then we'll head to lunch and I'll talk to Kakashi-senpai to work on lightning chakra with you. Just a quick note on my other story. I've finally gotten started on reworking Demon Rising and I also starting to work on a third story, Time Travel, Naruharem, same list as this one with addition of Koyuki in an OC. If anyone has any suggestion for a title, please PM me or say it in the review, I'll use it if I like the title. When the team's training ends for the day, Naruto tells Temari to head home without him and that he needs to talk to someone. Squinting her eyes, Temari stares at Naruto for a few moments before shrugging her shoulders and leaves the training ground with Sakura by her side. After saying goodbye to Yamato, Naruto runs out of the training ground and toward Haku's house. Stopping in front of the door, Naruto presses the doorbell a few times and waits for someone to answer. Naruto hears some muttering inside and soon he starts making out the words as he hears someone cursing up a storm inside. Who is it? Oh, it's you. Hi to Yuya-chan. What do you want? Is Haku-chan here? Not for another couple of hours. Zabuza wanted Haku and Kin to help train his team after our team finishes training. Oh, you gonna come in? Chiyuya asks, moving to the side. No, it's all right. Kin, why? Oh, you asked Haku-chan to meet me at Training Ground 7 this weekend. I want to ask her to help me train. Fine. Thanks a lot to Yuya-chan. Bye. Now what is he up to? Yesterday he asked Zabuza for help and now he asks Haku. Chiyuya says to herself staring at Naruto's retreating back. Naruto rushes home after saying goodbye to Chiyuya, but not before he makes a quick stop at the market to buy some grocery so Temari won't know where he went. When he gets home, he finds Sakura sitting in the living room reading a magazine while Temari is cooking in the kitchen. Hey Naruto, you're home, Sakura says, looking up from the magazine. Yeah, I just made a quick stop at the market since my ramen supply is running low. Sakura-chan, why are you? My parents are out of town so I was hoping you'll let me stay for dinner. Of course, you're always welcome. That's what I figure you'd say, Temari says, walking out from the kitchen. I even offered to let her stay over for the night. Kinda sad going home to an empty house. Yeah, that's a good idea Temari-chan. Thanks, I think I'll take you up on your offer. Smiling, Naruto takes the bags and walks into the kitchen, completely missing the dark smile shared between Temari and Sakura. After putting the boxes into the cabinets, Naruto takes over where Temari left off at preparing dinner. Temari-chan, I don't think this is going to be enough for 5 people. Hinata and Hanabi found out that it's safe for them to head home so they went back to pack the rest of their stuff. They won't be back till tomorrow, Temari says. Oh, okay. After dinner, the 3 ninjas sit in the living room talking about random things ranging from training schedules to secret gossips. A couple of hours later, Naruto decides to call it a day and goes back to his room. While in the shower, Naruto hears someone entering the bedroom then exiting less than a minute later. Thinking nothing of it, Naruto finishes his shower and goes to bed. Half an hour later, Naruto is still staring at the ceiling. Dang it, my body's tired, but I'm not sleepy at all. And here I thought it's because you don't have me sleeping next to you, Temari says, walking into the room in a bathrobe and water dripping from her hair. Maybe that is the reason Temari-chan. Hey Naruto-kun, I have a surprise for you, close your eyes. Okay. Naruto feels someone laying down next to him and he turns and starts snuggling against that person. Suddenly, another person lies down and wraps her arms around Naruto's waist. Snapping his eyes open, he sees a blushing Sakura in front of him with Temari whispering into his ears from behind him. Naruto-kun, Sakura and I found a small book that should belong to your former instructor. Temari-chan, Sakura-chan, what are you two doing? Sakura told me why the book ended up in your possession, and we decide to help you out in your studies. Wait a minute. Help me, that's right. What's better than trying out what you learned so far? But, Naruto, shut up, Sakura says. So, which one do you want first Naruto-kun? Or do you want both of us together? It seems he can't decide Temari-san. Well, I guess we'll just have to decide for him. Wait a minute. Girls, what happens that night makes Naruto glad that Hinata and Hanabi aren't home and that his mansion is somewhat out of the way from the rest of the village. When he wakes up the next morning, he finds himself alone in his bed and the shower in his bedroom running. Just as he's starting to think that he dreamed the events last night, he notices 2 dull brown patches of bloodstains on the bed sheet. Suddenly, a pair of arms wraps around Naruto's waist. Naruto-kun, go get freshened up. Temari-san is fixing breakfast, Sakura says before kissing Naruto on the cheek and walking downstairs in her usual outfit. About 15 minutes later, Naruto joins Temari and Sakura in the dining room. At first, Naruto just plays around with the food and neither Temari nor Sakura pay any attention to him. Suddenly, Naruto slams the chopsticks on the table and looks up at the two girls. So how long did you girls plan it? What do you mean Naruto-kun? Sakura asks. Last night. How long did you girls plan it? You didn't like it? Temari asks, concerned. That's not it. I promised Gaara that. It has nothing to do with Gaara anyway. As long as I'm okay with it, why should he be involved? I guess that's true. Come on, cheer up Naruto-kun. You're supposed to be happy after last night, Sakura says, wrapping her arms around Naruto's. Sakura-chan, do you, want to move in with us? I thought you'd never ask, Sakura whispers into his ear. I would love to. I bet Naruto only asks that because he wants encore performances, Temari says, moving her chair so she can lean against Naruto. You two will have to keep it down next time though. No need for Hinata or Hanabi finding out about it. Naruto easily sees through the girl's plan to embarrass him, so he counters by wrapping his arms around the girl's waist and holding them close to him. Blushing from what Naruto said and what he is doing, the girls untangle themselves from Naruto's grasp and return to their meal. Don't think you girls can get out of answering. How long did you two plan it? I asked Temari-san if she can help me become your next wife during the large training mission. Sakura then told me while you're recovering from your injuries that you were reading that book. I thought we can kill two birds with one stone, but we didn't find the opportunity until last night. What am I going to do with the two of you? Naruto says, looking at the two blushing girls. Never mind. Let's just finish breakfast. Yamato-sensei's going to flip if we are late. We can always blame Kakashi-sensei for giving us the bad habit. That's going to make it worse. Yamato-sensei idolizes Kakashi-sensei. Man, I was hoping to get a break today. You kept me and Sakura up pretty late last night. Naruto. Who kept who up? Never mind the technicalities. The three ninjas go through training for the rest of the week like normal. Yamato, as he usually does, gives his team a break on the weekend so that Sakura can help Tsunade at the hospital. However, that Saturday, Tsunade decides to give Sakura the day off, so she decides to CK up and moves to Naruto's house with Temari's help. The two didn't even bother asking for Naruto's help, knowing that he'll be busy tiring himself out in training. Naruto-san, Tayuya told me that you wanted my help in training. Haku asks, walking into the training ground as Naruto is going through warm-up exercises. Hey Haku-chan, you're here. I'm not entirely sure how I can help, but I'll do the best I can. Only you can help me, Haku-chan. I heard from Kakashi-sensei and Yamato-sensei that a lot of the Kekkei Genkei is the result of the mixture of two different types of elemental chakra. Yes, like wind and water making ice in my example. Yeah, that's why I want you to show me some of your techniques. I want to test a theory, Naruto says, creating a massive cage bunshin which all stares intently at Haku. Very well, Haku says, blushing from the attention. Knowing that Naruto is trying to memorize the hand seals, Haku intentionally goes through them slowly. After going through the sequence 2 or 3 times, Naruto cancels all the cage bunshin, then goes through the hand seals once to make sure he didn't miss any. Then, Naruto creates one cage bunshin, then starts going through the hand seals with it. Much to Haku's confusion, she only showed Naruto a very simple Hyouten jutsu that doesn't need a bloodline to use but would be much more powerful if the person has an ice affinity. However, a few failed attempts later, Naruto ends up performing the technique with such strength that Haku knows she will have trouble matching it even if she puts all her chakra into it. Naruto-san, how did you? What do you think, Haku-chan? Do you think I did it right? Was it strong enough? Strong enough. I can never dream of matching that strength without getting chakra exhaustion. So do you think I managed to get any ice chakra in the technique? Yes, but I don't understand. So I was right, I can use ice techniques. But how did you? I can't control 2 elements by myself. But I can create a cage bunshin so that each of us controls one type of chakra and do the hand seals together to use the technique. Now all I need to do is to get Gaara's lessons down. Pat and I can ask Yamato-sensei to teach me some Mokuden techniques, and maybe even get Gaara to teach me how to control sand with wind and earth chakra. Hey Haku-chan, can you show me more Hyouden techniques? I don't see any harm in. Not so fast. A voice suddenly screams. To Yuya-chan, Kin-chan, Sasama-chan, Isaribi-chan. What are the four of you doing here? Haku asks. Hey, Haku, there. No need to showing him everything this quickly, Yuya says. Yeah, we should try to get something out of the deal, Kin says. Get something out of the deal? Haku asks, confused. He hasn't spent any time with us ever. I know he went on dates with the other girls, we want one too. Sasama says. Yeah, it's not fair. Isaribi says. You know, Haku says, thinking over what the others said, they're right. It's only fair that we get something out of this, right, Naruto? San. Fine, but I can only do this during the weekends. Haku-san helped you today, so you can go out on a date with her tomorrow. Then you'll go out on dates with us every Saturday, then we'll all help you that Sunday. I guess that's fair, Naruto says before looking at the girls with a smirk, but why shoal? The four of you get dates if Haku is the only one teaching me anything. You don't want to? Isaribi asks. Well, that's not what I mean, but we knew you'd try that move. Your biggest weakness is Genjutsu, which happens to be our strongest suit. We can help you get better at illusions, Sasama says. All right, I guess that settles it. Okay, let's get back to training Naruto. The five of us will make sure you don't slack off. Right, girls? Right. The next morning, after a quick breakfast with Temari, Sakura, Hinata, and Hanabi, Naruto rushes out of the mansion before any of the girls can stop him. Checking his wallet, Naruto makes a quick stop at the bank and the gift shops at the market before heading over to Haku's house, knowing that he's going to have to make up for leaving the girls alone at home. Naruto, you're here. Haku's still getting ready, Yugito says, answering the door. You can come in and wait for her. Thanks, Yugito-chan, Naruto says. Where are the other girls? They're out training. Something about sharpening their skills so they can teach someone. Oh, by the way, if I find out that you try to do anything perverted to Haku-san, well, let's just say that you don't want to know what I would do. I am not a pervert. Why are you always so angry at me anyway? Just because I train under Kakashi-sensei and Ero-sennin doesn't mean I'm a pervert. I thought the girls already told you. I didn't touch Kin-chan and Sasama-chan intentionally. And I have a reason for reading that book. Why else would you do such a thing? I was fighting with Kin-chan at the time. I managed to get behind her and I was aiming for her heart. The heart is right under the chest. I was going to strike her back. Kin-chan's teammate suddenly cried out my loca. Chion, so Kin-chan turned around just as I was about to hit her. So, that's how that happened. And Sasama-san, she was dressed up as a guy then. She was about to be hit by Injure Shuriken, so I pulled her out of the way. It just so happens that my hand landed there. I didn't even find out Sasama-chan is a girl until after Sakura-chan treated her wounds and she came out of the shack without the disguise. What about that time when I saw you taking Sakura-san to the adult display at the museum the day after you were engaged to Temari-san? Wait a minute, you got that backwards. She took me there. Besides, Temari-chan was the one that told me I should go on the date with Sakura-chan. What about that time? You two are getting along well. I can hear your argument all the way in the kitchen. Haku-chan, are you ready to go yet, Naruto-san? I have everything ready to go. So, where do you want to go, Haku-chan? How about our spot in the forest? I already packed the food for a picnic. Hey, that's right, I promised you that we'd go back there sometimes. Didn't think it would be so long before we get to do that again though. Well, hopefully the next one won't take as long, Haku says. Pulling Naruto out the door, bye Yugito. I'm going to be eating out tonight, so you girls figure out dinner on your own. The pair takes their time walking to their destination, making street ops at Injure stores to buy more supplies. When they arrive, Naruto notices a small flower bed in the clearing. Haku-chan, those weren't there when we came here the last time, right? I visit this place whenever I have time, so I decide to plant those there, Haku says as she lays out the blanket. Oh, Naruto says, watching the plants for a few more seconds before going to help Haku. After laying everything out on the blanket, Naruto watches as Haku tends to the small garden, making sure that Haku isn't paying any attention to him. Naruto reaches into his pocket and pulls out a box. Taking out its content, Naruto sneaks up on Haku and puts it around her neck. "Nah, Naruto-san," Haku says, surprised, and stares at the pendant hanging from her neck. "I saw this in the jewelry store heading to your house. I thought you would like it." Quote, It's beautiful." Haku stares at her gift in stunned disbelief. The pendant is made of diamond in the shape of a snowflake, held around her neck by a silver necklace. "This must have cost a fortune. Only the best for the girl I like." "Don't you mean the girls you like, Naruto-san?" Haku says, flicking the tip of Naruto's nose. "The others will go nuts if they see that you gave me this necklace. They'll want something like this for their dates too." "That is true, but I can afford it." "Arigato, Naruto-san," Haku says, kissing Naruto on the lips. Just as they are about to fall over, Naruto stands up, carrying Haku up with him, and walks over to the blanket. A couple of minutes later, the pair finally breaks their kiss and lies down on the blanket, gasping for breath. "I didn't think you would be able to hold your breath for so long, Haku-chan. I was born in Kiri, Naruto-san. Swimming is a part of everyday life there. I have to be able to hold my breath." "Why do you keep on calling me Naruto-san, Haku-chan?" "I mean, the other girls all call me Naruto-kun. The way you call me makes me feel we're not very close. All the other girls beside Yugito-san and Kin, both of them call you Naruto hentai. Meh, those two just do it to get on my nerve. I don't get why Yugito-chan hates me that much anyway. Doesn't matter. Today's our day. I'm not going to let her ruin the mood." "Haku-chan, you still haven't answered my question." "Naruto-san, the reason that I don't call you Naruto-kun is that I don't really know how you feel about me, and I want to make sure before I—" "Haku-chan, I would ask you to be my second wife, but Sakura-chan." "It's okay. I know that you like Sakura-san best out of everyone. However, if you would give me the honor and become my third wife." "Nah, Naruto-san, do you really mean it?" Haku says, tears welling up. "I mean it, Haku-chan. Would you? But what about Hinata-san and Hanabi-san? They are living at your mansion. They're only staying there because Hiashi-jii-san thinks that they might be in danger staying at the Hyuga compound. Of course, if they are willing, they will become my wives eventually, but I don't really feel that bond with them that I have with you, Temari-chan and Sakura-chan yet." "Naruto-kun, I'd be honored to be your wife," Haku says, blushing. Standing up, Naruto pulls Haku to her feet and catches her in a bone slam hug before lifting her to the air by her waist and starts spinning around. "Naruto-kun, please put me down. Are you getting dizzy already, Haku-chan?" "No, I'm worried that you might get dizzy and lose your grip." "Fine," Naruto says, pouting. Naruto stops abruptly and falls to the ground, pulling Haku down with him and letting her falls on top of him. Instead of letting Haku roll off him, Naruto wraps his arms around Haku's waist and holds her next to him. Blushing slightly, Haku snuggles into Naruto's chest. "You're not going to fall asleep on me again, are you, Haku-chan?" "Well, I can't go anywhere else at the moment." The pair stays in their position, content to just enjoying the scenery and the gentle breeze sweeping through the small clearing. They get up briefly for lunch, then go back to snuggling in each other's arm. Eventually, the pair untangles themselves when Haku notices that some small animals have gathered around the edge of the clearing, attracted by the smell of the food laid out on the blanket. While Haku is tending to the small animals, Naruto decides to try his luck at catching some fish to pass his time. While he won't tell Haku, Naruto knows that the girl didn't bring anywhere near enough food to last till sunset, especially if she starts feeding the animals. Creating a cage bunshin, Naruto puts his hand in the water, using the current to form an ice spear. "It seems that you've gotten a pretty good control of ice chakra, Naruto-kun," Haku says, walking up behind Naruto and wrapping her arms around his waist. "I did have a pretty good teacher teaching me." "Yeah, you did, didn't you?" Haku says. "Do you want me to show you the hand seals for the other Hyouten jutsu I know?" "But I thought You already taught me all the Hyouten techniques. There are 2 more that I didn't show you. One is Makyu Hyusho, but that won't be of much use to you since you can't travel through ice mirrors. Oh yeah, that's the one you used on me and Sasuke in Nami no Kuni. Yes, however, the other one is a variation of that technique, the Bakuretsu Hyusho. Exploding ice crystals. Yes, the concept is rather simple really. It's similar to the Bunshin Daibakua, by overloading the object with volatile chakra so that it explodes. Of course, with the Bakuretsu Hyusho the target will be trapped inside the mirror formation instead of being away from the Bunshin. The fact that the mirrors will turn into ice shards in the explosion, it will be equally as damaging to people inside the formation as to those who are around the formation. Quote, wow, it's my trump card. Even I haven't used it more than once or twice in my life, and that's just during practice to see if it's possible. It takes a lot of chakra. But I don't think it would be a problem for you. I did learn the Bunshin Daibakua from Ero Sennin during my training trip, but I don't think we should use time in our date so you can teach me a technique. I said I'd show you the hand seals, I didn't say I would let you practice it. You can practice it on your own later. Naruto chuckles at Haku's response. Handing the ice spear off to his clone, Naruto follows Haku back to the blanket and watches intently as Haku goes through the hand seals. About half an hour later, Haku is back tending to the animals and Naruto is diving into the lunch basket. Instead of just sitting there stuffing your face, how about helping me out here, the Naruto clone screams. What did you just say? All the small animals look up and stares at the 2 arguing back and forth. Haku smiles at the display and continues feeding the animal, knowing better than to interfere with the 2. Eventually, Haku decides that the 2 have scared the animals enough and asks Naruto to help his clone. Instead of joining himself, Naruto simply creates another cage Bunshin and goes back to eating. Naruto-kun, I don't think the Bunshin would be too happy with that, Haku says. Walking back to the blanket after tearing up the bread and leaving the pieces on the ground, are you really that hungry? Naruto-kun, but your cooking tastes so good. Besides, I did have a pretty light breakfast. I'm glad you like my cooking, Naruto-kun. Yeah, and very soon you'll be able to cook for me every day. The girls will be very upset when they hear the news. Yugito is the only one who can cook in the whole house besides me. Then they shouldn't worry about it. Yugito-chan is a pretty good cook too. She cooked one time during the mission against Akatsuki. Yeah, she cooked a few times for us when my team is out training late. Well, if she's too busy to cook, the girls can always eat with Zabuza-san's family. Already planning for what would happen to the girls once you're married to me. Well, it's not going to be too far away, I hope. Maybe a few months away. That's probably right. I still need to talk to Sakura-chan about when she wants the wedding. Hey Naruto-kun, Haku says. Leaning in and wrapping her arms around Naruto's waist, how did you ask Sakura-san to marry you? She was the aggressive one. How aggressive was she? Haku says, putting her head on Naruto's shoulder. What are you talking about, Haku-chan? Naruto says, blushing. I caught wind of some plans that Sakura-san was working on from Ino-san. I have no idea what you're talking about. Naruto-kun, Haku says, sitting in Naruto's lap and leans on his chest, you're a horrible liar. Your heart rate is going crazy. All right, fine, you caught me. Ino-san is right, you're so easy to tease. Quote, I need to keep an eye on you girls. Ino-chan is starting to become a negative influence. You're about 3 years too late for that. Suddenly, Naruto looks up and turns his attention toward the river. Lying on the bank is a small pile of fish, but the 2 clones are nowhere to be seen. What happened to the 2 cage Bunshin? Meh, the 2 stupid things had an argument and used the ice spear on each other, Naruto says. Well, there's no mistaking that they are your clones. They have your attitude, Haku says, giggling. Real funny, Haku-chan, Naruto grumbles. Should I start a bonfire? Haku asks, walking over and starts gathering the fish. If you want to. Okay, I want to try out some of these seasoning herbs that I gathered. Naruto leans back and watches as Haku cooks the fish. A short while later, he decides to put his arms behind his head and get some rest. Haku looks up and smiles at the sleeping boy for a brief moment before turning her attention back to the fire. Even after the fishes are done, Haku merely packs them up and lets Naruto sleep for a while longer. Once the sun starts setting, Haku takes one fish out of the basket and puts it right underneath Naruto's nose. Naruto's nose twitches and he slowly reaches up and grabs the fish before slowly waking up. "It smells really nice, Haku-chan," Naruto says groggily. "Good. I'm glad you like it. It's already evening. Yeah, I don't want you to miss the sunset. Man, this isn't much of a date if I slept half the day away." "I don't mind. I already got more than I ever expected out of this date," Haku says, sitting down next to Naruto and putting the basket in her laps. "So, do you have any place in mind for dinner? How about the restaurant we went to on our first date?" "That's a great idea, Haku-chan. Quote, I want to stay out here for a while longer though." Nodding his head, Naruto puts his arm around Haku's shoulder, but Haku takes his arm and wraps it around her waist instead before laying her head against Naruto's shoulder. The two stays until the moon has settled in the sky before leaving the clearing. Naruto offers to walk Haku home after dinner, but Haku declines, saying that the girls will swamp them with questions, especially seeing the necklace around her neck. Naruto begrudgingly agrees and walks home himself. I've posted the first chapter of the third story that I mentioned last chapter. It's still untitled as of right now, so if anyone has any suggestions, don't hesitate to share. Temari, Sakura, Hinata, and Hanabi grill Naruto for answers as soon as he arrives home, particularly about where he has been for 2 straight afternoons. After trying and failing to get the girls to calm down, Naruto finally tells the girls about the training and the arrangement with Haku and the other girls. To say that Temari, Sakura, Hinata, and Hanabi are unhappy would be an understatement. Seeing how the explanation ends up making them angrier rather than quelling it, Naruto decides that it would probably be a bad idea to tell them about proposing to Haku. While the small gifts he bought for the 4 did lessen their anger somewhat, Naruto knows that if he wants to survive past the next sunrise, he'd have to keep his mouth shut about the others for a while. Therefore, Naruto only focuses on commenting about his training for the rest of the night. While withholding information about what happened earlier, Temari becomes intrigued when Naruto asks her if she can get Gaara to train with them sometime during the week. However, when the girls ask what he accomplished in his training with Haku and what he wants to work on with Gaara, Naruto simply passes it off, saying it will be a surprise. After spending the night on the couch, Naruto heads out early to avoid the still irate girls. "Naruto-kun, I haven't seen you in a while. Ahaya Ayame-chan, can I get the usual one Naruto special coming up?" Chuki screams from the kitchen. "So where are Temari-san and Sakura-san? I thought you would be eating with them before heading out to the training ground." "They are kinda angry at the moment." "What did you do?" Naruto ends up telling Aim everything that happened the last 2 days, only holding back information on what he learned. At the end of the story, everyone in the ramen stand is much happier than a moment ago, Naruto from finally getting everything off his chest, Ayame from being able to help Naruto, and Chuki from all the bowls that piled up next to his favorite customer as Naruto tells his story. Smiling, Naruto walks out of the stand and looks up at the sky before paling and running toward the training ground. When he arrives, he finds himself in front 4 very upset ninjas. "Naruto, you're late. Sorry Yamato-sensei. I was at Ichiraku and lost track of time." "What kept you occupied at Ichiraku exactly?" Temari and Sakura ask. "Naruto. Temari said you were looking for me." Gaara asks before Temari and Sakura can attempt to hurt Naruto. "Oh, that's right," Naruto says before looking to the 2 girls, completely oblivious to their infuriated state. "Why don't you 2 girls train with Yamato-sensei while I train with Gaara today?" The 2 girls are about to let loose their anger on Naruto, but Gaara stops them with a wave of his arm, signaling that he will talk with Naruto. Oblivious to the girls' fury, Naruto pulls Gaara to the side to begin the training. Before Sakura can vent her anger, Temari puts a calming hand on the girl's shoulder, gesturing with her eyes that Gaara will handle the talking. Back to the 2 males, before Gaara can even bring up the topic, Naruto is already on Gaara, asking Gaara to teach him Earth Chakra manipulation. Naruto, before we train, there is something I need to ask you. Huh, okay, what is it? What are your intentions on your future now that you have married Temari? What do you mean? I believe it is rather obvious that you will take multiple wives. Have you settled on your next wife? Well, I do intend on making Sakura-chan my next wife. What does this have to do with training? Nothing. Temari wanted me to ask you that question. However, I am Curry. Else why you want me to teach you earth manipulation when your instructor can do just as well if not a better job, seeing as he is an instructor and I am not. There is something I want to try out and I want to keep it from Yamato-sensei until I mastered it, Naruto says, looking back to the other 3 members of his team. Come with me, I'll show you what I mean. I want to train away from Yamato-sensei anyway. Nodding his head, Gaara follows Naruto further into the forest. A short while later, the pair stops in another clearing. However, they are not the only ones in the clearing. Kazekage-sama, Naruto, what are the 2 of you doing here? Ahaya Zabuza, is your team training here today? Yes. What are the 2 of you doing here? Gaara and I will just go somewhere else then. It's quite unwise for the 2 of you to be traveling around this forest by yourselves, Yugito says. I believe I have heard that Akatsuki has been able to infiltrate into the village before. Perhaps it would be wiser to stay here, Naruto. After all, this should be far enough that your instructor won't see our training. Oh fine, I need a large clearing like this anyway. What exactly do you want me to teach you? How you control sand. Quote, I can only control them through Shukaku. But are there any sand technique that uses hand seals? I do know a few, but I doubt that you can utilize them. Well, at least let me try a couple of simpler ones. I suppose it can't do any harm. Gaara says, I'll show you the hand seals for Sunabunshin no Jutsu. After watching Gaara go through the hand seals for a few times, Naruto creates a Kage Bunshin and goes through the hand seals with the clone. To the surprise of everyone in the clearing, 2 poorly formed sand clones rise from the ground for a BRIEF moment before scattering to the wind. The balance is off. Guess I still need to work on earth chakra manipulation a bit, Naruto says after seeing the result. Hey Gaara, can you show me more techniques? That way I can train by myself and don't have to keep bothering you. I don't see why not. By the time Naruto's team finds the pair, Gaara had already finished showing Naruto all his sand-based techniques. While Naruto is going through drills to improve his earth chakra manipulation, Gaara talks briefly with Temari and Sakura before leaving the clearing. Naruto, let's head for lunch, Sakura says, much happier than before. Where do you 2 want to go? Ichiraku, Sakura says, shrugging, it's not like we go anywhere else for lunch. Naruto-san, are you leaving already? Yeah, Isaribi-chan, Yamato has something for us to do in the afternoon. Okay, I just want to remind that you are to pick up Tayuya-san at our house this Saturday. So Tayuya-chan is first, huh? Okay, thanks Isaribi-chan. When the 3 ninjas return home from training that night, they find someone sitting in the front yard. In the darkness of the night, they can't identify the person, so they approach quietly, weary that the person might be an enemy. However, apparently they aren't quiet enough as the person suddenly looks up and rushes up to the group. Naruto-kun, Tenten-chan, what are you doing here? Naruto asks, are those luggage? Temari asks, walking around them. What's going on, Tenten-san? Sakura asks, well, it turns out that everyone in the Rookie 12 aren't assigned too many missions, and I don't own a house. Only renting it. You can't afford the rent. Unfortunately. Don't worry, Tenten-chan, you can move in with us if you want to. Arigato, Naruto-kun. I would have to ask Tsunade-sama for an apartment if you won't let me stay. But why are you waiting out here? Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan should be inside. Actually, Hinata and Hanabi are going to be training late today. We didn't get to tell you yesterday because of, well, you know. Oh, well, no sense standing around out here. Let me help you with the luggage, Tenten-chan. Once inside, Naruto and Sakura help Tenten take all the luggage upstairs as she picks out a room while Temari heads over to the kitchen and gets started on dinner. After picking out a room and getting permission from Naruto to decorate the room however she wants, Tenten thanks Naruto and Sakura and pushes them out of her room. As soon as the door closes, Naruto and Sakura hear loud clanking noise coming from the room. 2s. Scared of even attempting to find out what Tenten is doing inside, Naruto and Sakura decide to head downstairs to help Temari. She started decorating the room yet? Temari asks as the pair enters the kitchen. I think so, Naruto says. I've been to her place once. There's not a spot on the wall that doesn't have a weapon hanging on it, Temari says. It's a miracle. How she doesn't get struck with some of those things even once. When Hinata and Hanabi get home that day, they're surprised to find Tenten sitting in the living room waving at them. After getting the story from Sakura, who was kicked out of the kitchen by Temari, Hinata sits down next to Tenten and welcomes her, but Hanabi storms back to her room. Sighing, Hinata excuses herself and heads upstairs to talk to her sister. Hanabi-chan, what's wrong? Hinata asks when she notices Hanabi sobbing quietly. At this rate, Naruto-ni-chan won't have time to notice me when I'm finally old enough. I'll never get to be with Naruto-ni-chan. Hanabi-chan, you know that Naruto-kun won't behave like that. But that doesn't mean the others won't keep him from me. Hanabi-chan, you should pay attention to Onisama. The others might take advantage of your shyness to keep you away from Naruto-ni-chan. After all, even if Naruto-ni-chan is allowed to marry many girls, that doesn't mean that the other girls won't feel the less competition there is the better. You don't have to worry about that, Hanabi-chan. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? I thought Temari-chan sent me up here after finding out what happened. That's why you don't have to worry. Temari-chan makes sure that I'm fair to everyone. Why would she care about what happens to us? Hanabi mutters. Because I know exactly how you feel, Temari says, leaning against the door frame. I thought that Naruto doesn't like me this way when I first asked him. I know what it's like to feel left out, and I don't wish that feeling on anyone. Hanabi becomes completely silent after hearing Temari's words. Smiling, Temari gestures for Hinata to leave the room with her and closes the door behind them, leaving Naruto to cheer Hanabi up. Walking over without another word, Naruto wraps his arms around Hanabi to let her release all her frustration. After a short while, Hanabi winds up falling asleep and Naruto gently picks her up and lays her on her bed before heading back downstairs. How is she? Temari asks. Asleep. Just save some food for her in case she wakes up in the middle of the night and gets hungry. She must have been keeping it inside her for a while now, Hinata says. Worried that you might forget about her, worried that you don't feel that way about her with how young she is. Well, at least she gets it all off her chest now. Quote, she does have a right to feel that way though, you are over half her age, Tenten says. A 3 years old is over half the age of a 2 years old, doesn't mean nothing will happen between them in the future. Talking about Hanabi is making me sad. Let's talk about something different, like who would be Naruto-kun's next wife. I hope you're not volunteering yourself, Tenten-san, cause Naruto-kun already picked me. What? How? That wouldn't have anything to do with the 2 bloodstains on Naruto-kun's bedsheet when I changed it a couple of weeks back, would it, Sakura-san? I have no idea what you are talking about, Hinata. Whatever do you mean? You're a sly one, Sakura, Tenten says with a strained smile. If I don't know any better, I'd say you're going to try the same thing by moving in here, Tenten-san. Well, now that we are on the topic, what kind of wedding do you want, Sakura-chan? Naruto asks before things can get ugly. I have a deal with Temari-san, I will give her 4 months instead of 3 if she helps me. You wanted to have the wedding in February anyway, Sakura, Temari says, it's not like you traded anything that you want. Why do you want it on February? You want it on Valentine's Day, don't you, Sakura? Tenten says, I wish I can have my wedding on Valentine's Day. You can have the one next year. That means I have to wait a whole year, hey Sakura. You don't mind if I marry Naruto in March, do you? No way, I need a few months like Temari has. That won't work anyway. I kinda asked Haku-chan to be my 3rd wife. When? On your last date, wasn't it? I knew you girls would be upset. That's why I didn't want to tell you girls about it yesterday. So you already have a order set up for all the girls? No, not beyond Haku-chan. Naruto missed the brief challenging glances exchanged between Hinata and Tenten. However, Temari and Sakura managed to catch the looks easily. By the way, Sakura is moving closer to Hinata and Temari is moving closer to Tenten. Each of them has selected a favorite to assist. Finally noticing the tension in the room, Naruto tries to divert everyone's attention. So, is dinner ready yet? I get the seat next to Naruto Ni-chan. Hanabi-chan, I thought you were asleep. It's cold without you next to me, Hanabi says, sitting on Naruto's lap and cuddling against him, or maybe it's because you didn't put the blanket on me. But it's probably the former. Let's just start dinner. What do you girls say? Yeah, I'm starving. That Saturday, Naruto stands outside his former home, the Gift F. Or the deadly musician tucked safely inside his jacket. He knocked on the door about 30 seconds ago, not wanting to use the doorbell and wake up whoever's still asleep in the house, but he has yet to hear any movement inside. Scratching his head, he takes out the keys and let himself inside. I'm not late, am I? Naruto mutters as he looks around the empty house. No, you're early. Oh hi Yugito-chan, I thought I heard someone knocking on the door. Sorry, I was in the kitchen and I thought I imagined it. That's all right. Should I go and wake her up for you? No, I'll wait. You want me to fix you something? I was just making breakfast. Sure, I can help too if you want. I don't mind if you don't. About half an hour later, Naruto and Yugito are sitting at the dinner table, having breakfast as Haku walks into the room. Nice to see that you two aren't arguing with each other. I don't look to get into fights with Yugito-chan, you know that, Haku-chan. I'm just being considerate, seeing how late you girls got back last night. Besides, it wouldn't be too smart to say bad things about him around all of you since all of you were head over heel in love with him. You got that right, a voice says from behind them. We'll head out as soon as I finish breakfast, Naruto. Okay, to Yuya-chan. So you girls are finally up. Breakfast is in the kitchen. Get it yourselves, Yugito says. Half an hour later, the pair is out the door with Tayuya in front leading Naruto toward the training grounds. Naruto goes through what happened last week in his head again, trying to figure out if he has the dates mixed up. And that she is training him today and the date is tomorrow. Date is today, training is tomorrow, Tayuya says, noticing Naruto's confusion. We barely know anything about each other. So we will go visit someone then we'll talk. Nodding his head, Naruto follows Tayuya quietly. They end up going to a rarely used training ground, if its condition is any indication. There are broken down training tool and knee-high wild grass all over the training ground. In fact, the place looks more like a garbage dump than a training ground. Tayuya-chan, where are we? I thought you said we are visiting someone. We are. Kneeling down, Tayuya takes out a kunai and clear up a small area, revealing 4 small grave underneath. Cutting some wild flowers and dandelions, Tayuya makes 4 makeshift bouquets and places one in front of each small tombstone. Tayuya-chan, who are they? The rest of the Odo 5, whatever's left of them anyway. Brought what's left of THM back to Konoha as soon as I find that they don't have someone tracking me and cremated them. They were my partners after all, didn't want to see them rotting in the wild, Tayuya says with a chuckle. They'll turn in their grave if they see what I've become, a softie that's hanging out with Konoha nins all the time. There is nothing wrong with being kind to others. Unless you are in Odo. Being soft in Odo is a one-way ticket to your grave. Speaking of which, I should probably help Kin clean out Dozu and Zaku's grave. Are all of you close back in Odo? Friendly? No, but we respect see each other enough that we won't stab each other's back to get ahead. Sounds rough. Trying to survive in Odo isn't all that much different than trying to survive in the streets, using each other for your own benefit. It took Kin months to convince me you didn't want anything from me for saving me back at the hospital. You don't have to worry about that so much here, Tayuya-chan. That's not to s. There aren't people who would try to take advantage of you and your abilities, but you don't have to worry about people turning on you every moment. Old habits die hard. I've gotten used to guarding against everyone, so I don't feel like changing now, but there are a few people whom I trust now, like how I trusted these 5 back then. Tayuya-chan, Kin has tried to talk me into leaving the past behind, but I can't do it just yet. That's why I visit this place every now and then, Tayuya says. Kin tries to act tough, but I know she visits this place too. They may not be much, but they The closest thing we have to a family. I know how difficult it is to try and survive on your own in a hostile environment to Yuya-chan, but you and Kin-chan still have each other. I'm sure you two can build a new life here in Konoha. Ah well, anyway, you are the third person to know about this place. I hope you'll at least keep it a secret. You can trust me to Yuya-chan. Maybe I'll try to stay away from this place for a while. Just to give one last try at starting over. You don't have to completely forget your past to start over to Yuya-chan. No matter what, it has already become a part of you. Why not just accept it and you'll be even more appreciative for what you can gain here. Che, never thought I would be running to you for advice. I'll probably come back to this place, successful or not. But I guess I just need some time to change, Yuya says, walking out of the clearing. Anyway, enough about me. Let's just head back to the village for a quick lunch and find a quiet place so we can talk about you. I have just the place in mind to Yuya-chan. After getting takeout from Ichiraku, Naruto leads Yuya toward the Hokage Tower. Instead of questioning him, Yuya just follows Naruto quietly. Walking past the tower, Naruto leads Yuya up to the Hokage monument. This is the place you had in mind. Yeah, I like to come up here to be by myself, to get some peace and quiet. If it works for you, it'll work for me. While not a light eater herself, Yuya can never match Naruto's eating pace. By the time Naruto finishes his 10 bowls, Yuya has barely finished her first. So Naruto begins telling her his life while she eats. Yuya doesn't even try to interrupt Naruto as he speaks, opting to listen quietly instead. Che, and you just keep on listening to me complaining about Oto. Yuya says when Naruto finishes, what I experienced in Oto is nothing compared to what you endured here. And to think you want to defend this place before, what were you thinking? It wasn't too bad. The adults were rough, but I'm on pretty good terms with people around my age. I guess I shouldn't complain too much either. I was lucky compared to some of the girls there. What do you mean to Yuya-chan? Quote, people pretty much have free reins in Oto, and there are a lot of male and only a small amount of females, and some of the rowdier males have a tendency to see lame girls as they are brought into Oto. Claim girls. You mean as in doing inappropriate things to them? That's putting it nicely, Yuya says with a dry chuckle. Don't you girls fight against that. Most don't bother. It's better off being claimed than being free anyway, at least when you are claimed you know you don't have to serve too many people. If you are free game for everyone. Were you and Kin-chan? No. That's why I said I was lucky. I was trained to be Orochimaru's bodyguard. We didn't have much order in Oto, but we did have a power structure at each base. Akimaru was always at the top of the list. At our base, Kabuto comes next, then Kimimaro, after that are the four of us. Like I said before, I could trust them not to stab me in the back. Orochimaru was too focused in all his jutsu research and Kabuto was spying in Konoha. No one beneath us dared to challenge us, and if they tried to stake a claim on me, they'd be challenging the Oto 5's authority. And we didn't forgive challenges like that. I see, but what about Kin? I place a claim on Kin. What? Girls placed claims on other girls too, you know, Yuya says. Some were doing it because they were higher up in the order and wanted to protect the girls they were claiming. Some did it because they could use the girls as bargaining chips when other people tried to claim her. Some just did it because they prefer girls over guys. I did it for the first reason, especially after seeing what she did. What did she do? Naruto asks when it's clear that Yuya won't elaborate. So, me idiot tried to place a claim on her and take out an early withdrawal if you know what I mean, Yuya says, smirking as she recalls the memory. Kin turned him into a pincushion before he got within 10 yards of her. I liked her potential, so I placed a claim on her and we really hit it off after that. She's just a few months younger than me and I looked at her like a little sister. After I placed my claim on her, no one would dare touch her or else that would be a direct challenge to me and you already know what would happen if the Oto 5 felt they were challenged. She was that strong, huh? No, the guy was just pathetic. But I could see the potential there. She was pretty good with sound-induced illusion, which was my specialty, so I took it upon myself to help her get better. Ryu ever worried that someone would claim you before you were strong enough to defend yourself. For a while, enough to make me more determined to get strong quickly. I also tried to associate myself with Kimimaro as much as possible. He was one of the strongest ninja at our base, even when we were younger. There was a rumor that Kimimaro claimed me and everyone backed off then. I guess it did shape me slightly though. At least that's one of the reasons I had such a hard time believing you didn't want anything from me. While Kin was trying to convince me, you didn't want anything in return. I was trying to convince her you were just not old enough to think of ways to use us. After all, as close as you are to the Hokage, it doesn't take much for you to convince her to place both Kin and I under your watch as potential hostile ninjas. We would have to do whatever you want us to do or risk being turned over to interrogation, not all that much different than being claimed in Odo. I am glad you figured out I'm not that kind of person. Yugito is worried about the same thing you know. What? Even if people know that Kin and I were from Odo, no one would do anything to us because say we are close to you and you have the backing of the clan heads. However, if people find out where Yugito came from before she can prove herself, even if she has your support, she would still lose the backing of the Hyuga clan. And the other clans would not want to cross the Hyugas. If her secret gets out, the Hyuga would be calling for her head, and you know her secret. She desperately wants to believe that you aren't a pervert and won't use that knowledge to threaten her into doing something she doesn't want to do. Chiyuya says before eyeing Naruto and smirks, and I have to say you're Ot doing a very good job convincing her with all the things that happened the last few weeks. Chiyuya's grin widens as Naruto starts grumbling under his breath. While waiting for Naruto to calm down, Chiyuya takes out her flute and starts playing. To someone who is tone deaf like Naruto, it's one of the best tunes he has heard in his life, but Chiyuya grimaces whenever a particular note sounds off-key. Chiyuya-chan, what's wrong? Naruto asks when he notices the grimaces. This flute has dents everywhere from all the fights I've been in. The notes always sound a little bit off. I got you something, Chiyuya-chan. This is. I saw you at that music instrument store at the mall once, so I figure I'll just check there to get you something you might want. The people there told me you go and look at that flute and banter about the price but never actually buy it, so I bought it for you. Reaching into her blouse, Chiyuya takes out a scroll and unseals another flute. Holding that flute and Naruto's gift together, Chiyuya hands them to Naruto. Hey, they look almost exactly the same. They are a pair. Hold them together and you can see the dragon carving on them, Chiyuya says. They used to belong to my family. One of the few things I actually remember about it. I've had this one ever since I was born. It's the reason why I use a flute as my weapon. Somehow, this one ended up in a store in Konoha. Maybe we can ask the store owner about where it came from and we can find your family. No, it's no use. I already asked. This flute has changed hands so many times it's impossible to trace it back. I've written them off as dead anyway, so it's no big loss, Chiyuya says. I'm glad you got this for me. I've wanted to reunite the pair ever since I found it, but I just can't afford it. They won't help me in a fight though. I'm never going to use them in battle and risk ruining them. I can get you another one. No, I can afford a couple of battle flutes. I just wanted to save up money so I can buy this flute. Now that I don't have to worry about it anymore, I don't need to be penny pinching. Besides, I can't make you spend all this money on our first date, if you can call this a date. All we've done so far is talk. Isn't that the point of dating though? To get to know each other better, to see if we can stand being around each other. I suppose that is true. Then I guess we're doing pretty good so far by your definition. I guess we are, Naruto says before pausing for a brief moment. Hey Chiyuya-chan. What is it? We aren't in a battle right now, so why do you try playing a tune with one of those flutes? I guess you're right. Naruto closes his eyes and relaxes as Chiyuya puts her new gift to her mouth. He can feel all the tension in his body melt away from the sound of the tune, but instead of relaxing and getting tired, Naruto feels more and more invigorated. Confused, Naruto looks up at Chiyuya just as she stops the song. I see that you feel the power of the flute, Chiyuya says, smirking. Just because I don't use it for battle doesn't mean its purpose is not for battling. The song from this flute strengthens those who hears it and the song from the other flute does the exact opposite. That's amazing. Yeah, now be quiet so I can keep playing. After spending the rest of the day on top of the Hokage monument, Naruto takes Yuya to a nearby restaurant for a quick dinner and walks her home before heading home himself. Seeing that it's rather late, Naruto tries to be as quiet as possible so he won't wake anyone up, but when he walks into the living room, he finds Temari and Tenten sitting there enjoying a cup of tea. Oh, Naruto, you're back. Hi Temari-chan, Tenten-chan. Did you have fun today? Yuya-chan and I just talked about our past. To get to know each other better. I'm glad you brought that up Naruto, cause Tenten and I were talking a bit about the past too since you told me how close you were to Tenten when you two were younger. I better not bother you two then, Naruto says when he notices Tenten blushing. I'll just change and head to bed. Not yet Naruto, there's something I want to talk to you about. Naruto's shoulders slump when the words left Temari's mouth. Sighing, Naruto takes a seat and waits for the grilling to begin as he thinks back to what happened back in the days. Naruto is sitting on the swing just outside the Ninja Academy. Classes for the day ended a few hours ago, but Naruto decided that it would be best if he stays there until dinner time when he'll have a quick meal at Ichiraku before heading home as most people who try to break into his house do it during the day. Naruto, what are you still doing here? Tenten-chan, why are you still here? I asked you first. I just don't feel like going home yet. Oh, I was just practicing with the training dummies here, Tenten says. Why wouldn't you want to go home? I don't want to talk about it. Hey Naruto, do you mind showing me where you live? I've never been to your place. It's kind of messy. That's okay. My place is messy too. I can even help you clean your place up. Well, if you're sure. I don't want to head home yet though, so if you don't mind waiting a bit. It is getting close to dinner time. Hey, I know. Why don't you come over to my place and I'll fix dinner, then we can head over to your place after the meal. Come on, let's go. After heading over to Tenten's house, Naruto decides to help Tenten clean up her place as she starts fixing the meal in the kitchen. By the time Tenten comes back to the living room with the meal, she's shocked to find it spotless and all the training tools and scrolls are neatly piled up at the corner. Naruto, if you are so good at cleaning, why would your place look like a mess? I'm just lazy, I guess, Naruto says before thinking to himself, or maybe I'm just tired of cleaning the place up only to have everything ruined again when I get home the next day. Well, after eating, we're going to see exactly how messy it is. Naruto tries to eat as slowly as he can, then tries to convince Tenten that it's too late at NIG for her to be visiting, but Tenten is adamant about seeing Naruto's apartment. When they arrive, Tenten is shocked to see just how poor the conditions are at Naruto's apartment's building. But what's on the outside is nothing compared to what's inside the apartment. The paints are peeling off the walls, the furniture are broken, there are garbage all over the floor. Overall, the place looks more like a garbage dump than somebody's home. If Tenten is paying attention, most of the garbage on the floor is not from Naruto's apartment, but are brought here from the outside. Well, let's get to work, Tenten says, rolling up her sleeves. Finding that he can't say no to Tenten's enthusiasm, Naruto goes about collecting the garbage as Tenten starts moving everything usable back to where they are supposed to be. By the time they've finished, they've threw out 6 or 7 bags of garbage and they themselves are starting to smell like the garbage dump that they've frequented injure times that day. Naruto, I'm going to use your shower to clean up, alright? Wait, Tenten-chan, perhaps it's best if you head home and use the one you have there. Aw, come on Naruto, don't be so stingy. I just help you clean out your apartment. It's not about being stingy. It's just that sometimes the shower runs out of hot water pretty quickly, especially on cold days like today. You're worried that I'm going to use up all the hot water. Well then we'll take a shower together. Wait, that's not what Come on Naruto, I need to get out of these stinky clothes. Where do you put your spare clothes? In the closet over there, but let's go Naruto. I'll wash your back and you can wash mine. While Tenten has no idea what she is implying by offering to shower with a boy, for someone who created the Oiruku no Jutsu like Naruto, He has no doubt that the decision to accept the offer will haunt him when they grow up. However, all fears of what will happen in the future flies out the window when a more immediate problem arises. Like Naruto predicted, the pair runs out of hot water in the middle of the shower. While they want to get out of the shower as quickly as possible, they can't do anything until they wash all the soap off their body. By the time they finish, their teeth are clattering and they are trembling from the cold. It's too cold to be going home like this, Tenten says as she rubs her arms to get warm. But Naruto starts but stops when he notices the glare from Tenten. Fine, I'll sleep on the couch. No, you're sleeping with me. Your blanket isn't going to be H to keep me warm and for some reason the heater is broken. We need to cuddle together to stay warm. All right, good, come on, I'm sleepy. The next day, Tenten offered for Naruto to move in with her, but Naruto refused. Worried that what happened to him the last few years would happen to Tenten if he moved in. However, ever since that day, there were a lot less break-in attempts and it's not until later that he found out from the Hokage that Tenten told the other girls what Naruto's place was like and the girls told their parents. Concerned, Hiashi sent a couple of the more loyal guards to keep an eye on Naruto's apartment, and Inoichi told the Hokage everything that's been going on, who had been in the dark about the whole thing since he had a set schedule as to when to visit Naruto. And the boy always tried to clean the place up right before the Hokage got there. Suddenly, Naruto is brought out of his daydream by someone's cried out. Naruto, are you listening to me? Gomen Tamari-chan, did you say something? Just what were you thinking about? Oh, nothing. Just trying to remember what it was like back then. Or maybe you were trying to remember how Tenten looked naked. I don't know what you're talking about, Tamari-chan. How come I don't get to take showers with you like Tenten did, Naruto-kun? I'm jealous. Tamari-chan, I bet Tenten would like to relive the memory too, right? No, not at all. That's not what you told me before, Tamari teases. I'm going to sleep. Tamari-chan, why do you have to make fun of Tenten-chan like that? Naruto says as Tamari laughs at Tenten's retreating form. We tease each other all the time while you were still on your training trip. I'm just getting her back for something she told the others a while back, Tamari says, all joking aside. I am serious about wanting to try everything that you've done with the other girls. I don't know you for as long as some of the other girls have, and I do feel left out when they start talking about how everything was back in the days. And I bet you won't mind if Tenten is to join us in the showers. After all, you didn't complain when Sakura joined us in bed. Well, at least you didn't once we got things started. Why do you want to keep trying to set me up with other girls, Tamari-chan? I would have thought you would want me to yourself for as long as you can. Well, you do have the right to marry every girl in Konoha if you want to. All I'm trying to do is to keep things in check and know exactly which girls you are with. It would be rather embarrassing. For your wives if you can marry all the girls in the world then get caught cheating with someone that we don't know about. They would think that we aren't performing our duties. At least this way, when people asks, I can tell them I was the one that got you two together so they know that we aren't just following you around like lost puppies. I guess that's part of the reason why we were so angry with you last week. We're not angry that you're going on dates with them, we're just angry that you're trying to keep things from us. Gomen Tamari-chan, I'll make sure I tell you girls what's happening next time. Good, it's getting late, let's get some sleep, Tamari says. Now are you sure you don't want Tenten joining us? I can arrange that you. No, I'm sure. Can we just drop it please? All right, your loss. Tamari says before muttering to herself, Tenten and I went to the hot springs together whenever I'm in Konoha. You'd be surprised what kind of figure she has under wraps. If I am into girls, she would definitely be near the top of my list. I can't hear you, Naruto says, covering his ears and storming up to their room. Sometime during the next week, Kankuro shows up at Naruto's doorstep looking for Tamari. Completely disregarding the fact that many other girls are now staying at Naruto's mansion, Kankuro heads straight to the kitchen where Tamari is preparing breakfast for everyone. Kankuro, what are you doing here? Did something happen in Suna? Where is Gaara? What's going on? Didn't Gaara put you and Baki in charge in Suna? He told you he needed a vacation. There's a monster on the loose in Suna. Gaara is the only one that can calm her down. What monster are you talking about? No time to explain. Where is Gaara? This is important. Baki is struggling to keep her from coming to Konoha herself. There's going to be hell to pay if she manages to get here. Temari-chan, I'll go and look for Gaara. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto finds Gaara sitting in the Hokage's office 10 minutes later, having used his Kage Bunshin to search every likely location at the same time. Hearing Kenkuro's state of distress, Gaara visibly pales and refuses to go to the Namikaze mansion. When Naruto physically drags Gaara out of the office, Tsunade decides to use it as an excuse to get away from all the work. Gaara, you need to go back to Suna. Kuro screams as soon as Naruto pulls Gaara through the doors of his mansion. I still have things I need to do here. Well, you'll just have to come back later. You need take responsibility and go back to Suna now. Kenkuro, what exactly is going on? What do you mean, take responsibility? Gaara delegated all his works before coming to Konoha. Matsuri is pregnant, she's already almost 2 months in. Gaara needs to go back to Suna and marry her. If we wait any longer, her stomach is going to start to show. Matsuri, pregnant, how? Apparently, Gaara and Matsuri got drunk the day of your wedding, dear sister, Kenkuro says. After all the information sinks in, Temari turns toward Gaara with a glint in her eyes that makes Kyuubi and Shukaku tremble in fear. Walking up to her brother, Temari puts her hand on Gaara's shoulder, cracking the sand armor in the process. Gaara, you're not trying to run away from the responsibility, are you? No, of course not, Gaara says while trying to remain calm. I didn't know she is pregnant. What do you mean you don't know? Baki and I have been sending you letters for almost 2 weeks now. You have you? Temari says, tightening her grip as more sand flows out of Gaara's gourd to reinforce the area. Gaara, you are going to go back to Suna. You can either do that the safe and normal way and take the 3-day trip, or you can go back the painful and difficult way with me sending you back with my fan. I'll go back to the hotel and pack. Good choice, Temari says. Hokage-sama, is it possible for Naruto-kun and I to travel back with Gaara? I don't want to miss my little brother's wedding, and since Naruto-kun and I are married, he is part of the family. Of course. In fact, I'll organize a delegation to travel along WITHU to represent Konoha for such a joyous occasion. Joyous for who? Gaara mutters under his breath. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Temari says, bashing Gaara on the head. Naruto-kun, Kenkuro and I will help Gaara pack for the trip. Sure. Go ahead, Temari-chan. The next morning, Naruto, Temari, Kenkuro, and Gaara are standing at the village gate, waiting for the delegation that Tsunade mentioned. Kenkuro has already sent a message bird back to Suna, telling them that Gaara is returning in an effort to placate Matsuri, but he still isn't sure whether they'll have a wedding or a funeral when they get back. A thought that's not very comforting to Gaara, to say the least. I see you're all here early. Oi, Sasuke, are you going with us? Naruto asks. Yes, so are Neji, Shino, and Shikamaru, Sasuke says, landing next to Naruto. The 4 of us are representing the clans of Konoha. The Uchiha and the Hyuga, I understand. I didn't know that the Aburame and the Nara are so influential. Shino volunteered himself and the rest of the rookie 12 volunteered Shikamaru. Figures that lazy bum can't do anything by himself, Temari says, so when are the others arriving? Just now, Shino says, appearing behind Naruto. Well, looks like we're all set, let's head out. Wait, Naruto says, there's still one more person. Who is it, Naruto-kun? Wait, a voice screams, wait for me. Is that Kin? Temari asks, squinting her eyes trying to see. Yeah, I promised her a date for this weekend, so I asked Tsunade Ba-chan to let her tag along. I think there is someone next to her, Temari says. Sorry we're late, Kin says, finally joining the group. Yugito-chan says she wants to go too, is that all right with everyone? Sure, Naruto says, remembering what Tayuya told him, I don't see why not. Wait, did she get permission from Tsunade-sama? Temari asks, she's a Konoha nin now, she can't just leave the village whenever she want. I'll just let Tsunade Ba-chan know with a Kage Bunshin. Naruto says, come on, let's go already. Perhaps we should go back and tell Hokage-sama. Nice try Gaara. Temari says, a Kage Bunshin will do just fine Naruto-kun. The group is currently setting up camp. At the pace they are traveling, they should reach the desert by early afternoon the next day and they should arrive in Suna the morning after that. I'm telling you, we should keep going. If we don't stop at all, we can get there by tomorrow. Kankuro, sit down, eat your meal, and be quiet, Temari says, we already sent the message to Suna. Matsuri's waited this long, she can wait an extra day. Fine, as long as she doesn't take her anger out on me. Don't worry, she'll have her entire attention focused on Gaara. Temari-chan, Gaara is nervous enough as it is, Naruto says. Though who would have thought Gaara is the first one to become a father out of all of us? He isn't. What do you mean Shino? How troublesome. Shino means that Gaara isn't the first to become a father. I know that Shikamaru, but who is? Asuma-sensei doesn't really count. Shino is. What? How? I didn't even know that Shino's married. Well, I am. So who's the lucky girl? You saw her once before. Can't say it was under the best of circumstances though, from what Hinata-sama told me, Neji says. Her name is Kamizuru Suzumaki. The name sounds familiar, but I don't remember her. We fought against her when we were looking for the Baikochu for my clan. Wait a minute, her? I thought your two clans are enemies. Apparently, she's the only one left. So I guess she decided to go along with the old saying, if you can't beat them, join them, Shikamaru says. We have an agreement in place. The second male heir born will use the last name Kamizuru, Shino says. As well as supplying her with a few Baikochu to allow her to find what she was looking for. Only the second, Naruto asks, and why should we have to give her the Baikochu? What if she finds with them will be shared between the Aburame and the Kamizuru clan. As for the second male heir, that way, he can continue the Kamizuru line. So, how many months along is she again? Neji asks. 5. Well, maybe you can give Gaara a couple of pointers on what he should do when he gets back to Suna, Kankuro says. Just take the beating, Shino says, I remember getting back from a mission 2 days later than expected and I end up spending 2 days in the hospital. 2 days isn't too bad. Unless she thinks you are out there with other women cheating on her, Shikamaru says. I remember Kiba telling Choji and I how Shino stayed over at his place for almost a month after getting out. Of course, she sent him back to the hospital after she found him. Hinata-sama's team end up doing D-rank mission for another 2 weeks because it's missing one member. Gaara, your cold sweat is starting to soak through your sand armor, Kankuro says. Stop bothering Gaara, Temari says, don't worry Gaara. If Matsuri thinks you're cheating on her, I can tell her I've been keeping my eyes on you. The only woman you've spending time with is Tsunade-sama. Matsuri can't be jealous of Tsunade-sama, can she? I hope not, Naruto says, I call her Tsunade-ba-chan for a reason. Before Kankuro can say anything, Gaara covers his mouth with his sand, which draws a remark from Sasuke that prompts Naruto to defend Gaara. When they are trying to nib the trouble at the bud, Neji and Shino are dragged into the fight with a few stray punches. What a bunch of idiots, Temari says. Can someone remind me why I wanted to go on a date with Naruto again? You already know how much of an idiot he is before you wanted to go out with him, Yugito says, you have no one to blame but yourself, Kin. You finally decide to say something. I was getting worried since you haven't said anything all night. She's probably thinking how she can convince people from Suna to let her stay there. What are you talking about, Nara? Temari asks. She thought she needed to side with Naruto to fight off the Akatsuki when she first decided to come to Konoha, but now that she has gotten stronger, she no longer feels the need for Naruto's protection. Siding with Gaara would eliminate the problem with the Hyuga. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh please. The fact that you are from Kumo is probably the worst kept secret in Konoha. How did you find out? The spy that Naruto's team is supposed to meet is someone working for Akatsuki. The goal of the Akatsuki is to capture and extract all the Biju. The fact that you are a Jinchuriki eliminates any possibility that you work for the Akatsuki and thus you can't possibly be the spy that Naruto's team is meeting. However, For you to pretend to be someone from Oto and Akatsuki means that you must be from somewhere that someone powerful in Konoha hates more than Oto and Akatsuki. It doesn't take very long for us to fig. You're out that you're from Kumo and you're afraid of the Hyuga clan. You said, us. How many other people know? Everyone who saw you summon Nibi knows. By the way, I wouldn't suggest hiding in Suna. Konoha and Suna are allies. They would have no problem handing you back to Konoha if you decide to become a nuke nin. So everyone knows, the three Hyugas must be planning my death already then. Actually, we couldn't care less. When did you guys stop? I was starting to enjoy the peace and quiet, Shikamaru says. Naruto stopped once you started your explanation. Then Sasuke stopped since Naruto stopped. After that, Neji and Shino stopped since there's no reason for them to keep fighting. All that's left is for me to take care of Kenkuro, Gaara says. Where is Kenkuro anyway? Tamari asks. He's hanging around. That is the worst pun I've ever heard. Gaara, did you hang our brother by his ankle on that tree with your sand? No, Gaara says, pausing for a brief moment before melting under Tamari's glare. Yes. Can you spare a little more sand and cover his mouth again? We can use a good night's sleep. Sure, Gaara says as he did what he was told amidst Kenkuro's complaints. Neji, you said that you don't care where Yugito-chan is from, Naruto says. Do you mean it? If I still cared about that, then I would still be holding a grudge toward Hiyashi-sama, Hinata-sama, and Hanabi-sama. The only people in the Hyuga clan that still hates Kumo are the clan elders, the very same elders that Hiyashi-sama and I took care of. Che, so Naruto, Sakura and I wasted a that time to come up with a cover for nothing. Not necessarily. We didn't deal with those elders until a short time ago. I'm sure if Yugito-san entered Konoha as a Kumo nin, they would interfere and cause quite a bit of trouble. Including interfering with Hiyashi-sama's heir selection process. I doubt Hinata-sama and Hanabi-sama are prepared to deal with the elders that they are raised to pay absolute respect to. The final outcome of the clan reform would be quite different. This is great. Yugito, you don't have to worry constantly anymore, Kin says. Yugito remains silent, eyeing Neji Riley as though she doesn't believe anything that the Hyuga said. Instead of letting the uncomfortable atmosphere draw out, Tamari suggests for the group to make dinner and rest up for the night. That night, when Neji wakes up for his turn to stand guard, he spots Naruto sitting next to the fire. Are you still thinking over what I said before? Yeah, I still don't understand why you can just pass off the fact Yugito-chan is from Kumo like it's nothing. More like you don't believe what I said, Neji says, taking a seat next to Naruto. I suppose the real reason is that I didn't grow up hating Kumo. I only placed all my hatred on Hiyashi-sama. Hiyashi-sama did the same thing as well. Instead of being angry with Kumo, he is angry with the elders for forcing him to accept using my father as a replacement. Hanabi-sama was never involved in the whole incident since she wasn't born yet. That leaves Hinata-sama, who was the one kidnapped by the Kumo nin. You and I both know that she is too kind-hearted to hold a grudge. But, allow me to finish Naruto. After I let go of my hatred toward Hiyashi-sama, we had the chance to finally sit down and talked about what happened. I have to say, I agree with his view on how things should proceed. We are lucky that you are as powerful as you are, not only physically, but politically as well. Without a means to make sure Hinata-sama and Hanabi-sama will be safe. Hiyashi-sama would never rise up against the elders. On behalf of the Hyuga clan, I thank you Naruto. And if treating someone whom we've never placed our hatred on as a fellow ninja of Konoha can repay you for what you've helped us accomplish, it's a small price to pay, don't you? Agree, Neji, thank you, Naruto says, but I still don't quite understand. The Hyuga elders didn't treat me all that badly. That's merely their means of staying in the good graces of Hinata-sama and Hanabi-sama. What do you mean? Just like Hiyashi-sama is searching for an heir that can continue his ideal. The clan elders are searching for an heir that will become their puppet. They didn't know whether that person will be Hinata-sama or Hanabi-sama, but since both of them like you, they decided that it would be best to befriend you. In fact, they intended to use you to achieve their goal. How would they do that? By marrying off the one that they deem unworthy and make it appear at Hiyashi-sama is the one that made the decision, therefore alienating the heir from Hiyashi-sama and exerting their control over the heir. Rather ingenious, but they didn't count on the fact that there might be a third candidate. That would be you, right? Naruto says, smirking. That is rather obvious, Neji says, returning Naruto's smirk. I believe I have this watch. You should go and get some rest. No, I'm not really tired. I think I'll stay up for a while longer, Naruto says. Things sure have changed a lot the last few years, Neji. No, things have only started to change in the last few months. Shikamaru, what are you doing up? I heard people talking. Yeah, but it still shouldn't be enough to make someone like you get out of bed, you lazy bum. You said it yourself. Things have changed, Shikamaru says. I suppose seeing how hard you work is starting to rub off on all of us. Quit fooling around, Shikamaru. What's really going on? No matter what, you'll always be that lazy bum I've known all my life. Well, I guess I can't fool you, Shikamaru. We're not supposed to tell him. Neji, you know he won't let go once he gets his curiosity going. Fine, go ahead. It's your head Hokage-sama will be after. Che, you're one to talk, Neji. You want Naruto to know just as much as the rest of us, Sasuke says, walking up to the group with Shino. What exactly is going on? There is someone looking to harm you in Konoha, someone by the name of Danzo. He is the leader of an independent branch of Anbu called Ne, Shikamaru says. Tsunade-sama doesn't want you to know about them because you already have your hands full with Akatsuki. She instructed us to keep an eye on you in case Ne decides to make their move. Why would they be? Danzo is an old war hawk. He wants to rid Konoha of any potential threat, both outside its wall and within. You and Yugito are two people on the top of their list. Of course, since Tamari is married to you, Gaara and the other Suna nins are on their list as well. Shikamaru says, not to mention he wants to be the Hokage himself. He lost out to Sandaime-sama when Nadaime chose his successor. Shino says, Hokage-sama has every reason not to trust him, since they have been keeping an eye on him ever since Sandaime-sama's time. Tsunade-sama has been trying to replace the elders for the longest time. It appears that Oharu-san and Homura-san seem to favor Danzo, and those two have the support of the clan elders. The process began with the Hyuga clan. Soon enough, they will spread to the other major clans of Konoha. Before Tsunade-sama retires, she wants to have a new council and new elders in place, Neji says. In other words, to put it in terms you'll understand, by that time, it will be time for us next generation to shine, Sasuke finishes. Hey, I'm not dumb, Naruto says. I'm just not good at handling politics, that's all. Hey, that's an understatement, Shikamaru says. If you intend to become the Hokage, you're going to need to learn. What is this? Boys' night out. Tamari-chan, what are you doing up? I can't sleep cause you aren't in bed with me, Tamari says, sitting on Naruto's lap. Whatever you two intend on doing, do it back in your tent, Sasuke says. What? You jealous that you don't have your girlfriends around? In case you haven't noticed, Shino and I haven't complained about missing anyone. In fact, we're glad that we're away from them. Meh, I'll never understand why you are so afraid of them, Sasuke. You're the one that has to live with them for the rest of your life. You'll see what I mean eventually, Sasuke says. Either way, you two should get some sleep. Our main job is to stand around. You two are the ones that has to get involved in the wedding planning. He's right, Naruto-kun, Tamari says, wrapping her arms around Naruto's shoulder, and you're going to carry me back to the tent. When the group finally reaches Suna, Baki had already assigned Injure Suna Nin to wait by the gate and welcome the cage back to Suna. Baki himself decided to remain by Matsuri's side to pacify her, and has since suffered numerous bruises from trying to stop Matsuri from rushing to the gate. Sabaku Gaara, where have you been the last 2 months? Matsuri screams as soon as the group walks inside the cage mansion. I was merely studying under Tsunade's Ama on how to deal with the council, dear. Studying or gawking at her assistant. You can't fool me, Sabaku Gaara. Leaving behind your pregnant girlfriend like that brings back memories, doesn't it, Shino? Neji whispers as Shino shudders. This is exactly what I mean, Naruto, Sasuke whispers. But I'm going to marry all the girls I intend on spending any significant time with. doesn't mean they won't fight for your attention. Sasuke says, it's just a matter of time, Naruto. Sometime during the conversation, Gaara has calmed Matsuri down, who is now bawling her eyes out as she lays her head on Gaara's shoulder. Glad that the drama is finally over, Temari walks over and pulls Matsuri away, mentioning something about a wedding. As soon as the word leaves Temari's mouth, Matsuri quickly composes herself and pulls Temari upstairs back to her room with Kin and Yugito following them. Once the girls have left, Gaara orders Baki and Kankuro to show the others to their rooms before heading to his study. For the rest of the day, the only time they would see the girls is during meal time, after which they rush back to Matsuri's room. That night, when Naruto is asleep in his room, a mild draft suddenly flows into the room, making Naruto clutch tighter to his blanket. A couple of minutes later, the bed shifts slightly as another body lies down. Thinking that the person is Temari, Naruto cuddles against the body. The next morning, the entire mansion is awakened by a massive wave of killer intent. What is the meaning of this? Temari-chan, what's wrong? Naruto asks, sitting up. Is mind still not able to process any information? Why is she sleeping next to you naked? Temari growls. What? Naruto runs that question through his head a few times before his eyes widen. Looking to his side, he sees Yugito lying next to him, and with the blanket on the floor when he sat up a few moments ago, he can only gulps as he traces the Jinchuiki's naked body with his eyes. A loud "Sue" shakes Naruto out of his trance and refocuses his attention on his wife. Well, I'm still waiting for you to tell me why I shouldn't pound you to the ground. Oh, give it a rest, Yugito says, eyes still closed as she wraps her arms around Naruto's waist. You didn't complain when all the other girls want to sleep with him. Unlike you, they didn't act on it now, did they? Temari growls, her anger quickly shifting to Yugito. Just because they didn't have the nerve to do it doesn't mean that they are any better than me, Yugito says. Nothing happened anyway. I only managed to escape from your little planning session and get in here after your dear husband is already in dreamland. That is, if you dismiss the little roaming of the hands by yours truly. Temari-chan, can you excuse us for a moment? Naruto says before Temari can jump Yugito. Shocked by the serious tone in Naruto's voice, Temari can only nod numbly as she walks out of the room, closing the door behind him. As soon as Temari leaves, Naruto gets out of bed and walks toward the door. Get dressed, Naruto says with his back toward the bed. It's not like there's anything you haven't seen yet the way you were staring a few minutes ago. Regardless, I refuse to have a serious conversation with someone who's in her birthday suit. Fine, but you don't have to turn around. Makes me feel that I'm repulsive to look at. Yugito says as she picks up her clothes off the floor. What do you want to talk about? Why did you do it? What, can't you just believe that I like you? You heard what Neji said in the forest and you don't believe him. Now you're just trying to align yourself with someone that can protect you since the Hyuga know who you are. If you already know, then why bother asking? I also know, that you heard what Neji and I talked about afterward. Kyuubi is very helpful in that regard, Naruto says. What I want to know is why won't you believe him even after hearing what everyone said? They're playing you for a fool. They just want to set you up to be a puppet. I know the Hyuga is lying and you're still useful to them, so I can protect myself having you by my side. First, they're my friends. They won't do that to me. Second, even if they try, they won't succeed. I still have a powerful ally in Suna, Naruto says, turning around toward the fully dressed Yugito. You didn't ally think that I wouldn't learn any politics from Jiraiya training with him for almost 3 years, do you? Of course, that was to deal with the old council, not the new one. You trust them too easily. You're just too paranoid. Once you've known them for as long as I have, you'll be able to tell when they're lying and when they're not. And I can tell you right now, they weren't lying. Fine, but that doesn't mean I can't have you by my side. If you want my protection, all you have to do is ask. I'm the one that brought you to Konoha. I won't let anyone hurt you. You don't have to do what you did. Doesn't matter if they think I'm from Kumo or Oto. How many people do you think are willing to put their trust in me? The only 2 people who I know for certain doesn't care where I'm from is you and the Uchiha. And I'd much rather be with you than the Uchiha. At least, Your wives are known to share. The Uchiha's wives treat each other like they're mortal enemies. If you just give it some time, I'm sure the others will accept you. How much time do you think we have? We're ninjas. Every day could be our last day on Earth. Yugito-chan, all I want is to feel someone's care for me, for someone to love me. Is that so much to ask for? The other girls won't be too happy. Well, they'll just have to deal with it, Yugito says, walking over to Naruto and wrapping her arms around him. Yugito-chan let go. Now Naruto, I felt quite lonely last night. What are you going to do to make it up to me? Yugito says, leaning in for a kiss. Not now Yugito-chan, Naruto says, pushing Yugito away. I think it's best to give ourselves a little more time to figure out if this is what we really want. You're not supposed to say no when a girl offers herself to you. I still need to talk to Temari-chan. I'll see you at breakfast. Without even bothering to change and clean up, Naruto leaves his room and heads over to Temari's room. Walking inside, Naruto finds Temari sitting in a chair staring out the window. Kneeling next to her, Naruto tells Temari everything that transpired the last couple of days, starting from what happened in the forest. She's right, you're not supposed to turn a girl down when she offers herself to you, Temari says. Ah, don't be angry Temari-chan. I didn't know Yugito-chan would act like this. I know it's not your fault, but it's almost like every girl in the world wants a go at you now. Well, not every girl, Naruto says. Shino's wife, Matsuri, and Sasuke's 3 wives don't. Is that supposed to make me feel any better? Temari says, glaring at Naruto. I'm sorry Temari-chan. I know how difficult this must be for you. I wouldn't be able to stand seeing you with one other person, much less how many are after me. I don't know what I can do to make it up to you, but I promise you, no matter how many distractions there are, you will always be one of my most precious people. Possessive Temari says, trying desperately to hold back a smile. I'll believe you for now. Good, so can we have breakfast yet? I'm hungry. Not before you get a change of clothes. Oh fine, I think I look rather attractive in these clothes myself, Naruto says. Looking at his pajamas. Yeah, a bit too attractive, Temari says, a smile adorning her face. I need you to change so I can keep Kin and Yugito away from you. Possessive jerk, Naruto says, returning Temari's joke. Yes I am, aren't I? I want you downstairs in 5 minutes. I don't want any extracurricular activities if Yugito is still in your room. Well, she is a Jinchuriki. I can't do anything if she overpowers me, Naruto says, smirking. Oh just get out of here you, Temari says, and I mean it. 5 minutes. Even though Gaara preferred that the wedding be a simple and private affair, there is no possible way of convincing the Suna Council to agree with him once they caught wind of what's going on. To make matters worse, when the Suna Council found out Temari is back in Suna, they tried everything to get her to divorce Naruto so they can arrange for a more suitable candidate. The council only backed off the demand when Temari placed a few council members on medical leave with her trusted battle fan. With everything decided, the group finally takes a break and enjoys the short vacation. Naruto, Gaara says, walking up toward the boy sitting alone on the roof of the Cage compound. What are you doing up here by yourself? Oh, nothing. Just thinking about something, that's all. Nothing to worry about. Naruto, did you feel nervous when you and Temari got married? No, not really. Things were too hectic for me to have time to be nervous. Wish I can say the same. Don't worry Gaara, I'm sure you and Matsuri will do just fine. I do have an extra problem to worry about. You'd best talk to Shino about it. I don't exactly have any experience on being a parent either. But no matter what, I know you're going to be an excellent father. I hope you're right. Say, Gaara, do you have any plan for what happens after the wedding ceremony? Like, where to go for honeymoon for example? Matsuri is pregnant. I don't think she's in any shape to travel long distance. Quote, I see. Is something the matter? No, nothing. Forget it. Naruto, what is it? I just don't know if it's the best idea to leave you here by yourself. Katsuki would try to strike here before we can regroup. I can't hide in Konoha forever, Gaara says. I'm the Cage. I have the responsibility to protect this village. I have gotten strong enough that I can stand against the Akatsuki after spending so much time in Konoha. We should talk to Shikamaru, Naruto says. Maybe we can come up with some plan to lure them to attack us before we go back. I'm the one they want the most. If I leak out information that I'll let Yugito-chan stay in Suna, maybe they'll hit me on my way back to Konoha. That's too risky, Naruto, a voice says, but it's just like you to come up with ideas like that. I'll have you know that my idea work most of the time, Shikamaru. Yeah, and we need it to be ironclad. We can't take any chances, Shikamaru says. Give me a couple of days. I'll try modifying your idea to make it work. I'm counting on you, Shikamaru. Yeah, just make sure you make this up to me. I won't be getting much sleep in the next few days. You can count on it. I'm going to make Tsunade-ba-chan give you a 2 weeks vacation. Sounds intriguing. I better get to work then. Naruto, Shikamaru, thank you. Don't worry, Gaara. That's what friends are for. Naruto says, patting Gaara's shoulder. Now if we manage to take out a few more of them, they won't be strong enough to do anything. I'm going back to my room to plan this thing out, Shikamaru says. I should head back inside as well. Matsuri can get quite temperamental if I'm not around to placate her. Go ahead. I'm going to stay out here for a bit longer. After the two boys left the roof, Naruto turns around and takes a look at the door before sitting down on his chair again. A few minutes later, Naruto turns around again and stares at the door. All right, Kin, come out. Hee, how did you know I was here? Your foot was sticking out, Naruto says as Kin winces. And you call yourself a ninja? Well, I'm not on any mission or anything. I was just hoping to find a place to practice. I was waiting for you to go back inside. Am I in the way? Well, no, not really. It's just that I'm not used to practicing in front of someone, Kin says. Tsuyu-senpai gave me this flute. She told me that once I learn how to play this, she'd teach me some of her techniques. It helps to practice in front of other people, you know, Naruto says. Beside, I never took you to be the shy kind. Scowling, Kin kicks Naruto off the chair. Ignoring Naruto's protest, Kin takes a seat in the chair and puts the flute to her mouth. Seeing what the girl wants to do, Naruto decides to be quiet and leans against the railing. After playing a few short tunes, Kin puts away the flute and looks toward Naruto. Well, Kin says after getting of waiting. It sounds a bit off compared to Tsuyu-chan's. Naruto says as Kin winces again, but even I can tell that the flute has dents all over the place. Yeah, I know. It's already like this when Tsuyu-senpai gave it to me. I figure it looked familiar. It looks like the one Tsuyu-chan was using before I gave her that gift, Naruto says. She was complaining how the pitch was slightly off. It does look a bit worse off than before though. That's probably my fault. I'm sure they have instrument stores here in Suna. I'll ask Tamari-chan about it and we can go and get you a new battle flute. Arigato. Don't worry about it, Kin-chan. No, I never got the opportunity to thank you for everything. What do you mean? Everything, Kin-chan. Protecting me from Odo, allowing me to stay in Konoha, saving Tsuyu-senpai. I finally can live my own life because of you, Naruto. I owe you my life, Kin says, her eyes glistening with tears. Why? Why did you do it, Naruto? What little we've seen of each OT. Her before my escape from Orochimaru's grasp hasn't been exactly pleasant. Did Tsuyu-chan tell you what we talked about on our date? Naruto says as Kin nods. Then you should know the answer already. Even if we are your enemy. Are you? Doesn't seem that way, Naruto says, smiling. Naruto, thank you. Lifting Kin off the chair, Naruto takes a seat before dragging Kin down to sit on his lap. Wrapping an arm around her shoulder, Naruto pulls the girl close and let her release all her pent-up emotions. Now Naruto, your arm isn't going to slip, is it? Kin says after recomposing herself, leaning up and moving her chest ever so close to Naruto's face. What? No, of course not. Well, that's a shame. It seems that I left all my senbon in my room. Kin says, leaning even closer. I won't have anything to defend myself. Perhaps we should go back inside then. Naruto says, leaning back against the chair. No, I think I like it out here. Grabbing the back of the chair, Kin leans in, pinning Naruto in the chair. Kin-chan, I don't think this is a good idea. Why not? We need to get to know each other better, right? Kin purrs, and what I want to know right now is what you're hiding under all those clothes. Kin-chan, stop. It seems Yugito is right after all, Kin says, leaning back and smiling. The direct approach will only scare you away. You and Yugito-chan, you two planned this. Yeah, ever since Tayuya-senpai told us about you two's date, Kin says, didn't think she'd be that direct though. But she did get much more attention than I just did. No matter what, it's hard not to pay attention to that, Naruto says, blushing. I bet it's even harder to pay attention, right? Kin-chan, all right, I won't tease you anymore, Kin says, getting off the chair, but if you are interested, just stop by my room later tonight. Once back in his room, Naruto proceeds to tell Temari everything that happened on the roof. Overall, Naruto receives a huge kiss for trying to help Gaara. A low growl from the events with Kin, and another huge kiss for the ending, even though Temari said not 2 seconds before that she doesn't care what Naruto does with the other girls in a bout of jealousy. Do you want me to kick you out for the night so you'd have an excuse to go to Kin and Yugito? Temari asks, smirking. No, I'll be fine. Good answer. Temari says as she rewards Naruto with another kiss. We should turn in for the night, if you want to take Kin out to the west side of the village tomorrow. What do you mean, Temari-chan? You said, you want to get Kin a new battle flute, right? The commercial district is located on the west side of the village. But you made a promise to take Kin out on a date, right? Temari says as Naruto nods. Well, I'd hate for you to break a promise. Arigato, Temari-chan. Have I ever told you that you are the most wonderful wife ever? Well, no, but now it's a good time to start, Temari says as she gives Naruto another peck on the cheek. Now off to bed, mister. And I'll be staying by your side to make sure Kin and Yugito don't try any more stunts tonight. Tomorrow, however, you're on your own. Next morning, Naruto pulls Kin out of the cage compound and toward the commercial district as soon as breakfast is over. Unfortunately for Naruto, Temari fails to mention that the most direct path from the cage compound to the commercial district goes through the hotel district. While trying to rush through to his destination, Kin pulls Naruto back and points that fact to him. Naruto, I didn't think you'd actually take me up on the offer. What are you talking about, Kin-chan? Naruto asks, looking back toward the girl completely confused. We could have done that in the compound. There's no need for us to go to a hotel, Kin says. I don't think Temari would mind if we did that in the compound. I really don't know what you're talking about, Kin-chan. Don't you remember what we talked about last night? Yeah, quote. Then what are we doing here? Kin says, I'm perfectly sober, we have a place to stay in the cage compound. The only reason you would bring a girl to a telephone under those circumstances is to sleep with her. What? But that's not why. No, we're not. I'm waiting for an explanation, Naruto, Kin says, crossing her arms and glaring at Naruto. I just wanted to take you to the commercial district on the other side of town. I didn't know there are this many hotels in the middle. Commercial district. Yeah, you said you wanted a new battle flute last night, right? Oh, that's what you mean when you said you remember what we talked about last night. I remember the other part too, but I wasn't going to act on it. Why not? We're at the perfect place, Kin says, giving Naruto a light tug toward one of the hotels. I really think we should go and buy that battle flute. I did promise to take you out on a date. Why don't we skip the date and get to the good part? We can get the flute afterward. It might get damaged from the thrashing. Kin-chan, stop acting like this. But Naruto, hey cutie, why don't you dump this idiot and come play with me and my friends? We don't mind taking you for a ride, a thug says as he walks up to Kin and Naruto. You'll run away right now if you know what's good for you, Naruto says as he pulls Kin behind him. Or you'll do what, punk? 3. You think you'll actually scare us? 2. I'll flatten you in one move. So why don't you run along now and leave the lady for real men like us? 1. Time's up. Kin flinches away as red chakra starts enveloping Naruto. Lifting up his head, the thugs back away a few steps from the intensity in Naruto's red eyes. Before they can even turn around to run away, a chakra tail wraps itself around each of the thugs' neck. Just as the thugs are about to be burnt alive by the power of the chakra, columns of sand rise up from the ground, cutting off the red chakra and capturing the thugs in the process. Naruto, calm down. I'll take care of these idiots, Gaara says, standing on the roof of one of the 2 stories hotel. They're not worth dirtying your hands over. Gaara, see to it that they survive what you have planned for them. I have a few things I like to try out before showing them to Anko and Ibiki, Naruto says, the malice clear in his voice. Don't worry Naruto, I think I know just what to do with them. The thugs thought they were saved when the Kazekage showed up, but soon realized their mistake when Gaara starts talking to Naruto like old friends. The threat of retribution the 2 Jinchuriki are making is enough to make them faint from fear. See Kin-chan, those kinds of things aren't something we should be discussing in public, Naruto says after Gaara took the thugs away. Go, Gomen. Seeing that the girl is on the verge of tears, Naruto sighs and puts his arms around Kin. With Kin in no condition to shop, Naruto leads the girl to the closest hotel to get a room for her to recompose herself. As soon as Naruto leads Kin inside the room, Kin spins around and pins Naruto against the door, pressing her body against his. Kin-chan, what are you doing? Naruto screams, staring wide-eyed at the trembling girl. Naruto, please make love to me. Be my first. That way at least I'll have a say in who that will be. Kin-chan, stop acting like this, Naruto says, pushing Kin away and grabbing her shoulders. Come on, you're stronger than this, pull yourself together. Don't let those thugs get to you like this. Naruto, please, I'm begging you. Leave what happened in Odo in the past Kin-chan. You're a Konoha nin now, you're stronger than this. So to Yuya-senpai even told you that, Kin says. If that's the case then you should know why I'm like this right now. Kin-chan, snap out of it. Kin flinches from the harshness of Naruto's voice. Taking a brief glance up at his eyes, Kin shakes away from Naruto's grasp on her shoulders and throws herself at Naruto again, tears streaking down her face. Hesitating slightly at first, Naruto eventually wraps his arms around Kin to comfort her. Don't worry Kin-chan, I won't let anything happen to you, Naruto says. Naruto keeps holding onto Kin and whispering in her ears until she finally relaxes and falls asleep. Carrying her to the bed, Naruto tucks Kin in before pulling a chair next to the bed. Sit down, and watch the girl sleep. By the time the sun is setting, Kin is just starting to stir from the sunlight in her eyes. Naruto, Kin-chan, are you feeling better now? Yes, thanks for staying with me. As long as you feel better Kin-chan, Naruto says, running his hand through Kin's hair. Don't think I've forgotten what I've asked you to do Naruto. Kin says, grabbing Naruto's arm and pulling him down on the bed. But Kin-chan, I'll let you off the hook this time, Kin says, cutting Naruto off before he can complain. Great. This date is all ruined because of those bastards. Maybe we should try again tomorrow. No, it's okay. Let's just go and get the battle flute. If we go on another date tomorrow, I do. And think we'll get much further than we did today, Kin says, and you won't be getting away then, cause I'll have Yugito tag along with us. Right. Let's get the battle flute, Naruto says as Kin giggles. When the pair returns to the Kazekage compound, Kin is immediately surrounded by Temari, Yugito, and Matsuri. After ensuring everyone that she is completely okay, Kin manages to sneak away back to her room when the other 3 girls turn their focus and fury on Naruto. How could you've let it happen? Temari screams. But you should have just taken her offer. Everyone suddenly freezes and Temari and Matsuri turn their attention on Yugito in shock from what the Jinchuriki said. What? If he did then the thugs wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. You have a point there. What? Temari-chan, you can't be serious, Naruto says. You actually suggest for him to sleep with another woman Temari. Kankuro asks, are you out of your mind? Why not? I accepted a long time ago that he would do so eventually. But then why did you ask for those 3 months? Kankuro asks. It would look bad on both sides if I didn't Kankuro, Temari says, imagine how crazy Hings would be here in Suna if Naruto takes another wife a week after getting married to me. But Temari, of course, that's not to say I'd allow him to sleep around with every girl he comes across, Temari says. Cutting Kankuro off before he can complain anymore. I have to approve of the girl first. No wonder you were so upset, Yugito says to herself, so do I have your permission yet? Walking up behind Naruto, Yugito drapes her arms around Naruto's shoulder. Sighing, Temari walks up and swats Yugito's hands away. I suppose I should give you a chance, Temari says. Well, you saw what happened with Kin. You're going to have to really work at it. I hope you won't mind if I start right now, Yugito says, pressing her body against Naruto's back. Don't I get a say in this? Naruto says. This from the guy who was gawking at Yugito's naked body a few days ago. Temari says. I can give you another sneak peek if you want, Yugito whispers in Naruto's ear. I just ream. I need to find something in my room, Naruto says, trying to get away from Yugito. I can help you if you want, Yugito says. No, it's okay, Naruto says, finally getting out of Yugito's grasp. Temari, you were crazy to let these girls hang around Naruto. Matsuri says after Yugito runs after Naruto, if any girl tries to get her hands on Gaara like that, I'll make sure no one will ever find her body. The only response Matsuri receives from Temari is a smile and a pat on the shoulder. Giggling, Temari walks upstairs to save Naruto and to get Yugito to check on Kin with her. 4 days after the Kin incident, Gaara and Matsuri's wedding completes without any problem. The 4 Konoha envoys sit right next to the Kage's family throughout the ceremony and the reception. However, whenever Naruto tries to ask Shikamaru about the plan to trap the Akatsuki, Shikamaru would avoid the topic by talking with the other 3 Konoha nins. No matter how hard he tries, Naruto can never get Shikamaru away from Sasuke, Neji, and Shino. Eventually, with the help of Gaara and Kankuro, Naruto traps Shikamaru just as he is walking out of the bathroom. How troublesome. Naruto, if there is something I want you to know, I would have told you already. But what about the plan you were supposed to come up with? Don't worry about it, Naruto. But, let's just get back to the party, Shikamaru says, cutting Naruto off. But Shikamaru, Naruto, at the moment, the less people know about what I'm thinking the better. He has a point, Naruto. There was an Akatsuki spy in the Suna Council when Sasori and Deidara kidnapped me. Gaara says before Naruto can explode, there are too many people here right now, it might be best to keep everything hidden for now. Fine. There you are, Naruto. What are you doing here, Yugito-chan? Naruto screams, hiding behind Gaara. Well, I was looking all over for you. But why are you here? Geez, Naruto. We're standing in the hallway outside the bathroom. You're talking like I'm actually in the bathroom with you, Yugito says, or maybe you're disappointed that we're not in the bathroom together. But I don't really want to be in that situation when there are guests around. Well, don't let us keep you from what you are trying to do, Gaara says, walking back to the party with Kankuro and Shikamaru. You stay, Gaara adds when Naruto tries to follow. Yugito-chan, don't you ever take a break? Why, it's not like I get tired. All we have been doing is chasing each other around. Yugito-chan, perhaps we should give each other a bit more time. Come on, Naruto. This is a good omen. Gaara slept with Matsuri during your wedding and Matsuri got pregnant. Maybe you can get a girl pregnant during Gaara's wedding. I don't mind helping you. Hey, that's not fair. I'm supposed to go first, a voice says behind Naruto. Well, tough luck, Kin. Whoever gets to him first gets the prize, remember. If he's getting any girls pregnant, it won't be the 2 of you. Temari says, walking up to the group, unless you don't mind waiting till after you gave birth to get married to him. I don't mind, Yugito says. Yeah, but Naruto does. Is that why you said you don't mind us chasing after him? Yugito says, glaring at Temari, cause you know Naruto does. Well, no, sometimes accidents happen, but if you're talking about intentionally getting pregnant, I suppose I don't mind waiting on the baby, Kin says, but I really want to cuddle next to Naruto for a few nights. If the bed is big enough, there should be room for all of us, Yugito says. Looking over at Temari, Thinking that the girls are engrossed in their conversation, Naruto tries to sneak away from the scene. However, when he turns his back toward the girls, Temari, Kin, and Yugito have just enough time to run that last thought through their heads a few times. Reaching out, Temari grabs Naruto by the collar and drags him toward their room, with Yugito and Kin following close behind. During the entire week after the wedding, whenever Naruto tried to press Shikamaru for answers, the Nara always managed to find something to distract the hyperactive ninja before sneaking away. With the group due to return to Konoha in a couple of days, Naruto is becoming more and more agitated. The fact that Temari, Kin, and Yugito always tried to hunt him down and corner him at the most inopportune time didn't help matters any, as they were the most common distraction used by Shikamaru to escape. Would you girls stop interrupting me when I'm trying to talk to Shikamaru? Actually, he was the one who told us to keep you busy, Temari says. He already has a plan, but he doesn't want you to know about it. Why not? Because once you find out what the plan is, you would throw a tantrum. Kin says. That means you girls know what the plan is, right? Come on, tell me. No, we don't, Naruto. Yugito says. We're just telling you what Nara told us. Yeah, he said if we knew about it, then we would definitely tell you, Temari says. However, being the sister of the Kazekage does have its perks. I don't know what Shikamaru's plan is, but I do know that a small reinforcement from Konoha arrived at Suna yesterday night. Do you know, Naruto? I don't know who they are, only that it's a small handful of ninjas. That Shikamaru. I'm going to beat him to a pulp when we get back to Konoha. Forget about that bum, Yugito says as she drapes her arms around Naruto's shoulder and presses her body against him. You have a more pressing concern to deal with. Not now, Yugito-chan. I need to talk to Gaara. Ah, can't it wait? No, this is important, Kin-chan. He should be in his office, Naruto. After shaking Yugito off him and thanking Temari, Naruto storms off to the Kazecage's office. Giving a small wave toward Matsuri, who is relegated to desk duty ever since becoming pregnant with Gaara's child, Naruto bursts right through the doors like he did so many times in the Hokage Tower. Oi, Gaara. Naruto. Shikamaru said you would be coming. Gaara says, I have no information for you. Even what I told Temari last night was bordering on too much information. Come on, you can at least tell me who came here. That no longer matters, as they are no longer in the village. What? Turning around, Naruto tries to exit the office only to fall flat on his face. Looking back, a pool of sand has gathered around his ankle, keeping the hyperactive ninja trapped in the office. I cannot allow you to leave the office, Naruto, Gaara says. That is my role within the plan. Gaara, Naruto screams as the Kyuubi's chakra flares up. Naruto, it would be wise to suppress your chakra before the Suna Anbu arrives to detain you. Gaara, Naruto. Temari screams as she bursts into the office. Temari, please escort Naruto back to his room. Where did they go? Naruto screams as the sand creeps up his body, putting him in a full body cast. They left through the east gate. Gaara says, sighing as he reads the look in Naruto's eyes. Thank you, Gaara, Naruto says, his eyes softening before the entire body disappears. Kage Bunshin, you mean you can't tell your husband's most famous technique? So where is, oh no. You should know better than anyone that once Naruto has his mind set on something there is no stopping him. But it's going to put him in danger. Shikamaru already planned for this to happen. He has someone observing Naruto right now. That always plans ahead, doesn't he? I must say that sometimes I'm glad that Suna isn't his enemy. I guess we should thank Naruto for that, Temari says. I can't imagine what would have happened if you had managed to attack Konoha in your perfect form. I fear that neither Konoha nor Suna would not be standing today if that had happened. As soon as Naruto receives the information from his Kage Bunshin, he rushes out the east gate of the village and trails the other Konoha nins. The moment he steps past the gate, Guy and Lee appear in front of Naruto, stopping him from going further. Why are all of you trying to stop me? You already know the answer, Naruto. It is much too dangerous for you to go out there alone. But I need to be out there. Ah, that is why Guy-sensei said, alone, Naruto. Wait, you mean, the two of you? Shikamaru knew that he can't keep you from going out there. Lee says, so he asked us to accompany you just in case something goes wrong. But who's out there with them? My rival Kakashi and the two of us just arrived yesterday. That's it. No offense but, just the three of you. Oh, the two of us are only here to keep an eye on you, Guy says. Shikamaru thought my rival would be more than enough. So where exactly did they go? They should be about 3 hours ahead of us back in the direction of Konoha, Guy says. Then let's go. If we hurry, we can catch up to them. Yosh. Let us proceed, Guy-sensei. Traveling at top speed, the group of three soon arrives at the forest that separates Hai no Kuni from Kei's no Kuni. Throughout the trip, they have not spotted a single trail left behind by Shikamaru's team. Thinking nothing of it, the small group enters the forest and continues toward Konoha. A few miles in, Guy and Lee stop abruptly and fall asleep before their body even hit the ground. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Itachi, is this the best idea your brilliant strategist can conjure? Itachi taunts, your friends might be able to defeat Deidara off to the east, but they are sorely mistaken if they think these two can protect you. Their vulnerability to genjutsu left you exposed to other attacks. They're only here to make sushi and shark fin soup out of your partner. I can deal with you just fine. Is that so? That is correct, a voice says above Itachi, because he has us backing him up. Shino, Shikamaru, Neji, you guys are late, Naruto says smirking, his attention never leaving Itachi. Deidara and Sasori were sent after Gaara, Hidan and Kakuzu were sent after Yugito, you and Kisame were sent after me. Sasori, Hidan, and Kakuzu are already dead. Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei can deal with Deidara just fine. So all we have to do is deal with you and your partner. To fool even your friends to lay your traps for us, impressive. Shikamaru came up with the plan before we even left Konoha, Neji says. We know the Akatsuki have spies in every village, if only to keep an eye on the Jinchuriki. While it is true that Lee is susceptible to genjutsu at this moment, Guy says as he awakens Lee. I can assure you that I didn't make Junin by being trapped in every genjutsu I come across. Do you truly believe you can trap me this easily? Itachi says. Unnerved by what Itachi said, everyone takes a small step backward. Suddenly, Itachi's body breaks down into a large flock of crows. Swinging their arms wildly, everyone tries to bat away the crows as the birds fly around. The ninjas face and block their vision. When all the crows finally disappear, they spot Naruto kneeling on the floor gasping. Naruto, what's wrong? Neji asks, jumping down next to Naruto. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. It would appear that he is no longer here, Shino says. We should head back to Suna. Suddenly a huge explosion rocks the area. Looking up, they can spot a large plume of smoke about 15 to 20 miles off to the east. With one look toward each other, the entire group rushes over to the site of the explosion. When they get there, they spot Kakashi treating injure of Sasuke's injuries. Kakashi-sensei, what happened? Deidara used a kamikaze attack. Sasuke and I barely managed to get away in time. All this planning and we only managed to get one of them, Naruto says. Getting one is better than none at all, Kakashi says. Well, you're all bandaged up, Sasuke. Guy and I will just take whatever's left of Deidara's body back to Konoha. Lee, you have the Hokage's permission to travel to Suna and return to Konoha with the others. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Lee screams, it would be wonderful to visit Kazekage-sama. As soon as the group returns to Suna, they immediately head for the Kagekage's office to report on the mission. They passed by Kankuro at the gate when they returned and they saw Matsuri at Kazekage's office with Gaara, which causes Lee to proclaim his congratulations to the newlyweds. Stopping Lee after about 30 seconds, Gaara promptly kicks Naruto out of the office and orders him to return to the compound. When Naruto arrives at the Kazekage compound, he finds Temari, Kin, and Yugito pacing about in the living room. Naruto-kun, you're back. Hi Temari-chan. Do you have any idea how worried we are about you? Gomen Kin-chan, Naruto says, but hey. The plan worked perfectly. Well, almost perfectly. We were hoping to catch more than just one. Wait a minute, Temari says, what plan are you talking about? You mean, Gaara didn't tell you? Tell us what? Yugito asks. Shikamaru came up with a plan back before we left Konoha. Naruto says, I was worried about Gaara staying in Suna by himself as soon as I found out that he's traveling back. You guys came up with a plan back in Konoha and didn't tell us. Please calm down, Temari-chan. Naruto says, only people who are actively participating in the plan know about it. Don't you trust us? It's not a matter of trusting you or not, Yugito-chan. The more people know about the plan, the more likely it is to leak out information, Naruto says. Beside, we didn't count on you coming along too. Not that we're not happy you tagged along. This way, we don't have to divide our resource to defend two villages at the same time. So you think that I'm just a tag along then? A waste of resource. That's not it, Yugito-chan. I'm sure he doesn't mean it that way, Yugito, Temari says. I really am glad that you're here, Yugito-chan, Naruto says. I have been looking for a chance for us to get to know each other better. Naruto, Yugito says, looking slightly down before stealing her resolve. Well, I guess even if you did think I was a tag along, you don't feel that way anymore with how much time we spent together. Yugito moves behind Naruto and drapes her arms around Naruto's shoulder while pressing her body against his back. Yugito, you can flirt later, Kin says. Naruto still hasn't told us what the plan was. I don't think he would mind. We do. Now stop giving him an excuse to be distracted, Kin says. Even though Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei and Lee were supposed to arrive here in Suna in secret, Gaara made sure the information is leaked out by telling you while someone is listening in. So you guys are just using me as a pawn in the plan. Come on, Temari, let Naruto finish first, Kin complains. Beside Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei, Sasuke, Lee, and I, the others all moved out late last night to set up an ambush in the forest between Suna and Konoha. Naruto says, this morning, Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke created a bunch of cage bunshin to give the impression of us returning to Konoha to draw out the Akatsuki AC. According to the plan, that we leaked out bits and pieces of information too. After waiting long enough for Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke to draw out their target, I send a cage bunshin over to Gaara's office. CE to throw a tantrum and draw everyone's attention. Then Gaara points you to the gate where Guy and Lee were waiting and the three of you head out to where the ambush was, Temari says. That's pretty much it. Hey, wait a minute. All those things you said to Kazekage-sama on the roof. I only know that someone was listening in on us. I thought it was an Akatsuki spy, so I started talking like that to let Gaara know, Naruto says. Shikamaru came up after us and saw you, so he started gesturing toward us that it was a false alarm. All right, Temari says, cutting Kin off before she can say anything. So what happened out there? Deidara used a kamikaze attack to try and take out Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke-tem, but they got away with only minor injuries, Naruto says. As for the trap, we only managed to get Itachi and he got away using a genjutsu. What else happened, Naruto? What do you mean, Temari-chan? You know just as well as we do that you're the kind of guy that leaves out critical information just so we don't fret about you. That's it, Temari-chan. I promise nothing else happened beside the fight with Deidara and Itachi. You probably need some rest after the mission. Go take a nap in your room. We'll come and get you when dinner's ready. Arigato, Temari-chan. As Naruto heads for the stairs, Kin and Yugito try to follow only to have Temari pull them back by their collar. Spinning around, the two girls glare at Temari only to shrink back from a much fiercer glare from the Kazecage's sister. He needs to rest, not to have the two of you jumping on him the moment he lies down. Ah, I'm sure he won't mind. That's the point, he doesn't mind, Temari says. I'm sure he would do anything in his power to make us happy, and normally I would be enjoying his attention like you too. But today he needs his rest. He must have been a nervous wreck yesterday. Everything is out of his control. He can't help Kakashi and Sasuke in their fight and theirs. No, you guarantee that the ambush wouldn't be discovered by the Akatsuki before Naruto gets there. So he probably didn't have a lot of rest, Yugito says. And now you want us to give him some time to recover, Kin finishes. That's right, fine, it's just that I want to get a few more nights in with him. With the wedding over and the Akatsuki taking another blow, we should be handing back to Konoha soon. When we get back, unlike you, Kin and I will be on the back of the line again. I know that Kin would probably want to stay with Tayuya, but if you want, I guess Naruto and I can arrange for you to move in with us, Yugito. That ought to drive the other girls crazy. I guess I'll take your offer. Well, you can pack up and move in whenever you want when we get back to Konoha. 3 days after facing off against the Akatsuki, the Konoha nins bid Gaara, Matsuri, and Kenkiro goodbye and head back home. When they arrive back at their respective homes after reporting back to Tsunade, every one of them is treated to grilling sessions for not alerting their family to the plan. They only found out what happened from Guy when he and Kakashi returned after the completion of the mission. Before arriving back to his mansion, however, Naruto took a side trip with Yugito and brought Temari along to head back to his old house. Instead of helping Yugito pack her belongings, Naruto merely hid behind Temari to avoid the fury of the other girls, as it didn't take them long to put all the pieces together. The girls residing in his mansion, unlike the likes of Tayuya and Sasama, are a lot more understanding. As soon as they see Yugito walking through the doors with her belongings, Hinata and Tenten led Yugito to one of the empty rooms and help her settle in without any questions. Why didn't Tsunade Shisho let me go with you? I can even keep tab on Matsuri's conditions with my medical skills. Don't sell our medic nins short. I'm sure they can do just as good a job, Sakura. That's not what I mean. It would have been nice to just take a relaxing trip out of town for a couple of weeks, Sakura says, but then again, things never tend to be relaxing when you're involved, do they? Naruto: yeah, why didn't you tell us about the plan? Tenten says, coming down the stairs. I'm sure we would have been able to help, unless you think that we would only be in the way. Ah, don't be so down, Tenten, Hinata, Yugito says. Draping an arm around the two girls' shoulder, he didn't even tell me or Temari, and we actually went with him to Suna. It's a shame though, we only managed to get one of them, Sakura says. And if it wasn't for Kabuto's notes and Jiraiya-sama's spy network, we wouldn't even have known that Deidara was still alive. Suddenly, someone starts pounding on the front door. Hinata offers to answer the door and comes back with Sasuke in tow. Oi Naruto, you up for a spar? But you two just got back from a mission, Sakura says. Besides, what's with your attitude? It's your 3 girls, isn't it? Naruto asks. Why bother asking if you already know the answer? See, I told you my girls are more understanding. You'll see eventually. A large pool of intent suddenly settles in the room as Temari, Sakura, Yugito, Tenten, and Hinata all focus their glares at Sasuke. Chuckling nervously, Naruto pushes Sasuke toward the front door with one hand and waves toward the girls with the other, trying to get Sasuke away as quickly as possible. Even with his experience in dealing with angry females from all the arguments between Fubuki, Hana, and Karen, Sasuke is almost completely petrified with fear. As soon as the 2 ninjas are out the door, they start running for their lives toward the training ground. That Sasuke, he's impossible. Just because he's grumpy doesn't mean he should make everyone angry. Just forget about the idiot Sakura. Where are Naruto and Sasuke going anyway? Temari asks. They're probably heading to Team 7's old training ground, Sakura says. I should probably follow them. They're going to need a doctor after their spar if it's anything like all the other spars they've had. I got nothing better to do. Let's go and watch them, Yugito says as she stretches. All 5 girls come to an agreement and head out after Naruto and Sasuke. When they arrive at the training ground, Naruto and Sasuke have just finished stretching. Took you lot long enough to get here, Sasuke says. Back to his old self, the Dobi insisted that we should wait for you all to show up before starting. All Sasuke got as a response is Sakura sticking her tongue out at him. Smirking, Sasuke turns his attention on his opponent, who returns Sasuke's smirk with one of his own. Staring at each other, Naruto and Sasuke get into their stand CE and wait for the other to make the first move. A few minutes later, Yugito finally gets tired of waiting for them to start and throws a kunai toward the ground between Naruto and Sasuke. As soon as the kunai hits the ground, Naruto and Sasuke charge toward each other, exchanging blows. Even with their trained shinobi senses, the girls have a hard time following all the actions. Don't you think that this is enough warm-ups? Sasuke says as the pair leaps back. Hey, I'm just taking it easy on you, Tem. Then how about we get serious? All right, let's go. Hey, don't get too serious. Sakura cried out. At least be considerate of the person who has to put you two back together. Ah, Sakura-chan, I really wanted to show off my new super move. And pray tell, what new super move can you possibly conjure in your head? Oh, you'll see, Tem, you'll see. Well, at least try not to do too much damage, Sakura says, sighing. Like Sasuke-kun would ever need your help, a voice says from behind the group. You should just worry about the little runt. What did you say, Karen? Come on now, there's no need for you two to start fighting, Hana says, getting in between Sakura and Karen to nip trouble at the bud. While the other girls are trying to separate Karen and Sakura, Fubuki and Yugito simply walk off to the side and lean against the trees to watch the fights. When everything finally calms down, Sakura and Karen look over toward Naruto and Sasuke, who have their arms crossed and a scowl on their face. Blushing, Sakura and Karen move toward opposite ends of the training G round as Naruto and Sasuke get back into their stance. Suddenly, Sasuke goes through a short series of hand seals and performs the Kadenhausenka no Jutsu, thinking that most jutsus in Naruto's arsenal is wind-based. However, Naruto counters with the Suiten Bakusui Shoha. Seeing the water vortex, Sasuke uses the Dodendoro Haushi to take advantage of the water, but Naruto counters by using the mud for Dodendoryuden. Getting frustrated, Sasuke uses the Chidori Nagashi, using the water in the mud to make the Doryuden brittle and crumble away. As the earth dragon falls apart and the electric current slowly travels toward Naruto, Sasuke is unnerved by the smirk on Naruto's face. Forming the Rasengan, Naruto guides it toward the ground to counter the Chidori Nagashi. Instead of breaking away like everyone is expecting, the electricity is absorbed into the Rasengan. Everyone stares in awe of the current spinning wildly inside the Rasengan, with occasional electricity breaking away and turning into sparks around the Rasengan. Here we go, Reimei Rasengan. Running toward Sasuke, Naruto slams the Rasengan on the ground right in front of Sasuke. As the Rasengan breaks down from the contact, the chakra is converted to electricity and bolts of lightning strikes outward from the impact point. Cried out in fear, everyone in the training ground except Naruto and Sasuke ducks behind all trees in the area to avoid the lightning strikes. With the close proximity, Sasuke can only use the Chidori Nagashi to block the electric currents, but some still manages to break through and hit Sasuke, forcing him to stumble backward. By the time the Rasengan finally runs out of energy, Sasuke has one knee on the ground gasping for breath. Ha! How do you like my Reimei Rasengan, Sasuke? Che, all you did is use the power of my own technique against me. I know a handful of Raiden techniques too, Sasuke. I could have used my own technique if I want to, as long as I use lightning chakra to form the initial Rasengan. Naruto, how about a little warning before you use something like that next time? Sakura screams from behind a tree. Gomen Sakura-chan, Naruto says, scratching the back of his head. Does that mean it's not a good time to try out my theory on the fire Rasengan? Don't you dare if it's anything like your lightning Rasengan. Tenten screams, we don't need you burning down the entire forest. Actually, I haven't even tried to form it yet. I just figured I would do the same thing I did for the Reimei Rasengan. And just how did you figure out what you did to begin with? Tamari asks. Well, I can't form other element Rasengan like I did with the Rasenshuriken because I have wind affinity. So instead of trying to force the element into the Rasengan, I just add a small bit of that element in and get the rest by combining it with other jutsu, just like the Kufu Suika no Jutsu I used with Yamato-sensei. Well, at least now we know to never question his creativity, Karen says. Walking over toward Sasuke, Karen offers to help the Uchiha back to his feet. When Sakura moves toward Sasuke, he and Karen simply wave her off. Glancing over toward Fubuki and Hana, Karen gives a slight nod before disappearing with Sasuke. Well, that was fun, Hana says. Fubuki, Karen, and I were planning on punishing Sasuke for leaving us behind like that, but you did the job for us, Naruto. Is Sasuke going to be alright? Naruto asks. The Reimei Rasengan was a bit more powerful than I thought it would be. Oh, don't worry about him. Karen will take care of him, Han. Says before glancing around the training ground. You all should get out of here too, before someone comes by and find this mess. After returning home, the girls just go back to what they were doing before heading out to the training ground. Sighing, Naruto takes a seat on the couch in the living room and closes his eyes. Thinking that he needs some rest after the spar, the girls decide to leave him alone. It's not until around dinnertime when Sakura notices that Naruto is staring blankly at the ceiling that they start to become concerned. That is, until Yugito tells them that it's the same look any Jinchuriki would have when they converse with the Biju. I wonder what he needs to talk to Kyuubi about. Sakura says. Do you think he's talking about the Akatsuki? Tenten says. I don't know. It's not like Neko-chan and I can read his mind. Should we wake him up? Hinata says. Dinner is almost ready. Put a bowl of ramen in front of him and he'll come out of it on his own. Yeah, you're probably right, Tamari-san. It's sad really, Sakura says. I've been getting on him for years to eat a wider variety of food. Well, we all know how stubborn Naruto is. But, if we give him to proper incentive, Tamari says. Wiggling her eyebrows at Yugito and Sakura. Just because I'm talking to Kyuubi doesn't mean I can't hear everything you girls are saying. Oh yeah, I forgot all about that part, Yugito says. Tapping her chin and trying to look innocent. You forgot. Tamari and Sakura cried out, blushing bright red. Naruto-kun, what did you want to talk to Kyuubi about? Don't worry about it, Hinata-chan. I was just asking him if he can help me get better at controlling other elements beside wind, that's all. Naruto says. Doesn't seem to be the case though. Yeah, Neko-chan told me that demon chakra and human chakra are slightly different. Don't really understand all the details though. Now Tamari-chan, did you say we're having ramen for dinner? Maybe tomorrow, Naruto. But Tamari-chan. No complaining, Naruto. If you didn't zone out on us the whole day, maybe you would have been able to tell us what you want for dinner. After dinner, the girls all head back to the living room. As such, none of them notice the Naruto heading to his room upstairs as merely a cage bunshin, with the real Naruto sneaking out through the kitchen windows while they are distracted. Creating 2 more cage bunshin, Naruto sends them off before heading out the village gate and toward the training grounds. Leaning against the posts in the middle of training ground 7, Naruto stares at the memorial stone in deep thought. To his right, an elderly man enters the training ground. Upon spotting Naruto, the old man approaches Naruto but stops when he notices the look on Naruto's face. Suddenly, another person enters the training ground. Took you long enough to get here, Tem, Naruto says without looking up, and sorry for asking you to come out this late, Sarutobi Gigi. So what exactly are we doing out here, Dobi? I've recently found out about something that I think you should know, Sasuke. Well, what is it? It's best if you hear about it yourself. Raising his arm, Naruto points toward the memorial stone. Following his hand, the Sandaime and Sasuke notice a person emerging from the shadows of the trees behind the stone. As soon as they recognize who the person is, Sasuke and the Sandaime immediately become on guard and move in front of Naruto. Itachi, what are you doing here? Sasuke screams. Don't worry, he's not here for me, Naruto says, he's here for you. Naruto, are you out of your mind? Sasuke screams, why would you believe anything he says? Because I have confirmation from the only other person who knows about what Itachi told me, Naruto says. Isn't that right, Sarutobi Gigi? I thought we agreed not to talk about it anymore, Naruto, Sandaime says, but I suppose Sasuke does have a right to know, as long as Itachi is willing to tell it. Nodding his head, Itachi tells Sasuke everything leading up to the Uchiha massacre, with the Sandaime filling in the missing pieces. By the end of the tale, Sasuke is sitting on the ground. His legs long since giving out under him, trying to process all the information. Ignoring his brother's reaction, Itachi tells Naruto everything he knows about all the remaining members of Akatsuki. After saying everything that needs to be said, Itachi heads out of the training ground. Before Itachi can even approach the exit, Sasuke scrambles to his feet and grabs Itachi's shoulder. Where do you think you're going? My purpose for coming to this village is complete. Come back to the compound with me, Sasuke says. Sandaime-sama can clear your name. That would mean telling the world that the Uchiha is a clan full of traitors, Itachi says. I was fully aware of the consequences of my actions when I accepted the mission. Itachi, be sure to uphold the proud legacy of the Uchiha name. Despite what our father attempted. The next time I return, it will be as your enemy, Itachi says. Before I leave, I will tell you one last thing, Sasuke. You must have noticed the side effect of your Mangekyo Sharingan by now. The true Mangekyo are not ones of your own. What is that supposed to? I hope you understand what I mean before we meet again. Before Sasuke can say anything else, Itachi's body breaks up into a flock of crows and flies away. Walking up, Naruto puts his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Seeing that he is no longer needed, Sandaime gives a slight nod to ward Naruto before leaving the two young ninjas. All this time I've been grieving for a bunch of traitors. I know it's difficult to accept, Sasuke. I also understand why Sarutobi Gigi and Itachi didn't want you to know about it, Naruto says, but I thought it's best if you understand why everything happened the way it did. Thank you, Naruto. At least, it's some form of closure. It's time I finally put that behind me. Sasuke says, when did you find out about this? Back in Suna, when Itachi had us under his genjutsu. He lured me out there just to talk to me, to tell me what happened back then, Naruto says. I didn't believe him at first, but then I talked to Sarutobi Gigi. I understand, though I don't know why Itachi chose you. He said he saw how I brought you back from the brink of destruction before. He trusts me enough to be there to pull you back again if you should snap. So he knew about Orochimaru and the cursed seal. He said a part of Orochimaru is still inside you, waiting for the moment your mind's defense weakens. Then I suppose we both serve as the prison of Konoha's greatest enemies. This is no joking matter, Sasuke. I've lost control before. If Orochimaru takes over, he won't. I won't allow him to. I have too much to care for now to lose to him. I'm not the one you should be telling that to, Naruto says, smirking. The ones that need to hear it are back in your compound. We should head back, Sasuke says, returning Naruto's smirk with one of his own, before the girls start to wonder where we've gone. Yeah, and we should try to get together sometime so we can teach each other our techniques like we promised. No, what do you mean no? I intend to use my Chidori to cleanse the sins of the Uchiha clan, to return it to its former glory. Just as the Rasengan is the Namikaze clan's legacy, I'll make the Chidori the Uchiha's legacy, Sasuke says. To learn the Rasengan would be infringing on the honors of your clan. Then I won't learn the Chidori either. The Reikiri is Kakashi-sensei's technique. He has a right to teach it to anyone he wishes, and you of all people are the most qualified to learn it, Sasuke says. Don't worry about me. All the variations of the Chidori are the only things I need kept secret. It's like you said, the Rasengan belongs to the Namikaze clan and the Chidori belongs to the Uchiha clan. And just like you, I intend to use the Rasengan to bring glory to my family, Naruto says, and just to let you in on a little secret. I'm starting to work on the Hiraishin as well. What? The Hiraishin? Even the girls don't know about this, so don't tell anyone, Naruto says. I found it in my dad's old room amongst my mother's things. They always said that she was a trickster. It takes someone like me to spot that hidden compartment. Then make sure you make your parents proud with their gifts. I intend to. Just like I promised my father while I was waiting for all of you to show up, Naruto says. Walking up to the memorial stone and tracing his father's name. Good, then I'm sure you'll be able to accomplish your goal. After all, you never fail to deliver on your promises, Sasuke says. I'm going to head back. Karen and Hana will come and track me down if I stay out here much longer. Go ahead, I'll stay out here for just a bit longer. Naruto glares at the scroll in front of him in frustration. He has been trying for the past 3 days and still hasn't made any progress. He even asked out of training with his squad to work on the scroll with permission from Tsunade, who supposedly is the only other person beside him and Sasuke to know of the scroll's existence. Oi, Gaki, Jiraiya says, entering the training ground. What do you have there? What's it to you? Naruto says, rolling up the scroll and hiding it from the Sannin. You don't need to hide it. Tsunade already told me. Arg, I should have known the old hag can't keep her mouth shut, Naruto grumbles. If I didn't need her permission to skip team training, I wouldn't even have told her. Hey, you're lucky she isn't around to hear that. Whatever What do you want with me, Ero Sennin? Well, I can't help you with that technique, but I do want to get you started on working on senjutsu. Senjutsu. What is that? Senjutsu are techniques that you can only learn from sages around the world, Jiraiya says. I learned mine from Ugama Sennin, Shima, and Fukasaku. So how do I learn it? Well, you're going to have to travel to Myobokuzen, and how long would that take? Normally, it'd take ages. But I can summon Shima and Fukasaku and they can take you there instantly. And how long would it take to learn senjutsu? Well, that depends on your chakra control. I can't go just yet. I still have 2 more promises to keep. Promises. I promised Sasama-chan and Isaribi-chan that I would go on dates with them. Oh ho ho. I didn't know you have it in you, Gaki. So how many girls does that make now? Why does it matter? I've been keeping them waiting for a long time. Naruto says, really should have gone with them before I even went to Suna, but the 2 Akatsuki members screwed that up. I didn't even get to spend time with Kin-chan till I actually went to Suna. Well, do you think you can take care of it quickly? I still want to work on the Hiraishin. That can wait. It's not exactly easy to get Ma and Pa to agree to teach you senjutsu, Jiraiya says. You'll still have plenty of time to work on the Hiraishin after you've finished learning senjutsu. I'll have to see if they are available, Naruto says, getting up and heading out of the training ground. Where are you going? I'm going to visit Zabuza's squad. Sasama-chan and Isaribi-chan are on that squad with Yugito-chan. You'll probably have some trouble finding me. Just give the message to Tsunade. Yeah right, you're just probably going to the hot springs anyway. Well, there's a lot of research to be done. If I find out any one of my girls are your targets, I'll make sure you regret it. Fine, fine, I know what's off limits. You have better, for your own sake, Naruto says. I'll see you around. I got to find Zabuza's team before they break for the day. Entering toward the cluster of training grounds around the village, Naruto heads straight for the one that Zabuza's team uses the most often, which happens to be on the opposite end from where he entered. When Naruto finally finds Zabuza, his squad is just about to pack up and head home. Naruto, are you here to pick me up and go home with me? Well, if you don't mind waiting for a short while, I guess I can do that, Yugito-chan, Naruto says. Sasama-chan, Isaribi-chan, can I talk to the 2 of you for a moment? Okay, the 2 girls say, looking over at the pouting Yugito. Don't look so down, Yugito-chan. This won't take too long. We'll head home together afterward. Casting one more apologetic glance toward Yugito, Naruto heads to the side with Sasama and Isaribi. Seeing he is no longer needed, Zabuza leaves the training ground and head home on his own. Listen, Sasama-chan, Isaribi-chan, I know I still owe you 2 a date. So you finally decides to fulfill your promise, Sasama says. Well, I'm hoping to cover the 2 dates soon. Is something the matter, Naruto-san? Isaribi asks. Ero Sennin deck. IDED to take me out of the village to train again. I don't know when I can come back. So I want to fulfill my promise before I leave. But you just got back. I know that, Isaribi-chan. Why the old pervert didn't take me there to train during all that time is beyond me, Naruto says, but supposedly the 2 people doing the teaching are very difficult to convince. So when do you have to leave? Well, after going on that date with the 2 of you, I suppose. What do you mean you are leaving? What about me? Are you just going to leave me here? What if Akatsuki attacks? Yugito-chan, please take me with you, Naruto, Yugito says, grabbing Naruto's hand with both of her own. Absolutely not. You'll be nothing but a constant distraction, Jiraiya says, walking up to the group. What are you doing here, Ero Sennin? This happens to be the quickest way back to the village, Jiraiya says, to which Naruto responds with a look of doubt. Oh fine. I just wanted to make sure this doesn't happen. I've heard from Tsunade how clingy some of the girls can be. Well, that old hag should just mind her own business, Yugito says, crossing her arms. If Tsunade hears that she's going to rip you apart, Jiraiya says. She might be willing to let it slide if it's Naruto, but you have no chance. Naruto-kun will protect me if she tries to hurt me, right? Yugito says, batting her eyes toward Naruto. Ho. She's a deadly one. I should teach you how to ignore these kinds of advances. Before Jiraiya can finish the sentence, Yugito points her right arm toward him and a chakra arm stretches out, grabs hold of the Sennin, and tosses him into the trees, knocking him out cold. All the while, Yugito is still batting her eyes toward Naruto as though nothing is happening. Of course Yugito-chan. Back to the topic at hand here, Sasama says, clearing her throat to catch Naruto's attention. Hehe. Gomen Sasama-chan. Well, Isaribi and I have been talking. I guess we can let you off the hook on the date with a movie and a dinner. And, Sasama pauses and draws circles on Naruto's chest with her finger while Isaribi is blushing as she stands on the side. If you decide to stay the night tea, Hen we'll forgive you for being late too. Hey, that's not fair. You two go and do that only after I moved out. Well, nobody told you to move out, Yugito, Sasama says, and if you wait in line we might have let you in on the fun. Don't I get any say in this? Not after what you did in Suna, the previously quiet Isaribi says. But I didn't do anything. That's not what Kin and Yugito showed us, Isaribi says. All Kin does at home now is cuddle up against the sofa cushions and giggle. Don't forget sighing dreamily, Sasama adds. Wow, that girl's got it bad. That's you fault, Yugito-chan. You were the one that put that crazy idea in Tamari-chan's head. But Kin was the one that wanted to cuddle, Yugito says. Beside, you didn't complain then. It's not that I didn't. I couldn't. The three of you wouldn't let me, remember. Would you have if we let you? Yes, but you girls probably wouldn't have listened. Exactly, Yugito says, grinning. You know us best, Naru-chan. Naruto can only sigh at Yugito's antics as she drapes her arms over Naruto's shoulder from behind and nuzzles against Naruto's cheek with her own. Sometimes I'm jealous of how close you and Naruto are with. How little time you two spent together. You don't have to be Isaribi. All you have to do is sneak into his room, strip naked, and sneak into bed with him. You'll have all his attention by morning. Please don't tell me. You got it, Sasama-chan, Naruto says, sighing again. You have no idea how angry Tamari-chan was. Let's get this over with before Yugito managed to put any more weird ideas in someone's head, Sasama says. This Saturday, you pick both Isaribi and me up at our house that morning, movie, dinner, and whatever else you manage to think of to spend the day. Both of you. Wouldn't you want to have separate days? We can live with just one day for the two of us, for now. Isn't that right, Isaribi? Yes, that's fine with me as well. Well, okay, if you two are sure about it. Even with Tsunade's permission for him to skip team training, Naruto ended up spending the rest of the week with his squad once Tamari and Sakura found out that Naruto is leaving on yet another training trip. No matter what they tried, none of the girls could convince Naruto to remain in the village or take them along on his training trip. Determined as they are to keep Naruto with them for as long as they can. The girls at his house still agreed to let him out of their sight for one day to go out on a date with Sasama and Isaribi that Saturday, even if it meant that Naruto will leave the village shortly after the date is over. Sasama-chan and Isaribi-chan sure are taking a long time, Naruto says as he sits and waits. Oh, they'll be down soon enough, Tayuya says, glaring at Naruto. Can't you just stay and spend the day with all of us today? Kin says, sitting to Naruto's right and hooking her arm around his. But I promised Sasama-chan and Isaribi-chan that I would go out with them today. That's right, Kin. You already got plenty of time with Naruto-kun in Suna, Isaribi says, walking downstairs with Sasama right behind her. Naruto, are you ready to go? Of course, Sasama-chan. You two look great today, Sasama-chan, Isaribi-chan. Thank you, Naruto. Though I'm not quite sure if this is up to your standard considering what Yugito said, Sasama says, smirking. Do you think I'm wearing a bit too much? I'm never going to live that down, am I? Nope. Arg. This is all Yugito-chan's fault. Che, it's not like you have anything to interest Naruto. Conside. Ring that you're flat as an ironing board. What did you say to Yuya? Girls, please stop fighting. Fine. Only because you asked us to, Naruto, Sasama says, huffing. Come on, let's go already. Walking out of the house, Sasama and Isaribi look toward Naruto, waiting for him to start the date off. Scratching the back of his head, Naruto leads the two girls toward the business district. Given that, there are an ample amount of shops and restaurants in that area along with their destination for the afternoon, the movie theater, Naruto figures that they can spend the entire day in just that one district. Surprisingly, instead of concentrating on clothing stores and jewelry stores like Naruto is expecting, Sasama and Isaribi's interest lies in the small arts and crafts stores on the side streets. Even with the few hours they spent combing through the streets before lunch, the two girls manage to find what they consider a hoard of hidden treasures in those stores, ranging from small porcelain dolls to accessories made up of glass, wood, and plastic. Lunch is a quiet affair, as the two girls are eager to finish their meal quickly and proceed to the movie theater. The problem arises when they arrive at the theater, where Sasama wants to see the newest romance movie while Isaribi wants to see the latest adventure movie. It was causing such a scene that Naruto considered using Kage Bunshin even though he detests the idea. Even if he will get all the memory of the events back when the clones dispel, the clones tend to have a mind of their own and, to him, it feels like he's just STANDING on the side watching someone go on a date with the girls when the clones dispel instead of being that person. Finally, the girls settle for first watching the romance movie then turning around and watching the adventure movie right afterward. Both of those movies were great, Naruto says, walking out of the theater. See, there was no need for arguing. We should have seen the adventure movie first, Isaribi says. And why is that? Calm down already, Sasama. I was crying so hard during the romance movie, my eyes were all puffy, I can barely see anything during the second movie. Oh, ellipsis. Well, I guess it was kind of the same for me. Are you too? Don't worry, Naruto-kun. We're all right now, Isaribi says. Are you? Yes, we're sure, Naruto, Sasama says, rolling her eyes. Do our eyes even look puffy to you anymore? Now that you mention it, no, not really, Naruto says. I guess we keep going with the date then. It's a bit too early for dinner. What do you have planned until then? Well, the sun is setting soon. We can either watch the sunset or take a stroll at the park. Sunset. The two girls cried out together. It would only work if we find a romantic setting. Sounds like you already have an idea, Naruto-kun, Isaribi says. Maybe I do. Well, let's go already. We're going to miss the sunset if we keep wasting our time here. Nodding his head, Naruto leads Sasama and Isaribi out of the village and into the training grounds. While they are unsure what Naruto intends to do in the training grounds, but the two girls follow him nonetheless. Eventually, they arrive at a particular training ground that has an unobstructed view of the sky with a table and 3 chairs set up in the clearing. They stop at the table just in time for someone to show up carrying injure baskets. Haku-san, what are you doing here? Isaribi says. Don't worry, girls, I'm not here to intrude. I'm just delivering your dinner for the night. Delivering our dinner? Sasama asks. I don't really have time to fix anything myself considering that I'm spending the entire day with the two of you, Naruto says, so I asked Haku-chan to help me prepare something. I feel kind of bad to have you deliver this all the way out here only to head back on your own. Don't worry, Isaribi, I'm all right with it, really, Haku says smiling. Beside, if I don't head back soon, Kin and Yuya will destroy the kitchen with their attempts at cooking. And they probably would too, considering their cooking skill. Not too often you see someone ending up with soot on their face just from boiling water. Please tell me you're joking, Sasama-chan. Sorry, Naruto-kun. But Sasama, Haku, Yugito, and I all saw it. The look on their face when Haku scolded them was absolutely pathetic. I should probably head back. Enjoy the rest of the date, okay? It looks like you already had everything planned out, Sasama says, but wouldn't you have wasted all this effort if we just settled for a stroll in the park? By the fact that you both like the romance movie, I knew you would pick watching the sunset. Beside, even if you did pick the stroll in the park, I would have still taken you out here for dinner. First your little plan in Suna and now this. You're getting more and more cunning every day, Naruto. We should keep up our guards around you. It's not like I'm going to hurt you girls, Naruto says. Anyway, let's just enjoy the rest of the day together. What do you girls say? Okay, I think we can handle that, Isaribi says, smiling. Naruto's training began as soon as he arrived at Myobokusen. He has been making headway in controlling nature chakra but has been struggling to balance the 4 sources of chakra battling in his body. Controlling physical and spiritual energy has been easy. Incorporating either demonic or natural energy is doable, but balancing those two sources has so far proved impossible, even with his favorite technique at his disposal. Currently, Naruto is meditating, trying once again to balance the conflicting powers. Working hard, Kit. Darn it, Kyuubi, I'm trying to concentrate. Do you know what would happen to me if I lose concentration? Don't worry, Kit, I'll keep that power at bay. I can't afford to have you changing into a toad. Fine. What do you want? You know this isn't going to work, Naruto. My Yuki and nature's energy are natural enemies. They'll never balance out. Quote, can't you keep your Yuki in check? You've used my power too many times for me to do that. Your system basically takes it on its own. So what exactly do you propose? I suppose you can continue to try to perfect controlling my power. Maybe you can override that instinct with enough training. If I find out that you're screwing up my training just so I would train with you. You don't need my help to have awful control, and I don't need to resort to that to get you to train with me. The Kyuubi says, I need you to be strong and survive, remember. If this Senin training is going to make you stronger, I'm all for it. Fine, I'll talk to Pa about it. I'll get to work on your chakra system in the meantime. Opening his eyes again, Naruto finds Fukusaku in front of him. Its trusted staff clutched in the toad's palms, ready to strike at the first sign of trouble. Out of instinct, Naruto raises his arms to block the weapon, even though the toad has no intention of hitting him. Explaining everything to Fukusaku, the toad begrudgingly allows Naruto to break from his Senin training in order to train with the Kyuubi, only because the potential of controlling both nature chakra and demonic chakra is so tempting. Returning to the depths of his mind after the conversation with Fukusaku, Naruto finds the Kyuubi pressed against the bars of its cage, growling as though it's trying to get out. Confused, Naruto calls out to the fox and had to jump back when a wave of chakra crashes out of the cage trying to swallow him. What's the big idea, you stupid fox? Quiet, brat. I think I just found something in your chakra system and I'm trying to force it out. Having no idea what the Kyuubi is talking about, Naruto opens his mouth again but is chased away from the cage by another wave of chakra before he can even utter a word. Grumbling, Naruto stalks off to a corner and waits for Kyuubi to finish with his little game. The last time T.S. happened was when he was sparring against Neji a while back. The Hyuga managed to hit him with a Jiyuken strike, but instead of blasting a short charge of chakra through the afflicted area like he used to, Naruto decided to leave it alone to make the spar a bit more fair. After the spar, the Kyuubi pulled him to the cage so he himself can deal with the chakra block, by forcing the foreign chakra to his stomach and absorbing it. Soon enough, a small section of the walls starts swelling before a burst of chakra blasts through and slowly takes the shape of a human. Well, this is new, Naruto says, walking toward the chakra, which is still swirling about trying to solidify its shape. This isn't supposed to happen, is it? No, I have never seen anything like this before, the Kyuubi says. See you. Rious enough that he won't absorb the chakra until he himself can figure out what is going on. Well, I didn't think I would be making my appearance quite this way, the chakra says as it's finally starting to solidify. It's nice to finally meet you face to face, Naruto. Naruto and the Kyuubi can only stand around in stunned silence as they can finally see the strange chakra's final form. Standing before them, still dressed as the last time anyone has seen the man, is Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha. Taking a small step backward, Naruto reaches up to rub his eyes just to make sure he is not hallucinating. You know, Naruto, I don't think you can hallucinate in your own mind, Minato says, smirking. I left this small bit of chakra with the seal just in case of an emergency. After all, I suppose only I know how to fix that seal if it's ever damaged, and it's not like I'm going to be available after the initial sealing. Oh, Otou-san. Noticing a small movement in his son's muscles, Minato barely has enough time to jump away from Naruto's punch. Putting up his hands in a placating manner, the former Hokage is forced to leap away to dodge another strike. Now, I don't have all that much time here in the first place, Minato says, still dodging his son's strikes, and taking one of those hits is going to shorten my time even more. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? Naruto says, Still trying to land a punch. I'm just made up of chakra. Like your shadow clone, I can only take that much damage before dispelling. Even worse, the longer I stay in this form the more of my chakra I use up. And it's not like I can just recharge myself. I'm just going to completely disappear. But before that I just really want to talk to you. So what do you want? Naruto says, finally stopping. Well, even though I'm not seen by you, I can see everything that has happened in your life, Minato says. First of all, I wanted to say that I underestimated the hostile ity the villagers had toward you, and for that I apologize. I stand by my belief that you humans are the biggest fool on the planet. This is a private conversation, Kyuubi. I would appreciate if you don't get involved. Well, then I suppose you don't have much to say to your son. In theory I can help keep you around, but if you don't want me to get involved, I guess you can just disappear. And how do you propose to do that? There are no alternative source of chakra that I can just take, Minato says. Your presence is already screwing up Naruto's control. If I go about taking his chakra, first it would drastically weaken him due to his chakra being divided up. Second, it'll make his control even worse. In case you haven't noticed, puny human, I have quite a bit of chakra lying around waiting to be used. Kyuubi says sarcastically, in fact infinite if I recall correctly. Not to mention something else you haven't noticed, you already took a small bit of my chakra when I first forced you out of your hiding spot. Wait, what? I did? Well, the more accurate description of events would be I forced a small bit of chakra in you so I can track you more easily, Kyuubi says, and if you take a look at your hands, I'd say you're already making use of it. Minato and Naruto glance down at Minato's hands and are shocked to find that the nails have turned almost claw-like. Just lick. When Naruto receives a boost from the Kyuubi's chakra. Well, it still remains that I only have a limited amount of my own chakra. So if that runs out, I'm just going to turn into a mass of your chakra. And if you allow me the freedom to moderate your chakra, I can make it so that the only chakra you'll be using up is mine, the Kyuubi says, and although this is just a theory, I think you may be able to assist in your son's training if you take up my offer. What do you mean? Naruto asks. Well, if you use your father as the median, a buffer of sorts, between our two sources of chakra, you might be able to control natural chakra for your senin training a bit easier. And what exactly do you get out of this deal? Minato asks, eyeing the Kyuubi wearily. Extra security. Now your son will be fighting not just for his survival, but yours as well, the Kyuubi says. Of course, there's also the fact that if my theory about you being a buffer is correct, your son will get stronger. And I'm even more likely to survive for a long, long time. There has to be more to it than just that, Naruto says. Well, seeing as you can summon me, I could always use a bit more fresh air, the Kyuubi says. And after being stuck here by myself for so long, I suppose this puny human would at least make a halfway decent conversation partner. So you're doing this just because you're bored out of your mind? Well, I also need him to stick around so he can teach you some of his techniques, the Kyuubi says. You still have trouble with that technique with the strange kunai, do you not? Ah yes, the Hiraishin. Quite an amazing technique if I do say so. Myself, Minato says, of course, it's not quite as easy as it appears on paper. I can figure at least that much out, Naruto grumbles. I suggest you make your decision soon. You've already used up my little bit of chakra and I don't suppose you have too much of your own left either. In that case, let's do it, Minato says. Dad, you're going to trust him just based on that? Well, he's right that I don't have much time left, Minato says. Besides, what's the worst that can happen? It would be nice if I can stick around a bit longer. Well then lie in this pool of chakra and I'll let my chakra blend in with yours. We can figure out how to handle the rest of the problems later on. Lying down as instructed, small CES of chakra start rising up before the whole pool rises to the air and crashes right down on Minato's stomach, forcing the former Hokage to let out a blood-curdling cry out. As soon as the process began, it is already over, leaving Minato on his hands and knees, having flipped over during the convulsion, gasping for air. Oh, and the momentary harsh treatment every time you need to recharge is always a nice bonus too. The Kyuubi says, every time you need a recharge, just lie down in that pool and let me handle the rest, and every time you decided you've stayed long enough, I'll drag you back here. Kicking and cried out if need be. I can't exactly let you force Naruto to relearn everything since you've became the buffer. Why you? Wait, Naruto, Minato says before his son goes on a rampage. It's a small price to pay if I can help you become an even better shinobi. But Dad, it's okay, really. I'm a veteran shinobi. It's not the first time I've experienced pain like this, Minato says. It just surprised me this time, that's all. I can deal with it from now on. If you're really sure. Don't worry kid, give your old man a bit more credit Minato says, giving his son a thumbs up, to which Naruto shudders. It's going to take us a few days to figure out how to incorporate your father into helping your training, the Kyuubi says, so let's get back on track on your end training on controlling my chakra in the meantime. Alright, fine. After working together for 2 days, the Kyuubi and Minato finally managed to readjust the chakra flow so that the Biju's chakra will now run through the former Hokage. Given Minato's knowledge in seals, and in particular the one that binds the Kyuubi to his son, he was actually able to help Naruto improve his control of the Biju's chakra. With his improved control over the demonic chakra, Fukusaku allows Naruto to utilize his Kage Bunshin to train in balancing the two sources of power, since he no longer has to play whack-a-mole with the blonde clones. Well, it seems you're starting to get the hang of it, Fukusaku says. It looks that way. Let's try a simple jutsu and see what kind of power we're talking about. What kind of jutsu? A weak one, Fukusaku says only to get a blank look in response. You do know some weak jutsu, don't you? No, not really. Jiraiya didn't tell me much about human techniques. But there must be some weaker ones you do know. Naruto, try Zabuza's Kurigakure no Jutsu. That's just a D rank technique, Minato says from Naruto's mind, having acquired the ability indirectly from the Kyuubi. Kurigakure no Jutsu, huh? Okay, I guess I can do that, Naruto says. I'll just use the normal amount like I did when I was training with Zabuza. Leaping back to give the boy some room, Fukusaku watches as Naruto tries to reach the perfect balance between demonic chakra and natural chakra once again. When he feels what he calls the resonance, Naruto forms the hand seals and a large mist suddenly envelops the training area. This is thicker than it normally is. Thicker than it normally is. I can't see a thing. Fukusaku screams, end the technique. It's going to take forever for the mist to clear. Don't worry, I can deal with it, Naruto says, forming the Udama Rasengan. I'll just clear away the mist around here. Moving his arm around and letting the spinning chakra speed up the process of clearing the mist. Naruto manages to clear a small area, just enough so that he can see the small toad clearly again. In response, Fukusaku leaps up in the air and bashes Naruto on the head with his staff, lecturing him on the value of proper chakra control. Rubbing his sore scalp, Naruto is resorted to being a whiny teenager. Quit your whining. Let's start working on some of baby Jiraiya's senjutsu. You've learned how to control natural chakra but not anything that actually require it to use, Fukusaku says. Now unfortunately Ma isn't here to help with some of the techniques. But we'll just work on some that you can perform on your own. Well, if we're learning jutsu, then, Naruto says as he feels a slight pull. Hold on, Baka Kitsune is calling me. Closing his eyes, Naruto enters his mindscape and find his father standing next to the cage housing the Kyuubi. Wondering what they want, Naruto walks up, only to dodge away from a kunai from his father. What the hell was? Naruto screams, turning toward his father only to find him missing. You really ought to pay more attention, Naruto, Minato says from behind his son. Hiraishin. In the flash, Naruto. That was an awful one, Dad. Well, I haven't exactly had much practice the last decade and a half. Now that you are starting on working on jutsu, your father and I decided to help you on that as well, the Kyuubi says. With your favorite technique at your disposal, you can work on all three kinds without a problem. All three kinds. Your father can work with you on his Hiraishin, I can work with you on demonic jutsu. And you can still go out with work on senjutsu with that stupid toad, the Kyuubi says, if you can manage to keep up with the workload. Is that a challenge? Naruto says with a smirk on his face. Unless you intend to summon me, both your father and I are stuck in here, where only you can access, not your clones, the Kyuubi says. Even then, you can only summon me. So at best you're working one-on-one with you, father. Well, let's make do with what we have, Naruto says. Do you think that it would disturb the balance of chakra around the mountain if I summon you out there? Probably not. You were releasing a massive amount of my chakra when you were trying to control it a couple of days ago, the Kyuubi says. If it does, then you already did plenty of damage back then. Fine, but just let me find a bigger clearing first. Suit yourself. As soon as Naruto left for training, Konoha once again settled back to a peaceful tranquility, just like it was when Naruto left on his training trip. Such a peace is only disrupted, daily, by the many girlfriends the Namikaze left behind. However, a week after Naruto left for his Sennin training, Sasuke finds an unexpected guest in his compound after returning from training with his squad. Isn't that you, Uchiha Itachi? Karen asks. What are you doing here, Itachi? Foolish little brother. I told you before, the next time we meet, it will be as enemies. But Itachi, our final battle cannot be avoided, Itachi says. The fate of our clan and the world is decided by the outcome of this battle. Is there really no other way? Such is the fate of the Uchiha. Let's find a more suitable spot then. Karen and Hana begin to fret as soon as the two Uchiha disappear, turning around toward the third member. They find Fubuki calmly walking toward her quarters. Aren't you the least bit worried about Sasuke-kun? Karen screams. It's Sasuke versus Itachi in an all-out fight, Fubuki says, calmly turning around. First, the whole village will be able to sense their power the moment their fight begins. Second, with their power level, all we are going to do is get in the way. We should prepare whatever tools necessary and head out when their power starts to weaken. We should be able to reach them just as the fight is about to end. But Sasuke-kun might get hurt, Karen argues. I would be surprised if he doesn't. This is a fight between two very powerful shinobi. There is no way either one would be able to avoid serious injuries, Fubuki says. If you would think with your head for a moment, and you'll realize that Sasuke's chance of survival would be infinitely greater if he doesn't have to worry about keeping us out of harm's way. Hana, say something. Sorry Karen, I agree with Fubuki, Hana says. But I do think we should at least let the others know what is about to happen. Sighing in defeat, Karen nods her head in agreement and turns toward the compound's exit. Before he can even take a step, two large waves of chakra wash over Konoha, alerting civilians and shinobi alike. Alarmed, many of the shinobi heads toward the Hokage Tower, waiting for specific instructions from the Hokage. Rushing out, the three girls join the horde and wait in front of the tower. A few moments later, instead of the Godime stepping out, Sandaime appears at the top of the tower to calm air fear and orders everyone to ignore the chakra and return to their previous activities. When the two Uchiha open their eyes again, they find themselves in a large clearing in the middle of the forest surrounding Konoha. The site of the battle between Naruto and Gaara more than 3 years ago during the Chunin tournament. The sand in the area is still clearly visible, and thus preventing most vegetation from growing in the area. Much like the bone forest that still exists somewhere between Konoha and Oto. Even to this day, people traveling through the area is still amazed by the sheer magnitude of the battle to have caused such damage. However, neither Uchiha is present for sightseeing, as they enter their battle stance as soon as they arrived, staring at each other, waiting for the other to make the first move. In the blink of an eye, the two shinobi have already swapped places, each spotting a new bruise on their right arm. Ignoring the slight discomfort, the two shinobi start exchanging the Uchiha's signature fire ninjutsu. Unseen by Sasuke, Itachi actually smirked when he saw that his little brother can match the power of his Gukaku no Jutsu. Increasing the level of the attacks, Itachi's smirk only widens as Sasuke matches every technique. Having enough of exchanging fire ninjutsu, Itachi leaps back and closes his eyes for a brief moment before opening them again, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan. In response, Sasuke mirrors his brother's action, bringing forth his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, a wall of black flame rushes toward Sasuke, who can barely jump out of the way before the flame swallows the area he was standing on, turning the ground into charred glass. Turning his attention from the glass to his opponent again, Sasuke's eyes widen as Itachi is already in front of him. Realizing his mistake, Sasuke tries to close his eyes but is too late as he is already caught by Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Concentrating his chakra to his eyes, Sasuke manages to use his Mangekyo Sharingan to break out of the technique before he suffers its effect, but is left exhausted from the effort. Likewise, Itachi is just as tired from using 2 of his Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities in a row. Suddenly, Sasuke collapses on all fours. His curse seal, which had been dormant ever since his fight against Naruto at the Valley of the End 3 years ago, threatens to take over his body. The chakra exhaustion setting in from the fight gave Orochimaru's soul fragment the opening to try and take over the body. Focusing what chakra he has left to the suppression seal, Sasuke barely manages to force Orochimaru's body to manifest from the curse seal. Using his Yamata no Jutsu, Orochimaru tries to attack both Sasuke and Itachi, with the 8 heads of the demonic snake. Closing his eyes, Itachi takes a deep breath before opening them again. A red skeletal begins slowly emerging around Itachi. Sasuke can only stare stunned at the sheer power emitting from the being. Even Orochimaru, who was splitting his attention between the 2 Uchiha, turns and stares in awe, especially when the arms of the creatures are fully formed, one of which holding something he has been seeking for years. One of the heads of the Yamato no Orochi raises up toward the sky and opens its mouth, revealing Orochimaru in his snake form and the Kusanagi no Tsurugi serving as an extension to his tongue. Tatsuka no Tsurugi, it looks like my lucky day, Orochimaru says. I can get my hands on the legendary sword, claim Sasuke's body, gain the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, and kill Itachi all in the same day. Ignoring Orochimaru's ranting, Itachi simply remains in his spot as the being fully emerges around him. Rearing back, Orochimaru strikes with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi only to have it be blocked by the Yata no Kagami. Looking up, Itachi watches Orochimaru just as the being swings the Tatsuka no Tsurugi at Orochimaru, forcing the snake to back away. Slightly unnerved but undeterred by the ease with which the skeletal being blocked his attack, Orochimaru starts swaying his body round, trying to find an opening to strike again, completely ignoring the exhausted Sasuke behind him. Thinking it has seen something, Orochimaru strikes again, only to be blocked off once again by the mirror. However, this time he can't move away quickly enough to dodge away from the Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Being sliced by the sword, the Yamata no Orochi slowly dissipates, sealed away by the power of the blade, but not before a snake flees from its large demonic counterpart. Despite being minuscule compared to the Yamato no Orochi, Orochimaru is still easily noticeable in his snake form. In reality, just escaping from the suppression seal and using the Yamata no Jutsu has drained him of most of his chakra as well. And he needs spend a lot of time in hiding just to recover. Before he can enter the forest, Sasuke suddenly appears in front of the large snake, head down looking at his feet and still visibly exhausted. Grinning, Orochimaru opens its mouth, hoping to take over Sasuke's body before making his escape. But just as Orochimaru raises his head, Sasuke leaps into the air, and this is the first time Orochimaru notices the storm clouds above. Herein, Sasuke mutters. A large creature made entirely of lightning suddenly emerges from the storm clouds and crashes down to the ground where Orochimaru is, obliterating everything in the vicinity, including the snake. Itachi was only protected from the blast by using his Susanoo. Staggering to his feet, Sasuke looks up just in time to see the gigantic skeletal form of Susanoo fade away. Something about the way Itachi's eyes are looking at him and the way Itachi is walking toward him reawakened the fear Sasuke felt when he witnessed the aftermath of the Uchiha massacre. Concentrating his chakra to his right hand, Sasuke strikes with the Chidori Iso, struck the shocked Itachi's torso. Finally registering what he did, Sasuke cancels the technique and rushes up to catch Itachi's falling body. So you've finally managed to defeat me, Itachi mutters. Itachi, hang in there. I'm taking you back to Konoha. The Hokage can treat that wound. Sasuke, Itachi says, reaching up and grabbing Sasuke's collar, take my eyes and make them your own. It's the only way to eliminate the effect of the Mangekyo. Sasuke, a voice screams from the distance. Sakura, hurry, Sasuke screams, clutching onto Itachi. When the medic arrives, Sasuke notices that not only the apprentice is present, but even the Hokage has left the comfort of the Hokage tower and came to assist. Looking behind the two medic, Sasuke can only groan as he spots Karen, Hana, and a disgruntled Fubuki. Chuckling painfully at his brother's face, Itachi repeats his request to Tsunade while Sakura treats Sasuke's injuries. Nodding grimly, Tsunade carefully extracts Itachi's eyes, even if he's on the verge of dying, much to surprise of everyone present. Walking over to the recovering Sasuke, Tsunade repeats the same procedure, causing Sakura to almost empty her stomach, before implanting Itachi's eyes in Sasuke's empty eye sockets. Putting Sasuke's eyes in a small bottle, Tsunade orders the girls to take Sasuke back to Konoha. Once everyone has left the clearing, leaving Tsunade and the dying Itachi behind, Tsunade glances toward the Uchiha. It'd be such a waste to leave these perfectly fine Mangekyo Sharingan in this bottle, don't you think, little Itachi? Tsunade says, lifting said bottle to her eyes. What do you propose? Oh, I have an idea on what to do with them. Tsunade says, I know I have a new Anbu recruit that can use a new pair of eyes. Sounds like a good idea. I'm glad that you feel that way, little Itachi. 2 weeks later, once Sasuke is released from the hospital and returned home, an Anbu arrives at the Uchiha compound to deliver an urn and a message scroll from the Hokage. Receiving the two items, the sullen-looking Sasuke thanks the Anbu before closing the gate. His job accomplished, the Anbu leaves the area with his Shunshin no Jutsu to return to his usual patrol route before he was called in for the delivery mission. Back inside the compound, the three girls all watch Sasuke as he cradles the urn and walks into his room. While Fubuki is simply leaning against the wall, having already accepted death as part of a shinobi's life when she lost her two teammates in the then Yuki no Kuni, Hana and Karen want to run up to Sasuke, wrap their arms around him and comfort him. When Sasuke closes the door behind him and can no longer be seen, the two girls' shoulders slump as Fubuki scoffs at their reaction and walks away. Glaring at Fubuki's retreating back, Karen and Hana rush up and start Onyo their argument with the former Yuki and Haru Nin. Meanwhile, in his room, Sasuke moves away from the door after the girls have left the hallway, content that he is finally alone. Putting the urn on top of the nearest cabinet, Sasuke takes a seat at his desk and opens the scroll, having been instructed to do so by the Anbu. Committing the message to his mind, Sasuke reduces the scroll to ash as per the instruction on said object and scatters it to the winds. Walking to the windows, Sasuke looks up at the clear sky just as two ravens flew by. Frowning, Sasuke gathers his ninja gears and heads out to the training grounds. Noticing the expression on Sasuke's face, the three girls immediately become completely silent. Gathering their gears from their respective rooms, Fubuki, Hana, and Karen quickly follow Sasuke out of the compound. Sasuke-kun, Karen whispers, don't worry about me, I just want to get some training in. Maybe we can train with you, Hana says, you know, like team training. I don't see why not. Sasuke says before pausing and looking up, so the Dobi is back, that didn't take him long at all. The Dobi, Karen says, Naruto, he should be at the tower right now. I thought he was supposed to be going through some top secret training and was supposed to be gone a long time. Hana says, how is he back so soon? Never underestimate his ability to learn, Sasuke says, smirking. Suddenly, a large explosion rocks the edge of the village. While the girls are staring in shock, Sasuke turns toward Karen and orders her to use her power to check what happened. Before Karen can even start, a large fire cat rises up in the barren training grounds near the site of the explosion. Telling the girls to head to the Hokage tower, Sasuke himself rushes toward the demon cat. When Sasuke arrives at the scene, he spots 6 people in Akatsuki cloaks fighting the demon cat, but before he can even jump into the fight, something crashes down from the sky and destroys one of the members. Naruto, Sasuke mutters. Yugito-chan, fall back and protect the village, Naruto orders, I'll handle them here. But Naruto-kun, Yugito says, back in her human form. Go, I'll be fine. Turning around and rushing out of the training ground, Yugito casts one glance toward Sasuke, whom nods to her and waves for her to move along. Once Yugito has cleared out of the area, Sasuke moves in next to Naruto and gets into his fighting stance. So you've gotten a new look, Sasuke says. I hope you have some new skills to go along with it. Don't ever underestimate me, Sasuke, Naruto says. We already seen 6 of the 9 members, Sasuke says. Either they've been recruiting or something's not right. Look at that body. It looks completely mechanical, Naruto says. I'd say it's the latter. To think that you can take out Shirado this easily. You are stronger than my intelligence network indicates, one of the Akatsuki members says. However, your resistance will be in vain. Surrender now, Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. So you're the leader of this group, How about you get out of my village and I'll consider not destroying you instead. You cannot defy the will of God, the Akatsuki member says. I will show you the true meaning of pain. Then perhaps you will understand why you don't stand a chance against us. Before the remaining members can make a move, Naruto and Sasuke are driven back by a shower of paper shuriken. They are soon joined by Jiraiya, who was the original target of the weapons. Meanwhile, a young woman with short blue hair and wings made of paper dressed in the Akatsuki cloak hovers behind the 5 remaining members. Konan, Yahiko, I never would have thought that you two would be members of Akatsuki. Jiraiya-sensei, we do not wish to fight against you. So please do not get involved, Konan, the girl in the back, says. Our target is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. You should leave while you still have the chance, Yahiko. The leader of the remaining Akatsuki members, says. That includes you as well, Uchiha Sasuke. Behind Yahiko, another of the Akatsuki members summons some large being which swallows up the destroyed member before the destroyed member emerges again, completely restored. I fought against all of them before, are you sure, Ero Sennin? The hair color was different, and I am pretty sure that they were all dead by the time I was done with them. That might explain why that thing looked more mechanical than human, Naruto mutters. Konan and Yahiko are from AIM, but what bothers me is that there's supposed to be another one of them. And you would know about that. Why? I taught them back in AIM after Dainiji Ninkai Taisen, Jiraiya says. The 3 of them were orphaned by the war when we found them. So that's why that woman called you sensei. And since you taught them, you must know their abilities as well, Sasuke says. So what's the plan? Like I said, there should be another one of them. And what concerns me more is their eyes. Eyes, Naruto says, finally noticing the 6 Akatsuki's eyes, some kind of Kekkei Genkei. Rinnegan, Jiraiya says. There are only 2 people I know of that has this ability, and I know for sure that none of them possess that power. Which 2 are we talking about? Naruto asks. The first was Raikudo Sennin. The second is Nagato, the person who isn't here right now. Rinnegan, Raikudo, Sasuke says. There are 6 of them and they called the one just got put back together Shirado. Shirado Jiraiya says. Oi, Tem, Ero Sennin. Care to fill me in? The 6 paths of reincarnation of Buddhism, Tendo, Shirado, Ninjendo, Shikushudo, Gakido, and Jigokudo. And how would you know about all that, Tem? I'm from a prestigious clan. I had to learn a lot more than just how to be a ninja when I was growing up. It appears that you will not leave, Yahiko says. If you are done conversing, we should begin. The way he's talking, I'm guessing he's Tendo, Naruto says. Since you came back, you must have mastered Senjutsu training, am I correct? Jiraiya mutters. That and then some. YD. Aren't you deal with that woman in the back, Ero Sennin, Naruto says, and Tem can take care of the guy spying on us. And leave you to take care of all 6 of them. Sasuke says. Look, you're just going to get in the way staying here. I can deal with them. But, let's go, Sasuke. If Naruto really learned as much as he claims, then we really would only be holding him back. Fine, but if they catch you, I'm going to bring you back, then laugh in your face for the rest of your life. Well, that does it. Now I'm really motivated to beat them all, Naruto says, already entering sage mode. Don't get too cocky, kid, Jiraiya says. All 3 Konoha nin rush up at the same time, with Naruto and Sasuke clearing a path for Jiraiya to go after Konan. Once Jiraiya chased Konan away to another training field, Sasuke vies off to the side and attacks a shocked Zetsu, leaving Naruto to deal with the 6 remaining in the training ground. Now that they are out of the way, what do you say we get started? To be so foolish to think that you can face us by yourself, your arrogance truly knows no bounds. Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. Well then Yahiko ni-chan, let's see what you can really do then, Naruto says before thinking to himself. The big one in the back can revive the others, I have to get rid of that one first. But I still have no idea what the other 5 can do. Eyeing the 6 paths wearily, Naruto fires a bunch of kunai at his opponents before jumping back, designed to hit the path capable of bringing back the dead if the 5 in front attempts to dodge. Yahiko simply smiles and moves in front of the others and deflects them away with his power. So that one blocks physical attacks, let's see how you do against ninjutsu. Forming hand seals and making sure he uses the proper elemental chakra. Naruto uses Fuden Renkuden against the 6 paths only to have another path move in and absorb the attack with the others all staying in their spots, almost mocking Naruto's efforts. That one absorbs chakra-based attacks. I need to get around those 2 and the 3 behind them to get to the one in the back. Do you finally start to comprehend the difference in our level of power? Yahiko says. Despair in knowing there is nothing you can do as we extract the Kyuubi and the Nibi. Suddenly, the path that was brought back to life fires a barrage of projectiles. Smirking, Naruto watches as the missiles descends upon him before taking a deep breath and uses Fuden Daitapa to send the missiles awry. Taking advantage of the smokescreen created by the techniques and the missiles, Naruto circles around the group, hoping to catch the path in the back unaware. However, a large rhino suddenly comes through the smokescreen forcing him to dodge away before being kicked into the trees by another path. Using those weird missiles, summoning, and taijutsu, that covers all 6 of them, Naruto mutters, to show me what each of them are capable of, and he calls me arrogant. Looking up toward the 6 paths, Naruto forms 2 Kage Bunshin before moving them in front of him and have them go through hand seals together. The chakra-absorbing path moves in front of the other 5 paths while the summoning path brings out injure other deformed beasts. Completing the sequence of seals, a large number of ice mirrors materializes and surrounds all 6 paths as well as the summons. Before they can try to break any of the mirrors, the Kage Bunshin releases the Bakuretsu Hyusho and the resulting explosion destroys the summoning path in the back and all his summons as well as the chakra-absorbing path in front who was trying to absorbing the attack. The restoration path is safely hidden in the middle by the summons and the other 3 paths, who suffered minor injuries from the blast. Udama Rasengan. The other 4 paths look up to see Naruto charging in right after the blast with the giant private parts of chakra aiming right for the flat-footed restoration path STA. NDING between Yahiko and the charging Naruto. Shirato fires off almost every missile in its arsenal trying to stop Naruto, but the Udama Rasengan simply destroys them on contact. Just as he's about to reach his target, the taijutsu path moves in the way and takes the hit himself. The threat averted, the remaining 3 paths all leap back away from Naruto. To think you are capable of destroying Chikushudo, Gakido, and Ninjendo in such a short amount of time. You surpassed my expectations. Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Yahiko says before noticing the marks around Naruto's eyes. Senjutsu, of course. You were Jiraiya Sensei's student after all. However, you luck ends now. Senjutsu Rasenrangan. Yahiko barely got the last word out before a loud crash next to him disrupted him. A Kage Bunshin descended from the sky and destroyed the restoration path before dispelling. Turning his attention back to Naruto in anger, Yahiko barely dodged away from the charging Naruto, but Shirato behind him took the full blow of Naruto's Senjutsu Udama Rasengan. Now it's just you and me, Naruto says, standing up from amongst Shirato's destroyed parts. Jigokudo and Shirato as well. I have truly underestimated you, Namikaze Naruto. Yahiko says, but you will come to learn that I'm much different than those 5. I will simply replace those 5 once I have captured you and Nibi. I think your corpse will be most useful. Corpses? Is that all they are to you? Ero Sennin did say that he was sure he killed all of them before already, Naruto says before his eyes suddenly widens. You and Konan Ne-chan both have those weird metal piercings too, and there is one of you missing. Does that mean the last one is the one controlling all these bodies? To come up with this conclusion just from one simple sentence. You are indeed full of surprises, Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. So where are you hiding, Nagato ni-chan? That is something you will never find out. Guess I'm just going to have to beat it out of you. Creating a cage bunshin, Naruto and the clone both raise their hands as a column of sand suddenly rises up and swallows up Tendo, leaving only the face exposed. Putting their hands together, Naruto and the clone force the column to condense into a sphere and lifts the sphere into the air. Sabaku Q. I believe this is Aikibi's technique, Tendo says, however, it's hardly adequate to contain me. Shinra Tensai. The sand sphere explodes outward, freeing Tendo from its imprisonment. Before Naruto can continue the assault, Tendo uses Sweden Bakusui Shoha while still in the air to force Naruto away. Instead of being forced away by the tidal wave, Naruto uses the water in combination of his Fuden Rasengan to form the Gufu Suika no Jutsu and make use of the smokescreen to hide his location. Such a trick cannot fool a god like me. Shinra Tensai. Seiatsu. Just as Naruto is about to charge through the smokescreen to attack, a large force suddenly crashes down from Tendo, chasing away all the smoke and slam Naruto to the ground. By the time he can move again, he can see that the entire area had turned into a crater by the last attack. I can't even get close to him. Naruto mutters as Tendo finally lands on the ground. How the heck am I going to attack him if I can't get close to him? Perhaps now you will finally surrender Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. Not a chance. Naruto screams. You're not the only one with an ace up your sleeve. Reaching into his weapons pouch, Naruto fires 5 kunai at Tendo, who simply tilts his head to dodge the first before using Shinra Tensai to block the other 4. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto fires more weapons toward Tendo only for the same thing to happen. He would dodge away from the first few before blocking the rest with his technique. So he can't hold that technique forever and he can't use it in succession, Naruto thinks to himself as he dodges away from Tendo's Sweden techniques. But how big of a window do I have? It seems your control of nature chakra has finally abandoned you, Tendo says, breaking Naruto out of his thoughts. This will be over soon enough. I have more than just nature chakra. Let's see how you do against the power you so desperately want to capture. Naruto says before thinking to himself, I can probably go 6, 7 if I really want to push it. 8 is probably too much even with my dad acting as the buffer. Alright, 6 it is. The ground starts trembling as tail after tail starts sprouting from Naruto's backside, stopping only when 6 tails are flowing freely. When the transformation is finished, Naruto is standing on all 4 with the Yuko no Kuromo covering his entire body. Opening his mouth, Naruto gathers chakra to his mouth and fires the Bijudama at Tendo. Raising his hands, Tendo tries to deflect the Bijudama with the Shinra Tensai only to be pushed back by the power of the Bijudama. Despite his hands trembling from chakra burn, the technique served its purpose of keeping the Bijudama away from him. Even so, seeing the power of the Jinchuriki greatly disturbed Tendo. Moving after his opponent, Naruto pauses briefly when he sees Tendo raises his hands. Bansho Tenin. Dumetsu. Digging his paws into the ground, Naruto waits until just before Tendo uses his technique to charge in. However, instead of being pushed away, the technique actually draws Naruto toward Tendo, making him lose his footing. Using the momentum of Naruto's charge as well as his own technique, Tendo pushes Naruto into the air before following up with a second technique. Shibaku Tensai. Quote, loose rocks from around the training ground rises up into the air and slams against Naruto's body. Soon enough, a large sphere of stone and earth hovers above the training ground. Holding the 6 tails form within. Just as Tendo is about to relax thinking that the battle is finally over, tail after tail punches through the stone sphere until 8 tails emerges and the sphere crumbles away, revealing Naruto's 8 tails form. Inside his mind, Minato is working frantically to help Naruto regain control. Come on son, snap out of it, Minato says, trying to drain off enough of Kyuubi's Yuki so Naruto can regain control. Huh, what, Dad? Naruto says groggily, what's going on? Snap out of it, you just went 8 tails, and I just told myself not to push beyond 7. You still have a fight to finish. Get back out there, right? Closing his eyes, Naruto tries to regain his focus before opening his eyes again. Looking up, Naruto is just in time to roll out of the way of the Kokushin. Kicking the blade out of Tendu's hands, Naruto manages to land a solid punch before Tendo can use his techniques. Looking at Naruto, you can see the sage markings around Naruto's eyes again. Sage mode once again. You are starting to become an annoyance, Tendo says. I can say the same about you, Naruto says. I have people worry about me back home, so I can't waste any more time here. Let's end this. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Sending his clones to attack Tendo, Naruto stays back with one last clone and gathers chakra to his right hand. With the clones blocking Tendu's sight of Naruto, Tendo simply uses Shinra Tensei to cast aside and destroy all the clones. As the Shinra Tensei dies down, Naruto fires the Rasenshuriken at Tendo. Even from amongst the smokescreen created by the destroyed clones, Tendo still senses the massive chakra coming through the smoke. However, he doesn't have enough time to use the Shinra Tensei again, so he opted to dodge away from the incoming attack. As soon as the massive private parts of chakra passes him, the Rasenshuriken turns into another Naruto clone and the clone fires a kunai at Tendu's feet. Seeing that the weapon poses no threat, Tendo simply sidesteps the kunai and let it land harmlessly next to him. Looking back toward the real Naruto, Tendo is about to taunt him for his failure once again when Naruto disappears in an orange flash. Stunned, Tendo doesn't have enough time to react to Naruto suddenly appearing right next to him, right where the kunai landed moments before. Nor does he have enough time to defend himself against the Senjutsu Udama Rasengan in Naruto's hand. Rushing up to the downed body of Tendo, Naruto removes all the piercing he can see in Yahiko's body to make sure that Nagato can't control it again. Looking around, Naruto picks up the Kokushin that he knocked out of Tendu's hand earlier and stabs himself in the hand with it. Using his nature chakra, Naruto traces the signal back to where Nagato is hiding. Throwing the Kokushin away, Naruto destroys it along with all the piercing he removed from Yahiko's body with another Udam. A Rasengan before picking up Yahiko's body and heading toward where Nagato is hiding. When he arrives, he is greeted by the arriving Jiraiya and Sasuke along with an Anbu accompanying the Uchiha. Ero Sennin, how did you guys get here? I managed to follow Konan for a while before I lost her. Then I found you heading this way and followed you instead. That little plant man managed to get away from me, then I saw you running this way and followed you. You guys should head back. Let me handle this. Sorry Naruto, but they are my students. I believe we have a right to be here as well Naruto, Sasuke says. We won't interfere, but I want to see who my brother was working for this whole time. And the Anbu? Naruto asks, eyeing the person wearily. He stays with us, Sasuke says. Turning back toward the massive tree in front of him, Naruto is about to punch through the bark when pieces of paper moves aside, revealing Nagato and Konan waiting inside. Neat trick, Naruto says. Walking inside and leaning Yahiko's body against the side. Nagato, what happened to you? Jiraiya asks, seeing the condition his last student is in. What happened to all three of you? Jiraiya-sensei, Konan says. Surely you have some inkling of what happened. No, I don't. My spies could never get into aim. Then my technique was more successful than I thought, Nagato says. You already kn. Ow, everything that happened to us up to the point you left, so we'll just start from there. After you left, Yahiko, Nagato, and I gathered some like-minded shinobi together and formed Akatsuki, Konan says. Our purpose was to create a better aim so that orphans like us will never appear again in aim. We even attracted the attention of Sanshuo no Hanzo and he kidnapped me to force Yahiko and Nagato to meet with him. Hanzo was afraid of our power and laid a trap for us with the help of a Konoha-nin. During the battle that followed, Yahiko was killed and I used one of the forbidden Tekken IQs with my eyes and ended up as I am now. After Yahiko died, we realized that to create true peace, we need to spread our influence beyond aim. That is why Akatsuki became what it is today, and that is why we are capturing Jinchuriki. Konan says, to gather all the Biju and make use of their power to influence the shinobi villages to abandon their militaristic ways. To rule by fear, how? Do you ever hope to achieve true peace that way? Naruto says. Do not speak of things you know nothing of, child. Nagato screams, what do you know of our suffering? Do you think you are the only orphans in the world? How do you think I lived all this time? Naruto screams back, my father sealed the monster that almost leveled my entire village in me by killing himself. I grew up by myself in this place, and for the first 12 years of my life had almost no one that truly cared about me, and almost everyone in the village wanted me to just disappear from the face of the earth. They even go out of their way to make sure that my life is as miserable as possible. Don't tell me I don't know anything about suffering. While Nagato showed no emotion at all to Naruto's outburst, everyone else are either shocked by the revelation or has a guilty look on their face, even Konan. Reaching into his clothes, Naruto pulls out a small book and holds it in front of his face. To think that arrow say, "NNIN thought highly enough of you to think that you can actually change this world for the better," Naruto says, throwing the book at Nagato. He wrote a whole story of a savior of the world based on you and dedicated it to the three of you. I only happened to get the hero's name because my parents were inspired by the hero of the story so much. The book hits Nagato in the chest and falls to the ground with a thud. Bending down, Konan picks up the book and sees the note on the back cover of the book. Eyes glistening with unshed tears, Konan holds it up so Nagato can see the note as well. T.S. page wasn't there in the book you left behind, Nagato says, looking toward Jiraiya before breaking down into a coughing fit. Nagato, Konan says, checking on her friend. Shibaku Tensei took more out of me than I thought. I know you dream is to create an everlasting peace leader, the Anbu says, walking up, but you're going about it the wrong way. Perhaps you should give this child a chance, leader. He managed to change the destiny of the Uchiha clan and brought peace to the Avengers' mind. Maybe he is the one who can achieve your ultimate dream. Who are you? Nagato says amidst his coughing fit. Reaching up, the Anbu removes his mask, revealing Uchiha Itachi's emotionless face. So he managed to bring peace to you as well, Itachi, Nagato says. Jiraiya-sensei, do you trust this child as well? I do, Jiraiya says without a hint of hesitation. Do you promise to fulfill everything Yahiko and I set out to do, Namikaze Naruto? Nagato asks. Nagato, Konan says, looking toward her friend. Like I said, Shibaku Tensei took more out of me than I thought, Nagato says. I don't think I have much longer in this world. I promise, Nagato Ni-chan. Everything you and Yahiko Ni-chan set out to do, promised to do. I promise I'll complete it, Naruto says, and I never break my promises. Good. Then I leave my dreams to you, Namikaze Naruto. Prove to me that you deserve your name. Suddenly, Nagato is caught up in another coughing fit. So much so that he starts coughing up blood. Alarmed, Konan starts patting her friend's back, hoping to ease his suffering. Gesturing for her to step back, Nagato coughs up a large glob of blood as soon as Konan obliged. Nagato, Konan screams. Jiraiya-sensei, Konan, help Naruto fulfill his promise to me. Don't worry, Nagato, I'll put my life on the line to make sure our dream is achieved, Jiraiya says. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato, Konan whispers, slumping to the ground as Nagato takes his last breath. Konan Ne-chan, I'm sorry. Naruto, I'll make sure you keep your promise to Yahiko and Nagato, Konan says, I'm going to tell you everything I know about the man behind Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, how is he still alive? Itachi asks, and why is it that I've never seen him in any of the meetings before? You just don't know he's Madara. Surely you can't forget someone as odd as Tobi. Tobi is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. That name sounds kind of familiar. Did you not pay any attention to the history classes at the academy? Sasuke screams, throwing his hands up in the air exasperated. Hey, Mizuki was teaching half those classes. Naruto says, it's not my fault he screwed up my education. What about the time we fought at the Valley of the End? One of the statue there was Shudaime Hokage Senju Hashirama. The other was Uchiha Madara. Well, excuse me for paying more attention to beating you than looking at the scenery. Are those two always like this, Jiraiya-sensei? Konan asks, shocked by the display of the two teenagers. With their little rivalry, I'd say this is pretty much par for the course. What has Nagato done leaving his dreams to this child? Oh, they might look like they don't have a care in the world, but there is no one more dependable once they set their mind to doing something. Jiraiya says, by the way, maybe you should save the debriefing for when you meet Tsunade Haim. She is the Godime Hokage Conan. I should just give my report to you. I still need to take Nagato and Yahiko back to AIM. Wait, you're going back to AIM? Naruto asks, breaking off his argument with Sasuke, but if this Uchiha Madara is really the hidden leader of Akatsuki, he's going to come after you once you go back. Now that you've turned your back on him, then I will kill him myself or die trying. No, Nagato Ni-chan and Yahiko Ni-chan wouldn't want you to throw your life away like that. They would want you to see the peaceful world with your own eyes. Yeah, beside, Naruto did promise to fulfill all of Nagato and Yahiko's dreams and promises. Jiraiya says, if you go and die just like that, how can Naruto keep his promise to Nagato? Jiraiya-sensei, perhaps now is not the best time to bring that up. Perhaps you're right about that. But Naruto is correct as well. You are too valuable an ally for us to lose just like that, Jiraiya says. You're staying in Konoha and that's an order from your sensei. But Jiraiya-sensei, no buts Conan. I should never have left the three of you behind like I did back then, Jiraiya says, if I had took the three of you with me. Perhaps Nagato and Yahiko would still be alive today. I'm not going to make the same mistake again with you. Very well, Jiraiya-sensei. Great, so let's go and see Tsunade Ba-chan. When the group enters Tsunade's office, both Naruto and Sasuke are spotting blushes while Jiraiya is looking away from the group, particularly the young woman standing behind the two teenagers. Standing in front of the group, Itachi's face is hidden behind the Anbu mask, but Tsunade can spot the slight tilt of his head away from the group. Confused by the display of her ninjas, Tsunade turns her attention to the last person of the group. The young woman is currently wearing one of Naruto's spare cloaks, but Tsunade's attention is only focused on the blue hair and the paper flower ornament on her head. Tsunade has a sinking feeling that she should recognize the young woman from somewhere, but she can't remember exactly where she had met this woman before. Instead of dwelling on that line of thought, Tsunade leans back in her chair and waits for the group to give their report. All right, so what happened exactly? Well, Akatsuki attacked Yugito-chan trying to capture her, Naruto says. That's why I left so suddenly. I know that already, brat. I want to know what happened after you left the office. Naruto spends the next half an hour recounting his fight with Pain and his talk with Nagato afterward. When he finished, Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Itachi also gave their reports regarding their fights and their view of the conversation. Naruto, you're going to be the death of me someday. Tsunade says, eyeing Conan wearily. Jiraiya, Itachi, are you too sure that we can trust her? I can vouch for her, Tsunade. Jiraiya says, Yahiko and Nagato are both dead. Naruto and I are the only ones she has left in this world. I can also tell you all I know about the brain behind Akatsuki's operation, Conan says. Without that man, Nagato would never have thought of capturing the Biju. Tell me everything about Akatsuki, from its foundation to how it got to be what it is today, to everyone that's still a part of that organization, Tsunade says. Nodding her head, Conan takes a seat in one of the chairs and begins recounting her tales. By the time she finishes, Tsunade casts a weary glance towards Jiraiya before calling out to Shizune to ask the Sandaime to come to the Hokage's office. Gesturing for the youngsters to move to the side, Tsunade leans back in her chair and glances out the windows. Shizune said you were looking for me, Tsunade. Sarutobi asks as he enters the office 15 minutes later. Yes, Sarutobi-sensei. Please take a seat, Tsunade says. Now Conan, please describe that Konoha nin that you mentioned. Casting a confused glance toward Tsunade, Conan nods her head, and instead of describing the Konoha nin in words, Conan reaches for the garbage and extracts injure pieces of paper and creates a model of the person with the junk paper. Danzo. What is going on, Tsunade? Sarutobi-sensei, have you ever assigned Danzo and a group of Konoha Anbu to assist Sanchuo no Hanzo to quell a rebellion in AIM? Of course not. Why would I send a member of the council out on a mission? Just the Anbu then? Tsunade asks. No, I don't even recall that there ever was a rebellion in AIM. Sarutobi says, you have yet to tell me what's going on, Tsunade. This young woman here is an orphan from AIM that Jiraiya took under his wing, Tsunade says. She witnessed Danzu's participation in the extermination of the rebels. Revolutionaries, Conan says. We succeeded in removing the tyrant Hanzo. Right, Revolutionaries, sorry about that, Tsunade says as Konan nods. Regardless, from what you told me Sarutobi-sensei. Danzo did this on his own with his own squad of Anbu. We've let him off the hook on too many things. This is the first concrete piece of evidence we have on him. Jiraiya says, we have to do something about him this time. We've only managed to deal with the Hyuga clan. The other clan's elders and the civilian council still supports Homura and Kaharu and they still support Danzo, Tsunade says. I'm still uncomfortable about the fact that he has a personal army. He is under the illusion that what he is doing is for the good of Konoha, Sarutobi says. I will talk to him about that and make him see the errors of his ways. No offense Sarutobi-sensei, I doubt he will be willing to listen much less change his way, Jiraiya says. We don't have much of a choice. We have to call AF. Clan head meeting and hope that we have enough clan heads on our side, Tsunade says. Naruto, Sasuke, you two are to take the Namikaze, Uzumaki, and Uchiha seats in the clan head meeting. We need as many votes on our side as we can get. Should we talk to them first to gauge their response? Naruto asks. No, I don't want any information leaking out whether we trust them or not, Tsunade says. If we don't deal with him in one shot, we might just as well have detonated a time bomb in the middle of Konoha. Tsunade-sama, Shizune asks through the door. What is it Shizune? Akumo D. Delegation had just arrived and is requesting an audience with you regarding a very important matter Tsunade-sama. Casting a confused glance at everyone in the room, Tsunade gestures for Naruto, Sasuke, Konan, and Itachi to stand aside and for Jiraiya and Sarutobi to flank her before telling Shizune to send them in. Greetings Hokage-sama, the leader of the delegation, a young woman with blonde hair and an impressive bust that immediately drew Jiraiya's attention says. Oi ya old lech, if you don't stop staring at Samui's chest I'm gonna rip those eyes right out of ya. The group turn their attention on the dark-skinned woman standing behind Samui from the outburst. Balling her fist, Tsunade swings her arm out and hits Jiraiya below the belt, causing him to double over before sending him crashing to the walls completely knocked out with a kick, all while staying in her seat. This time, it's the three members Kumo delegation that stare at the Hokage in shock. They've heard stories about the slug Sanin's strength, but hearing about it is one thing, and seeing it up close is quite another. They only managed to snap their jaws shut when Tsunade gestures for the Anbu to stand next to her and take over Jiraiya's place. So for what purpose did the Raikage send a delegation to Konoha? Tsunade asks. Kumo and Konoha have not interacted with each other since the Hyuga incidents, both of them. Yes, Raikage-sama wishes to express his apologies for those unfortunate incidents. We are here for two purposes, Samui says, putting a scroll on the Hokage's desk. First, Raikage-sama had sent delegations to each of the four other great nations with messages calling for a summit of the Five Kage. Summit of the Five Kage. Sarutobi asks, may I inquire as to what happened for the Raikage to take such a drastic step? That is related to the second purpose of my visit, but may I ask who I am speaking to? This is Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage of Konoha and my sensei, Tsunade says. My apologies for my disrespect Sandaime-sama, Samui says, bowing slightly and causing both Sarutobi and Itachi to look away lest they incur Tsunade's wrath. My sensei and Hachibi Jinchuriki, Killer B, was recently captured by a group called the Akatsuki. More specifically, by Hoshigaki Kisame and two new recruits that formerly belonged in the ranks of Orochimaru. Kumo understands Hat Konoha took in injure Oto refugees as well as former Kiri Nin Momochi Zabuza. We would like to speak with them to gain any information we can obtain regarding those shinobi responsible. I see. I shall make arrangements for the meetings, Tsunade says. However, we have just suffered an attack by Akatsuki as well aiming to capture one of our Jinchuriki and we need to take care of certain internal businesses before such meetings can take place. Would you be willing to wait a few days? Of course Hokage-sama, but we would like to request a place to stay while we wait and we would like to express our utmost sense of urgency in the matter and hope that you can arrange this meeting as soon as possible. Yes, of course, Tsunade says, looking over to the side. Naruto, please show the Yumo delegation to the best hotel Konoha has to offer. And remember that you have a meeting to attend at 3 in the afternoon. Leading the Kumo delegation out of the Hokage Tower, Naruto takes them to the main street leading toward the hotel Tsunade mentioned. Looking back toward the three moving rigidly through the crowd, Naruto decides to strike up a conversation to lift the tense atmosphere. So, what are your names? My name is Samui and this is Karui, the Kumo Kunoichi says, gesturing to the dark-skinned woman to her right before turning to the dark-skinned man to her left, and this is Omoi. My name is Namikaze Naruto. Nice to meet you, Namikaze. As in Konoha no Kiroi Senku Namikaze. Karui asks, oh, that's the Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato, he's my father. You are the Yellow Flash's son. Omoi asks, that's right. Kumo wasn't aware that Yondaime Hokage-sama had a son. Yeah, I didn't know until I turned 16 a couple of months ago either. Samui-san, Naruto says. Too many enemies that would have wanted me dead and all. Of course, I understand, Samui says. Hokage-sama said that Konoha has recently suffered an attack by Akatsuki. Yeah, ended just a couple of hours before you got here actually. May I ask what happened to the Jinchuriki? Well, as you can see, I'm all right. It's not the first attack we repelled. You are the Jinchuriki? Karui asks, staring at him wide-eyed. Yeah, Kyuubi. How can you be so casual about it? Omoi asks. Oh, I accepted it as a part of me a long time ago. So you've made peace with your Biju? Samui asks. I thought our sensei and our other Jinchuriki were the only ones capable of that. Other Jinchuriki? Naruto asks, casting a sideways glance at the blonde Kunoichi. What happened to him? Her. She was exiled from Kumo so it would be easier for her to hide from Akatsuki, Samui says with a hint of hurt in her tone. Wouldn't it be better for the two Jinchuriki to stay together and protect each other? That's what Raikage-sama thought as well, but the council overrode his decision after hearing about the attack in Suna, Karui says, putting a hand on Samui's shoulder. I see, Naruto says, please excuse me for a moment. Quote, creating a cage bunshin, Naruto sends him off to the supermarket nearby. Looking at the Konoha nin in confusion, the three Kumo nin waits until Naruto resumes his walk before questioning him about the clone. Oh, I'm just running low on food so I sent the clone out to restock my supplies. Convenient means of using a solid bunshin, Omoi says. Yeah, if no tea for the village needing the D-rank missions to harsh treatment the fresh out of the academy genins, I would have taken care of most of those with my bunshin. All the D-rank missions? Omoi asks. Yeah, I can create a ton of bunshin in one go, Naruto says. Now where were we? Oh yeah, the other Jinchuriki from Kumo. Yes, Yugito was a sweet, if somewhat mischievous girl, Samui says, sighing. Sounds like you were close to her. She often worked with our sensei to control her Biju, so we've spent quite a bit of time with each other. So do you have any idea what happened to her? Last, we heard she was attacked by two Akatsuki members, Karui says. Oh, just wait till we get our hands on those bastards. If you mean Haiden and Kakuzu, you're a bit late. What do you mean? Omoi asks. Akatsuki works in pairs. Sasori and Deidara were sent after Gaara. Itachi and Kisame were sent after me. That leaves the pair that attacked me today, and Haiden and Kakuzu, Naruto says. Those two came after me once too. But we already took care of them. You already killed them? Karui asks, incredulous, and you already fought off 3 attempts from Akatsuki. Me and my fellow Konoha nins. We don't let one of our own face off against our enemies. If only the council in Kumo would think that way, Samui says spitefully. Can't say the council here in Konoha likes me all that much either. Naruto says as he suddenly pauses, seems like I touch on a sad topic for you guys. As an apology, how about I show you around town to get your minds off that? After that I'll take you to the hotel. We appreciate it, Naruto-san, Samui says, but don't you have a meeting to get to? I still have a few hours before I have to go. Just go along with it, Samui. Won't be the first person to put his neck on the line for you. Omoi says, as opposed to Karui here. No one would want a flat-chested girl like her. Samui turns and glares at Omoi while Karui has the man in a grappling hoe. LD as she bashes the top of his head repeatedly. While the group is distracted, the clone that entered the supermarket hurries off back to the Namikaze compound. Naruto stays on the sidelines and waits for the two kunoichis' anger to subside before stepping in and saving Omoi, all the while making the dark-skinned Kumo kunoichi freeze and blush when he mentions that he thinks Karui is pretty as well. Flattery will get you nowhere, Karui says, looking away blushing. But I thought you like it when guys compliment you, Karui-chan, a voice says behind the group. That voice, Samui says, spinning around. Yugito. Hello Samui-chan, Yugito says, walking up next to Naruto, and I see that you are as pathetic as ever, Omoi. Oh, be quiet, Yugito, Omoi says, we thought Akatsuki got you. Naruto-kun saved me before they can catch me, Yugito says, glomping said person. Yugito, are you two together? Karui asks as Yugito nods enthusiastically. I'm glad you found someone who can understand you, Yugito, Samui says. Smiling. Yeah, Naruto treats me and all the other girls really well. Other girls? Samui asks, eyes narrowing. Yeah, clan restoration act since he's the last Namikaze and all, Yugito says. And he just saved me from Akatsuki again today. Wait, those two that attacked today were after you? Karui asks. Yeah, they must have heard that Naruto-kun was out of the village and thought that this would be their best chance, Yugito says, nuzzling her cheek against Naruto's. It's a good thing Naruto-kun made it back just in time to save me again. I don't I need to tell you that she tends to be quite clingy to people she trusts, Samui says. You don't say, Naruto says, sarcastically. So what brings you guys here? It's Killer Bee Sensei, Karui says. No way, how could Killer Bee Sensei? Yugito whispers as Naruto wraps his arm around her shoulders. I think it's just the three of us left now, Naruto-kun. 3. Omoi asks. Me, Yugito-chan, and Gaara, the cage. I thought the cage was, Omoi says, that was the intel we got in Kumo. We got there just in time to save him. And why couldn't you have saved Killer Bee Sensei too? Karui screams, grabbing Naruto by the collar. Karui-chan, let Naruto-kun go. Yugito says, trying to pull the two apart. It's not fair, why did Sensei? I know Karui-chan, I know how you feel, Yugito says. Patting Karui on the back, I miss him too. I don't think we are in any mood for sightseeing right now, Naruto. Samui says, so why don't you just show us to the hotel we are staying in? Right, please follow me. Quote, after taking the Kumo delegation to the hotel, Naruto leaves the scene and let the four reminisce about the past. Instead of going home, Naruto heads off to Ichiraku and orders a large takeout before heading off to the Hokage monument. Setting down the food, Naruto begins eating at a sedated pace, thinking about what happened a few hours ago, what transpired just now, and what is going to take place in a few hours. Once he finishes, Naruto puts aside the empty bowls and begins meditating, hoping to get some advices from the two beings he trusts the most at the moment. Hello Kit, is something the matter, Naruto? Minato asks, noticing the look on his son's face, thinking about Yugito's sensei. She's right. From what Konan-ne-chan said, if Killer Bee really was captured by Akatsuki, Gaara, Yugito-chan, and I are the only Jinchuriki left in this world. Be grateful that there are still the three of you left, Naruto, and don't dwell on the others, Kyuubi says. The fox is right. You are just one man. You can only do so much, Minato says. Don't worry about what that Karui woman said, she just wanted to vent her frustration at not being able to help her sensei. They looked so sad, like how Konan-ne-chan looked when Nagato-ni-chan died, Naruto says, and now we find out that this Madara person is behind all this and the fight is not over yet. How many more people have to die before this is all over? I know that Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan placed all their faith in you, Naruto, but don't let the pressure get to you, Minato says. Putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder, as heartless as it is for me to say this, shinobi like us die all the time, most in battle during a mission. As long as you did the best you could, that is all that you can do. To create a peaceful world, do you think it can really be done, Dad? Naruto asks, when there are people in my own village that I might need to fight just to maintain stability. Danzo had always been a problem ever since Sandaime-sama's first reign, Minato says. It's really only because Sandaime-sama tolerated him that he is still alive today. But it seems that even Nd Amy-sama is at the end of his patience with Danzo now. If the root is rotten, then the tree cannot stand. We have to tear them out and hope that the tree can survive. Do you think it can? The tree Shudaime-sama planted has grown to be very strong, Naruto. I have no doubt that it will, Minato says. Everyone chose to place their faith in you for a reason, Naruto. You are stronger than you think. If anyone can bring peace to the world, it's you. It starts here in Konoha today, and when the summit of the 5 cage comes, I'm sure you can influence the other cage as well. Summit of the 5 cage? What is that anyway? Naruto asks. Tsunade Ba-chan and Gigi looked so shocked when they heard it. They should. It's not exactly a very common occurrence, Naruto, Minato says. The summit of the 5 cage is exactly what its name suggests. It's a meeting between the 5 cage at a neutral site to discuss the state of the ninja world. If the Raikage is calling this meeting because the Hachibi Jinchuriki is captured, then it's probably going to focus on the threat of the Akatsuki. I see. Before we can get to that point though, we still have to deal with Danzo, Minato says. So let's focus on the task at hand here and we will deal with things together as they come. I'll be by your side, forever if the fox has any say in it. Trust me, you won't be going anywhere before your son dies of old age, Kyuubi says. Thanks Dad, I feel much better now, Naruto says, as he fades away from the mindscape. I'll leave you two here to bicker about whatever it is that you two constantly bicker about. I still have an old war hawk to deal with. You always were better at giving pep talks than I was, Kyuubi says as Naruto disappears, even back in the days of Kushina. What's the occasion? You actually admit that you are not good at something. Don't start, puny human. I'm in no mood for bickering right now. Kyuubi says, I need to prepare for the battles myself. I doubt this is something that can be resolved peacefully. Yes, Danzo isn't one to give up easily, Minato says. This is yet another difficult battle that Naruto must face. Even though the meeting is not supposed to take place until 3 in the afternoon, Naruto arrives at the empty council chamber 15 minutes early. Walking up to the seats that his parents would have sat in before, Naruto CES the details on the chairs and the desks, thinking about how it must have been back then, when the most important decisions made in this room was how to proceed with developing the infrastructures of the village. That chair seems to have drawn your interest, a voice says behind Naruto. Hiashi Jii-san. Naruto says, spinning around, when did you come in? I didn't even hear the door. You were just too focused on the seats. Hiashi says, you probably should sit down. The rest of the clan heads should be here soon. Slowly all the clan heads start filing into the room. Each one looks at Naruto sitting in the Uzumaki clan's seat in confusion before moving toward their own. Eventually, Tsunade enters the chamber with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing another teenager attending the meeting, the other clan heads finally realize that whatever they are going to be discussing is going to be major, especially when the Sandaime himself is taking the Sarutobi seat instead of sending Asuma like he usually does. Gesturing for everyone to settle down, Tsunade turns toward the door as Shimura Danzo walks in. Why did you call me to a clan head meeting, Hokage-sama? There has been an issue that was brought to my attention that I feel the clan heads need to know about, Tsunade says. You are here because I feel that your insight into the matter would be helpful. And what does this issue entail? Danzo asks. Tell Jiraiya to bring her in, Tsunade says to Itachi and his Anbu gears standing next to her. Nodding his head, Itachi leaves through the side door. While they wait, Tsunade orders another Anbu to set up a chair off to the side for Danzo away from Tsunade and the clan heads. Watching the old war hawk, Naruto leans toward Hiashi sitting next to him. Hey Hiashi Jii-san. Why does Danzo have those bandage over his right eye? Naruto whispers. Scars of battle from the ninja wars, I suppose. I don't think I really heard about how he lost that eye. Nodding his head in acceptance, Naruto leans back in his chair and scans the crowd. When his eyes catch those of Sasuke's, the two subtly nod toward each other before resuming their previous activities as they wait for Jiraiya to appear. My apologies for the delay, Hokage-sama. There was a slight disturbance, Itachi says. Jiraiya-sama and your guest are outside awaiting permission to enter. Glancing toward Danzo, Hiruzen noticed a slight movement when the Anbu mentioned that there was a disturbance. The movement was so subtle that anyone with lesser experience in dealing with the man would have missed it. As can be seen through Naruto and Sasuke, who were both watching Danzo but completely missed the flinch. When the two people walk through the door, however, everyone can see the clear look of discomfort on Danzo's face. Just as everyone who was in the dark as to the identity of the young woman standing next to Jiraiya is wondering what is the connection between Danzo and the young woman, Tsunade raises her hands and calls for everyone's attention. The reason I called this meeting is due to some disturbing news that I've received recently, Tsunade says, as I'm sure you are all aware, Here was an Akatsuki attack earlier today. Their target was the Nibi Jinchuriki ni Yugito, formerly of Kumo. Almost everyone in the room turned their attention toward Hiashi as soon as they heard the word. Instead of seeing the expression of anger and hatred like they were expecting, Hiashi remains as impassive as ever. Most credit the lack of reaction to the Hyuga's famous cool heads, but to those who worked closely with the Hyuga clan head, they know that the Kumo incident is not something that Hiashi takes lightly. However, Naruto returned from his training just in time to halt the CK and defeated the Akatsuki members whom infiltrated the village, Tsunade says. In the process, Naruto convinced this young woman, a former member of the Akatsuki. At that word, chaos erupts in the chamber, with some demanding that she be turned over to the harsh treatment and interrogation department while others asking for outright execution. Trembling in anger, Tsunade almost slams the table in front of her to the floor below when Jiraiya slams his fist onto the wall behind him, shocking everyone in the room. Konan happens to be my student, so if any of you have anything bad to say about her, you can take it up with me. Jiraiya screams. Based on the information she provided, we have some grave concerns regarding the formation of Akatsuki, Tsunade says when she has everyone's attention again. First of all, we have just discovered that Uchiha Madara is the real mastermind behind the actions of Akatsuki. Chaos erupts again with the news, but before things can get out of hand, Tsunade flares her chakra to recapture everyone's attention. Regarding the second point, Shimura Danzo, Sandaime-sama already ordered the complete disbandment of the Anbu branch Nei. However, the reason that Jiraiya's students partake in such skewed views of the Akatsuki is due to your illegal interference in an internal matter of aim. Not only did your action drove them to partake in much more violent conducts in response resulting in their attack on Konoha today, but you took such action without permission from Sandaime-sama. How do you respond to those charges? So this is why you called a clan head meeting instead of a full council meeting, Danzo says. The only reason I did all those things was for the good of Konoha. My only regret is that I couldn't kill them then and prevent the attack today. Shimura Danzo has admitted to the charges and we have heard his defense. We will now vote on the appropriate punishment, Tsunade says. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Konan, and Danzo all at the clan heads as they discuss amongst themselves the ultimate fate of the head of Nei. However, Naruto and Sasuke notice that there are a large number of clan heads who supported absolving Danzo. Of all charges despite the weak excuse. Looking back toward Danzo, Naruto sees the muscle around his right eyes tightening as though he is trying to squint at something. Hiashi Jii-san, can you take a look at Danzo's right eye with your Byakugan? Naruto asks. Naruto, he doesn't have, please, Hiashi Jii-san. Nodding his head, Hiashi activates his Kekkei Genkai and uses the power of the N-ear 360 degrees field of vision to watch Danzo while his back is toward the veteran ninja. Eyes widening, Hiashi slams his fist on the table and spins around, not even bothering to deactivate his Kekkei Genkai. Danzo, explain how you come to acquire Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan as your right eye and why you are using it on our esteemed clan heads. Hearing the name, both Sasuke and Itachi turn our attention toward Danzo while the clan heads who were supporting Danzo look like they just woke up from a daze. Raising his arm, Danzo summons two Anbu to his side as he stares down the other occupants in the room. Hold them off, I'm going to need that technique to deal with all of them. Without saying a word, the two Nei Anbu steps between Danzo and all the other occupants in the room. Leaving their seats, Yamanaka Inoichi and Aburame Shibi move to confront the two Nei officers. So you have abandoned your clan to side with the rebel, Inoichi says. It seems that I will have to clear name of the Yamanaka clan with my own hands. Standing next to Inoichi, Shibi remains his stoic and impassive self, but he never took his attention off the other Anbu. Clansman of yours, I assume, Shikaku says, walking up next to Inoichi and Shibi along with Shuza. Former clansman, Shibi says, and soon-to-be-dead former clansman. While they are staring each other down, Itachi, still in his Anbu uniform, jumps up in the air and cut down with his katana. Moving into the strike, the Nei officer from the Yamanaka clan grabs hold of Itachi's wrist while his fellow Nei officer moves into attack only to be chased back by a wall of Kikaichu. He can cause poison and even death with the merest of touches. So I suggest for you to stay back, Shibi says, looking toward Itachi through his sunglasses. Anbu-san. Taking one glance at Shibi, Itachi nods his head and steps back, allowing Shibi to face his former clansman alone. Backing into a corner, Danzo disarms the mechanical contract, irons on his right arm and unravels the bindings on his right eye and right arm, revealing Shisui's Sharingan in his right eye socket along with what appears to be Senju Hashirama's head on his right shoulder along with 10 other Sharingan embedded in his right arm. Izanagi, Itachi mutters. What's Izanagi? Sasuke asks. One of the ultimate genjutsu techniques of the Uchiha clan, Itachi says. Along with Tsukuyomi and Koto Amatsukami. Except this, Izanagi is forbidden to even members of the Uchiha clan. Why? What does it do exactly? It allows the user to survive even death blows as though he is untouched, Itachi says. The downside is that every time it is used, the user loses one of his Sharingan. He has 10 on his arm plus Shisui's Sharingan. So we have to kill him 12 times, Naruto, who has been listening to the conversation, says. Naruto, let me and Anbu-san take care of this, Sasuke says before muttering, this is a fight for the honor of the Uchiha clan. Besides, your technique is a bit too flashy for a confined space like this. Grumbling about the last part, Naruto grudgingly nods and steps back to stand guard near Konan in case anyone gets any idea about attacking her in the chaos. Naruto, what are you? Just in case anyone has any funny ideas, Konan Ne-chan, Naruto says. Shouldn't you be helping your companions instead? Shibi Jii-san and Inoue. Hi Jii-san's opponents are from their clans. They know how to deal with their opponents the best. I'll only get in the way if I try to help them. Sasuke and his friend know all about the techniques Danzo uses. Besides, Sasuke-tem is right. My offensive techniques are a bit too destructive for such a confined space like this. And most importantly, I trust that they can deal with this without much trouble. Trust. I see. Do you think I'm too naive? No. After all, I also have companions that I trust with my life, Konan says. Why did you ask? I just remembered someone I fought against before, that's all, Naruto says. I'll tell you about it once things settle down. Back in the fights, Inoichi, with help from Shikaku and Shuza, had already dealt with the Yamanaka Nei Anbu. Shibi, though tentative in his attack due to his opponent's special abilities, has managed to prevent the Aburame Nei Anbu from helping Danzo. Sasuke already managed to take out 3 of Danzo's eyes with Chidori, Amaterasu, and Enten, Kagutsuchi. Itachi, not wanting to give out any more hints as to his survival, merely settles for serving as distraction to allow Sasuke to deal the killing blows. Catching onto their patterns, Danzo allows his reflexes honed by years of experience to avoid Itachi's strikes while focusing his entire attention on Sasuke, giving the pair even more trouble in dealing with Ni's head. Even with Tsunade and Jiraiya joining in to help, the group is no closer to dealing another death blow. Frustrated, Naruto puts a kunai in Konan's hands before throwing another one at Danzo's feet. Surprised by the weapon, the entire group pauses for a brief moment and look toward the weapon's originator. Disappearing suddenly, Naruto reappears in front of Danzo, right where the kunai he threw used to be. Futen Rasengan in hand, slamming the technique into Danzo's stomach, forcing the veteran shinobi to use up another Sharingan, Naruto disappears again, this time reappearing next to Konan. His hand in Konan's hand in place of the kunai. The entire room enters a standstill witnessing the famed technique of the Yondaime Hokage in action again 16 years after everyone be Believe that the technique is lost to the world. Recovering first, Danzo blows a hole in the wall using a Mokuden technique gained from Senju Hashirama's cells implanted in his right shoulder. Leaving his two Nei Anbu behind, Danzo attempts to make a quick escape through the new exit. Sasuke and Itachi manages to follow Danzo out of the building before a swarm of Kikaichu prevents anyone from following. By the time they manages to subdue the Aburame Nei Anbu, there are no traces of any of the three shinobi. Tsunade Ba-chan, Ero Sennin, do you have everything in control here? What are you thinking of doing, Naruto? Suand asks. I put a Hiraishin seal on Sasuke before he fought Danzo. I'm going to follow them to see what I can do to help, Naruto says before disappearing. He seems quite mature for his age, Konan says. Walking up to the two Sannin. Hey, don't let him fool you, Konan, Tsunade says. He has his flashes, but he can be as big an idiot as anyone. Should we not give chase, Tsunade-sama? Hiyashi asks. Well, we don't really know where they are, Jiraiya says, and given some of the techniques those three knows, we might just be getting in the way by going after them. Perhaps we should talk about your choice in Anbu selection instead, Hokage-sama, Shibi says. What are you talking about? Anbu's identities are supposed to be secrets, therefore it is only natural that everyone in this chamber has already figured out who that Anbu was, Shikaku says. We aren't demanding answers, Hokage-sama, but perhaps if we know what is going on, we can help you in deflecting the full council query. Inoichi says. Very well. Using his Hiraishin, Naruto appears next to Sasuke, mildly surprising the Uchiha and his opponent. Ignoring his friend, he glances over toward Itachi, who has already unleashed Susanoo to block one of Danzo's Mokuden attacks. Stretching out his right arm, Itachi forms a kind of chakra weapon with Susanoo. Yasaka no Magatama, Sasuke mutters. To be able to utilize Susanoo to this extent, the size of the chakra weapon is simply too large for Danzo to dodge, forcing him to use up his fifth Sharingan eye. Naruto, what are you doing here? Itachi says. Moving next to the two younger ninjas. Well, Sasuke didn't want me to fight in the council chamber because it's too confined for my techniques, Naruto says. We're out in the open now. If you can use your Susanoo, I can use my techniques. 2. This environment suits Danzo as well. It allows him more room to avoid attacks, Itachi says. Which means we need to use attacks with wider radius, Sasuke says. I guess we can use a bit of help from you. After all, mass destruction is your specialty. Hey, just name the attack you want me to use, Tem. I'm going to need a lot of fire and water, Dobi. If you can provide the fire, I can get you the water, Naruto says. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Putting their hands together, Naruto and his Kage Bunshin form the Han D seals necessary for one of the few combination techniques he learned. Ice mirrors starts to form around Danzo, causing the other three shinobi to all look toward Naruto in shock. Hyouten Haijutsu, Bakuretsu Hyusho. Trapped inside the ice mirror formation, Danzo is forced to use another Sharingan eye to save his own life. It seems you have mastered quite a few new tricks the past few months, Danzo says, dodging away from another Amaterasu from Sasuke. Perhaps I shouldn't have ordered those Nei Anbu to stop observing you. That's 6 down, only 6 more to go, Naruto says. Ignoring whatever Danzo is trying to say as a response to Naruto's taunts, Sasuke charges in, forcing Danzo to dodge away from the Uchiha's Chidori again. Trying to take back the initiative, Danzo spins arrow wound in midair and uses another Mokuden technique, trying to push Sasuke back toward the black fire from Sasuke's Amaterasu technique. Instead of moving as Danzo anticipated, Sasuke brings forth his own Susanoo, drawing from the black fire behind him to form Kokuin no Tate and burns away Danzo's technique. Raising up his arms, Sasuke directs Susanoo to use its bow to attack Ni's leader. Surprised by the speed of the fired arrow, Danzo is once again forced to use Izanagi to preserve his life. Having been forced to use up so many of his Sharingan, this quickly causes Danzo to become slightly disoriented. So much so that he barely dodges away from the Totsuka no Tsurugi from Itachi's Susanoo, but in doing so jumps right into the path of Naruto's Reimei Rasengan he creating from the residue electricity from Sasuke's Chidori. Are you two all right? Yeah, Still needs a bit of time to adjust to the new Sharingan, Sasuke says. These eyes doesn't wear down, but they still eat up a lot of chakra. I still need a bit of time to prepare for my technique. 2. Get some rest. I'll deal with him for a while, Naruto says. Be careful, Itachi says. Beside being known as Shunshin no Shisui, his eyes can cast powerful genjutsu. Yeah, guess Akatsuki knows all about my weaknesses too, Naruto says. Sasuke, when I give the signal, I'm going to need some normal fire, not those black fire from your Sharingan. Fine. Reaching into his pouch, Naruto retrieves another Hiraishin kunai and throws it at Danzo. Scoffing at the meek attempt in attack, Danzo merely turn his body and allow the kunai to pass harmlessly. Naruto disappears a split second after the kunai passed Danzo and reappears at the spot only to be caught by Ni's leader. Smirking, Naruto disappears in a puff of smoke, revealing it to be another Kage Bunshin. Seeing a shadow form around him, Danzo looks up and sees Naruto in the air above him getting ready to throw another kunai at him. This time, Danzo has to use a Mokudan technique to block the incoming weapon due to the fact that Naruto used the kunai Kage Bunshin no jutsu in conjunction with the Hiraishin kunai. Knowing the famed tactic of the Yondaime Hokage, Danzo quickly tries to escape from the center of the kunai field but is chased back by Sasuke's Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu. Activating the Hiraishin, Naruto appears right in front of the fire dragon. Rasengan in hand to absorb the fire chakra much like he would do for his lightning-based Reime Rasengan. Korin Rasengan. Instead of driving the Rasengan into its target, Naruto throws the fire Rasengan at Danzo much like his Rasenshuriken. Landing short of its target, the Rasengan explodes, causing fire to race out like the petals to a lotus flower, incinerating Danzo and forcing him to use up another Sharingan. Hey, trying to add wind chakra to the Reime Rasengan might be counterproductive because wind beats lightning, but adding it to the fire Rasengan just makes it that much stronger, Naruto says. Even learning how to manipulate and combine elemental chakra, impressive growth for such a short period of training, Danzo says. Walking out of the firestorm completely unharmed, before thinking to himself. This farce has gone on for too long. If I attack one of the others moves in to help while the last attacks. I have to find a way to break up the three of them. Drawing upon Senju Hashirama's chakra, Danzo forms a series of hand seals and places his hands on the ground. Suddenly, massive trees sprout from the ground, turning the battle-scarred barren land into a miniature forest and separating the three shinobi from each other's sight lines. However, Danzo's victory is short-lived as a large swirling private parts of wind chakra, a wall of black fire, and an ethereal sword devastates the miniature forest, returning the area to the wasteland it was moments before. To make matters worse for Danzo, the slight pause in fighting seems to have given Naruto the time while the tree supplied the nature chakra for Naruto to enter Sage mode. Having witnessed Jiraiya's prowess in Sage mode before, Danzo knows that the battle has just become even more difficult. He has no desire to forfeit Shisui's Sharingan and loses the precious Koto Amatsukami Genjutsu, but with him down to his last embedded Sharingan, he realizes that he may have no choice in the matter. Of course, after observing the two young shinobi for so long through his Neianbu, Danzo knows all about Naruto's weakness toward Genjutsu, but he just used Koto Amatsukami in the council chamber. And even with Senju Hashirama's cells, he still needs time to recover before he can use it again. Even then, he doesn't know how effective it would be against someone using Sage mode. Cursing hymns. LF for not testing his eyes abilities against Jiraiya's Sage mode before, Danzo can barely dodges from the charging Naruto, but just as the young shinobi passes him, the punch missing by inches, Danzo is sent to the trees surrounding the clearing by Naruto's Kawazu Kumite. Wiping the blood from his lips, Danzo can barely dodges away from Naruto's Senjutsu. Rasengan only discover it was wielded by a clone, and another Naruto is descending toward the airborne veteran with a much bigger variant of what he just dodged away from. Using his Mokudan technique, Danzo manages to block Naruto's strict while giving him a solid surface to move away from the barrage. Looking back toward the two Uchiha, Danzo discovers yet another Naruto standing next to his other two targets, Senjutsu, Rasenshuriken in hand. Controlling what little remained of the tree after blocking the Senjutsu, Utama Rasengan, Danzo tries to stretch the wood to cover him as Naruto throws the swirling private parts of destruction at him. Moving at higher speed than its normal variant and tearing through the wood like it never existed, the Rasenshuriken rips Danzo in half, forcing him to use the last Sharingan in his arm in order to survive. There, every eye on his arm is done for, Naruto says, Sage Mode wearing out after using 3 consecutive Rasengan variants. We will take over from here, Naruto, Itachi says. It's time we take the first steps to redeeming the Uchiha clan by killing Danzo for good. Taking a looking at Sasuke, Itachi takes a glance toward the sky before turning his attention toward Danzo. Forming hand seals at speed that even Danzo has difficulty copying with Shisui's Sharingan, Itachi attacks with Kaden, Housen Kasumabeni. Making use of flexibility defying his age in combination of small bursts of Mokudan chakra. Danzo manages to escape from the attack unscathed. Creating 2 Kage Bunshin before he lands, Itachi sends them off to engage Danzo. Neither Kage Bunshin put much of a fight as they were pierced by trees from Danzo's Mokudan technique, but both exploded with devastating effects to the area the moment they were hit through Bunshin Daibakua, clearing the field from any sign of Danzo's Mokudan technique once again. However, the smokescreen from the explosion finally gave Danzo an opportunity to use one of his prized technique as a large Baku emerges from the smokescreen moments later. Making use of Baku's ability, Danzo manages to land his Fuden, Shinku Renpa on Itachi, but Itachi's body breaks into a flock of crow, revealing it to be a Karasu Bunshin. Searching the battlefield for his opponent, the Sharingan and his reflex is the only thing saving Danzo from being beheaded by Itachi's Anbu sword. Looking up, Danzo spots 3 other Itachi charging toward him with their sword raised. Using the Shudaime's technique once again, trees sprout from the ground to block the Konoha Ryu Mikazuki no Mai. Taking a deep breath, Baku attempts another combination attack with Danzo. But Itachi responds with Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu. Empowered by the wind generated by Baku, the fire dragon roars through the area where the summoned beast located, sending the beast back to the summon realm. Even Danzo, who was standing behind the massive summon, barely has enough time to escape from the path of the fire dragon. Anticipating his opponent's moment, Itachi lands in front of Danzo, burning him with the black fire of Amaterasu. Valuing his life more than the Shirui's eye, Danzo uses his last Sharingan to cheat death one more time. However, when he looks toward Itachi again, Danzo finds that his opponent has already disappeared along with Naruto and Sasuke. Hearing the rumbling of thunder, Danzo looks up and finds the younger Uchiha in the air. This is the end for you, Danzo, Sasuke says, giving another few seconds for Naruto and Itachi to find a safe place to avoid the devastation of the next attack, face the wrath of the Uchiha clan. Kirin, the lightning beast slams on the ground where Danzo was standing, giving the veteran shinobi no time to avoid the attack. By the time Naruto and Itachi emerges to rejoin Sasuke on the battlefield, the badly burned Danzo lays still in the middle of the charred earth. Spotting something on Danzo's chest, Naruto walks over, peeling off the burnt cloths and studies the seal on the dead man's chest. What is it, Naruto? Sasuke asks. A seal. Look kind of similar to part of my seal, Naruto says. I'm no expert, but it looks like something that will activate upon his death, Sukin. Anything and everything within a small radius into his body. That explains why the destruction from Kirin isn't more widespread, Itachi says. It's supposed to take his attacker to the underworld with him. All it ended up doing is forcing all of the attack's power onto himself while sealing away Shudaime-sama's cells and all the worthless Sharingan. Anyway, we should bring his body back for Tsunade Ba-chan, Naruto says. Who knows what else the hid away. I agree, Itachi says. Someone with the medical knowledge of Tsunade-sama can discover even things that we don't know exist. Leave a note if you like the story. After dealing with Danzo and arranging a meeting between the 3 Kumo shinobi and Momochi Zabuza, all that is left for Tsunade to do is to choose her person. Al guards and a deputy Hokage to handle the administrative businesses while she is off to the summit of the 5 Kage. At Tsunade's insistence, she ended up taking 6 shinobi with her instead of the normal 2. Along with Tamari, who was going as the bodyguard of the Kage, and the 3 Kumo shinobi, who are heading to the meeting to report their findings to the Raikage, Tsunade and her bodyguards Naruto, Yugito, Shizune, Itachi, Sasuke, and Konan meet at the gate to be seen off by a small gathering, led by the Deputy Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, the portion of the Rookie 12 who are staying behind, their sensei, and the rest of Naruto and Sasuke's girls. Have a safe trip and do try to make it back quickly, Hiruzen says. I'm much older than you are and can't cheat as much when dealing with the paperwork. Just for that, I think I'll be taking a few side trips. Tsunade-sama, you shouldn't try to avoid your responsibilities, Shizune complains. You're going to be in presence of some of the most powerful shinobi in the world Naruto, both in terms of strength and political influence, Sakura says. Do try to be on your best behaviors, okay? I'll keep my eyes on him, Yugito says. Don't worry so much, Sakura. You're the reason that I'm even more worried than usual. I'll keep an eye on those two whenever I can, Tamari says, but she's right, you two need to behave. Fine, Yugito says, pouting. Not like I want Gigi to be angry at me anyway. Gigi, Naruto asks. That's Raikage-sama, Samui says, and if you don't want him angry at you, Yugito, you can start by stop calling him that. Well, he shouldn't have let the council kick me out of the village then. We've been through this already, Karui says. The council did it behind Raikage-sama's back. A council that he disbanded the moment he found out. I think Raikage-sama practiced his lariat on a few of them who tired to complain, Samui says. It was a pretty cool sight. I don't know if it was the lariat. Their head was still attached to their body, Karui says. Unless it's because he's starting to lose his touch. In which case it means that he is getting old, which means that we're going to need a new Raikage. But Raikage-sama is our strongest shinobi, which means that Kumo is getting weaker as a whole. So pretty soon we're going to lose our great ninja village status. What are you mumbling about? Karui screams, punching Omoi on top of the head. All right, settle down you two, Yugito says. It's a sad state of affairs when I have to be the responsible one. Perhaps we should head out before this craziness escalates, Hokage-sama. You're right, Konan, Tsunade says. All right, we're going. And Jiraiya, spend less time peeping and more time helping Sarutobi-sensei. Don't worry, Suhaime. After meeting up with Gaara, Matsuri, and Kankuro, the entire group spent one more day on the road before arriving in Tetsu no Kuni, where a group of samurai was waiting at the border to escort them to the meeting place. Samui's team parted with the group once inside the building to report to the Raikage while the rest retired to their rooms to rest up for the meeting the next day. Entering the meeting chamber the next morning, Naruto can't help but look around the room like a child in a candy store. Despite the simplicity of the hall, there are 5 banners hanging down from the ceiling stretching all the way to the ground floor of the 2-storied hall, each symbolizing one of the 5 villages represented and leading to the chair where each cage will sit. All the bodyguards are directed to the 2nd floor balcony while the 5 cage will take their seat on the ground floor along with Mifune, the leader of Tetsu no Kuni, who will mediate the meeting. What's this? One of the Iwa nin says, interrupting Naruto's sightseeing, as Konoha's so scared about being attacked that the Hokage needs 6 bodyguards. Look, Ni-chan, Naruto says, annoyed. I bet Tsunade Ba-chan can beat that Gigi of a Tsuchikage by herself, so why don't you just shut up? The entire room became silent outside of Kenkuro's snickering and the sound of Tamari slapping her own forehead. Having been too far away to stop Naruto's outburst from her spot behind Gaara. Slowly, the Iwa nin's attention switches from Tsunade to Naruto, who is looking toward Suna's contingent in confusion. What? Did you just call me? I said Ni-chan. With a loud roar, the Iwa nin leaps out of the balcony and attempts to cross the room to attack Naruto. The entire room watches in amusement. As Naruto tries to run away from the enraged Iwa nin. Naruto, Tsunade says, just hurry up and apologize so we can start this meeting. I don't even know what I said wrong, Naruto says, jumping away from Kunai's swipes. All I said was Ni-chan. The Iwa nin roars again and chases Naruto with renewed strength. Seeing that he has to do something drastic to end this chase, Naruto suddenly jumps backward into the Iwa nin, arms in front shielding himself. Surprised by the blonde bullet, the Iwa nin took the full blunt of the charge. Landing on top of the Iwa nin, Naruto finally realizes his mistake as while his right forearm is pressed against the Iwa Nin's neck, his left forearm is pressed just a bit lower. Naruto screams, jumping backward and scrambling away from the Iwa Nin. You're a woman. Yes, and she happens to be my granddaughter Kuretsuchi, the Tsuchikage says. So, Unoki Jii, even your granddaughter is all grown up now. Still won't admit you're getting up there in age. Tsunade says. At least I'm not hiding behind a ridiculous henge like you, Senju Tsunade. I doubt you'll manage to pull it off at your age anyway, says. Well, unfortunately, not all of us can be quite as youthful as Kazekage-sama, the Mizukage says, ignoring the shudder running through the Konoha and Suna contingent at the word youthful. It's not like you're old either, Mizukage Ne-chan, Naruto says. My, aren't you the little flatterer, the Mizukage says. I probably should introduce myself. My name is Terumi Mei, the Godime Mizukage. So what's your name? My name is Namikaze Uzumaki, Naruto. Hey, you take that back. Naruto screams. I agree. What? But Gigi, Kuretsuchi says, looking toward Unoki. Yes, what Namikaze Minato did to Iwa in the last war was terrible. It was a time of war and things like that were not uncommon. Unoki says, I'm sure if Iwa had abilities like he did, the same would happen to the forces of Konoha. The fact that he possessed such prowess that Iwa lacked should be respected. It's fine to hold grudges, but we aren't here to settle old scores. But what about the part that he, unless you wish for him to take responsibility for you, there really isn't much I can do about it, Unoki says. Take responsibility. Kuretsuchi stutters. What are you talking about, Gigi? If the rumors I have heard about Namikaze-san is accurate, he has been seen with female companions from various shinobi villages, Unoki says, Konoha of course, Suna with Kazekage's older sister. Kumo's Jinchuriki there up on the balcony, Kiri with Zabuza's apprentice. Even smaller villages and countries like Oto, Umi, and Ta. Seems like he's missing someone from Iwa. Don't you dare talk about them like that. Naruto yells. They aren't some trophies that I'm collecting. Of course they aren't, mutters sarcastically. Despite the absurdity of the statement, if you get to know Naruto personally, you will realize that he speaks the truth, Gaara says. A refreshing breath of fresh air in a world of lies and deception. Signs of naivety, as expected from one so young, Unoki says, heed my words, the faster you lose that weakness, the better off your village will be. So you rather have a lack of faith in humanity instead, Gaara says, a tactic that cost us 6 Jinchuriki, 8 if not for the very same naive child in Konoha that you seem pleased to belittle. Tsunade and Mei smirk at the young Kazekage's victory in his battle of words against 2 veteran shinobi like and Unoki. Clearing his throat, Mifune tries to gather everyone's attention to start the meeting. With a wave of his hand, Unoki sends Kuretsuchi back to the balcony with Tsunade doing the same to Naruto after bashing him on the head for causing such a commotion. Since Raikage-sama is the one who called this meeting, perhaps he should begin, Mifune says. As most of you know, the shinobi world is enshrouded by the threat of Akatsuki, says, by our intelligence. They have already infiltrated at least 4 of our villages and was successful in capturing our Jinchuriki in 3. Added to that, the Shichibi from Taki was taken as well as the 2 Biju formerly from Kiri. We are lucky that the Kazekage managed to escape from Akatsuki's grasp after being captured. Thanks to Namikaze Naruto's interference, Gaara says. With our ability to infiltrate our villages at will and attack at any time, I believe it's time to formulate a strategy in defeating them, says, ignoring Gaara's words, it's a matter that requires the cooperation of all 5 great villages. In other words, you want the 5 villages to join forces and deal with Akatsuki together, Unoki says. Everyone's attention turns toward the balcony where the Konoha contingent is standing. Naruto snorted at Unoki's words but was then silenced by 5 hands slapping onto his mouth. Tamari, meanwhile, is lightly banging her head against the railing, muttering about idiotic husbands. And what did you find so amusing, Namikaze hentai? Kuretsuchi says with a sneer. At this, Yugito and Tamari snort as Naruto glares at Yugito while everyone else looks on in complete confusion. Drumming her fingers on the table, Terumi Mei asks the question on everyone's mind. Perhaps you would all like to share what you find so amusing. Kuretsuchi is it? Tamari asks, to which said girl nods. I don't know if you want to be calling Naruto-kun that, considering all the girls who called him that before are dating him now. Tsunade, Shizune, Mei, and Konan's eyebrows raised at Temari's words. The Hokage and her assistant from finding out that little fact, while the other two were even more confused than before. The irony of the event is not lost on everyone else as Kuretsuchi stutters indignantly. Why would those girls be willing to date someone they consider a pervert? Mei asks as Konan extracts her hand from the pile on top of Naruto's mouth. Well, we fu. ND that perception isn't necessarily reality, Yugito says. His wife practically had to rape him to get him to consummate their marriage. Hey, you weren't supposed to tell anyone that. Tamari says, blushing. As amusing as that exchange is, Unoki says, I believe Namikaze-san has yet to answer my granddaughter's question. What did you find so amusing about the 5 villages working together? Waving her hand, Tsunade gestures for the others to release Naruto. Looking toward the blonde male wearily, Yugito, Sasuke, Itachi, and Shizune step back, allowing Naruto to answer the Tsuchikage, KN. Owing that whatever he is about to say is going to cause trouble. I'm not laughing at the idea of the 5 villages working together. I'm laughing at the fact that now you're starting to care about what Akatsuki is doing. Konoha is the only village that defeated any Akatsuki member. Naruto says, at least Suna put up a fight when Gaara was captured. What did your villages do when your Jinchuriki were taken? I suppose you do have a point, Naruto-san, Mei says, although at the time my forces removed Yagura from power, Kiri was in no position to worry about what happened to his Sanbian by the time we have recovered enough to retrieve Utataka and the Rokubi, we discovered that we were too late. Our Jinchuriki do not reside in the village and they rarely visit. By the time we check on them, they were already gone. Unoki says. Mifune and the 4-Kage look toward A, who has an annoyed look on his face. After all, Nibi's Jinchuriki was exiled by his village and his very brother, the Hachibi Jinchuriki, was taken right from under his nose. If there was anyone who could have done anything against Akatsuki besides Konoha and Suna, it was his village, but they have done nothing to deter the organization. Glancing around the room, letting his eyes stay on Yugito for a split second longer than the others, A takes a deep breath to collect himself and formulate what he wants to say. A feat that surprised everyone that actually knows him. We are not here to discuss what happened in the past, A says, unwilling to admit his mistakes like Unoki and Mei. I will only say that I don't exactly trust any of you here. Alliance or not, from what we know, every one of your villages were represented in Akatsuki. Akasuna Sasori was from Suna, Deidara was from Aiwa, Hoshigaki Kisame and Huzuki Suigetsu were from Kiri. Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi were from Konoha. Though by the fact that he's here as one of your bodyguards, he's probably one of you spies, which would explain why you have had so much success against Akatsuki. Did you say Suigetsu? Mei asks. I thought Kisame was the only one in Akatsuki. From all the traces of battle we gathered at the scene, we conclude that either Mangetsu or Suigetsu was present when Kisame attacked the Hachibi Jinchuriki. A says, considering Mangetsu is dead, it has to be Suigetsu. I would like to add one name to the list, Tsunade says. Based on information we received, we believe Uchiha Madara is the real leader of Akatsuki. Pandemonium erupts in the meeting chamber courtesy of the Suna, Aiwa, Kiri, and Kumo contingent. NT as soon as the words left Tsunade's mouth. How could that possibly be? Unoki says, I'm one of the few old enough to have fought against him in the past. There is no way he could still be alive. I can't quite explain it either. Tsunade says, but that is what we have concluded after gathering all the information. Feeling a slight pull in his navel, Naruto takes a seat on the floor of the balcony and closes his eyes. Tuning out the conversations going on downstairs and entering his mindscape to see what his father and the Kyuubi wants with him. Yugito, realizing what's going on, S in front of Naruto and gestures for the others to form a circle around Naruto to shield him from everyone's line of sight. Dad, what's going on? Naruto asks. I had to talk to you when Tsunade A-chan said that Uchiha Madara was involved. Minato says, both me and Furry back there in the cage encountered him before. Call me that one more time, human, and I'll make your next recharge extra fun, Kyuubi says. Kyuubi's been around forever, so I can understand how he might have faced against Madara, but how did you manage to fight him, Dad? Your mom was Kyuubi's previous Jinchuriki, and Hashirama-sama's wife was the one before your mom, Minato says. When a female Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal holding the Biju is at its weakest, so I was there to stabilize the seal. Someone with abilities similar to that of Madara interrupted the process and released the Kyuubi on the village. Wait, Mom was Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, and Shudaime's wife was the one before her. Naruto asks before turning toward Kyuubi. I thought you said you attacked the village looking for Orochimaru. How would you even know about him? Technically, in this lifetime, I was indeed looking for Orochimaru, Kyuubi says. Though it no longer matter, since your friend already killed that darn snake. I still don't get it. What I was targeting was the Yamada no Orochi, whom the one known as Orochimaru possesses, Kyuubi says. I can assure you that most of the Biju crossed path with that snake at some point in their life. I'm sure you've led an interesting life, Kyuubi, Minato says, but perhaps we should get back to the issue with Madara. Right, of course, Kyuubi says. The reason I was sealed in the one you call Uzumaki Mido was because Madara summoned me in his battle against Senju Hashirama. After Madara was defeated, I was sealed into the Senju's wife to prevent me from attacking Konoha again. Tell me everything you know about Madara, Kyuubi, Naruto says, face completely serious. And please tell me everything about his Madara-like person you fought against, Dad. Back in the meeting chamber, Tsunade steals glances toward the Konoha contingent every few moments. G noticed that Naruto has gotten quiet all of a sudden, especially during talks about how to safeguard the remaining Jinchuriki that caused Yugito to almost slam the railing on the balcony and Gaara's sand to swarm about the table. Unoki, and Mei are still arguing about how to deal with the remaining Jinchuriki, and Gaara is trying to calm himself down before he unleashes his long-abandoned sadistic side and kill. Unoki and A for even suggesting permanently sending the three away to keep Akatsuki from capturing them and extracting the Biju. Suddenly, Naruto leaps up from his spot and lands on the railing next to Yugito. Focusing chakra to his feet, Naruto propels himself from the railing and crash lands to the open spot on the floor surrounded by the cage's seats, punching a hole and burying his arm elbow deep into the ground. In response to Naruto's sudden action, Iwa, Hiri, and Kumo's shinobi leaps in front of the cage to protect them from any potential attacks. When it became clear that Naruto is not going to follow up his sudden action with any subsequent attacks, the three cage gestures for their bodyguards to step down just as Naruto extracts his right arm from the ground, revealing his hand tightly wrapping around the throat of someone wearing Akatsuki cloak. Zetsu, the ultimate spy of the Akatsuki, Naruto mutters, tightening his fingers around said person's neck. Do you really think that, with all the different shinobi here, no one would be able to sense you? Akatsuki have some nerve infiltrating this meeting, A says. Don't you worry, Jinchuriki, Zetsu growls out. You still have some time left in this world. Toby is merely here to deal with the traitors. A black swirl appears above the Konoha contingent on the balcony as soon as Zetsu finishes. However, another blonde shoots through the crowd and punches toward the person emerging from the swirl, forcing him to jump away to an open balcony. Did you really think that I couldn't sense everyone's presence? Naruto says, staring at Toby. Senjutsu, Cage Bunshin, Toby says, noticing the marks around the eyes of Naruto as well as the Cage Bunshin holding Zetsu on the ground level, Chakra Lev. L of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki as well as your heritage, you are really becoming an annoyance. Don't forget the knowledge of the one you unleashed on both the Shudaime and the Yondaime Hokage, Naruto screams. As I said, an annoyance. Toby says, but an annoyance that will be removed soon enough, just like what Kisame is about to do to the Hachibi. Hachibi is still free. Says, that little punk ran away again. Just wait till I get my hands on him. Akatsuki has completely deviated from Nagato's visions, Konan says. It's obvious that you are only taking advantage of Nagato and have him collect the Biju for you. Why are you so determined to capture all the Biju? Foolish girl, I was the one that founded the Akatsuki. Nagato merely served as my puppet, Toby says, speaking of which. You have something that belongs to me. Where are the Rinnegan? The Rinnegan belongs to Nagato, they aren't yours. Silly little girl, I was the one who gave him the Rinnegan, just like I was the one that gave him the reins to Akatsuki. Toby says, he can't even accomplish as simple a task as capture all the Biju. I suppose if you want something done right you have to do it yourself. Acting advantage that Toby is focusing all his attention on Conan and Naruto, charges up and punches Toby, only to go right through him. The follow-up attacks by both Mei and Unoki pass right through Toby, much like the initial strike from A. It won't work, Naruto says, not taking his eyes off Toby despite the attacks thrown about. He's a master at Jikuukan ninjutsu. Even my father, someone who can use the Hiranshin no Jutsu, can barely land any hits on him. And how would know about that, I wonder? Toby says, even the Kyuubi wasn't present at that time. He warned me about you when he fixed my seal when I went 8 tails against Pain, Naruto says, before appearing behind Toby, which mean that I can fight against you just as well as my father even though he is gone. Instead of answering, Toby simply disappears before reappearing on an empty balcony. The entire room, including Toby even though is covered by his mask, was shocked to see Naruto turn his head toward the balcony before Toby even reappeared. To those that knew him, they can spot a coldness in Naruto's eyes that they have never seen before. You have yet to answer Conan Ne-chan's question, Naruto says, why are you so hell-bent on capturing all the Biju? This is all merely a part of my Tasuki no Mikikaku, Toby says. And what exactly is this Tasuki no Mikikaku? Unoki asks. This goes back to the story of the Raikudo Sennin, Toby says. The Raikudo Sennin fought against the Jubi and became the first and only Jinchuriki of the Jubi. When he was about to die, he sealed the body of the Jubi onto the moon and divided the Jubi's chakra into the 9 Biju you know today. The history lesson is nice and all, but what does it have to do with your plan? Tsunade says. Yes, a senju like yo. You would know about that story, wouldn't you? Toby says, by gathering the 9 Biju, I intend to recreate the Jubi and become its second Jinchuriki, then I would use its power to project my Mugen Tsukiyomi from the moon, putting the entire world in an everlasting genjutsu. So you see, Conan, what Nagato was doing was actually helping the world move toward true peace. Like hell it is. That kind of peace is as fake as can be. Says, and there is no chance in hell that we will let you get away with it. You'll have to deal with my little friend beforehand, and by the time you are done with them, Hachibi would already be in our grasp. Toby says, since you are so determined to hold on to your Biju, I guess I have no choice but to declare Daionji Ninkai Taisen officially open. Suddenly, Zetsu clones sprout from the bodies of everyone in the meeting room just as Toby disappears, shocking everyone in the room except Naruto, who has already killed the first Zetsu as well as the one that clung onto him. Using their Biju's powers, Gaara and Yugito are soon rid of the Zetsu clone as well. Next, Itachi and Sasuke dealt with their Zetsu clone with the fire-based ninjutsu that is the staple of the Uchiha clan's offensive techniques. Mei, Unoki, and Gaara quickly dealt with the group of Zetsu clone that zeroed in on their village's contingent while the freed Konoha dealt with the ones still attached to their comrades. Mifune, who is just retaking his seat, has already cleaved apart the Zetsu clone attacking him amidst the confusion. Now that the interruption is over, Mifune starts. Not yet, Naruto says. Looking toward the doors, there are 2 more sources of hostile chakra, different from Toby and Zetsu though. Are they coming this way? Tsunade asks. Definitely. One of them almost feels like the curse mark that used to be on your neck, Sasuke, Naruto says. The other, how should I put this, feels kind of watery. Watery, everyone in the room asks. Yeah, I can't quite describe it, but it almost feels like it's flowing smoothly and chaotic at the same time. Could it be? One of Mei's bodyguards asks. Huzuki Suigetsu, Mei mutters. The other, must be one of the 2 Orochimaru's minion turned Akatsuki members that attacked Killer Bee if he has anything to do with his curse mark, says. Do you wish to take them on together or do you 2W? And to deal with the problem on your own, Raikage, Mizukage? Unoki asks. Instead of giving him an answer, charges through the doors looking for the one responsible for attacking his brother. Mei soon follows, looking to take on the nuke Nin from her village. Both are soon joined by their respective bodyguards. Charging up his nature chakra again, Naruto creates 2 Kage Bunshin and sends them OFF after A and Mei to help them locate their target. Naruto himself decides to remain in the room in case Tobi decides to strike when he is out of the room. Shall we continue the meeting while we wait for them to return? Mifune asks. I don't see why not, Unoki says. Shouldn't we go and help them? They might get injured in the fight, Kankuro says. If they can't even deal with those nuke nin, then their villages are better off finding a new cage, Unoki says. Let's just proceed with the meeting. They'll catch up on what we talked about when they get back. But, be quiet, Kankuro, Gaara says in the cold tone he used during much of his childhood. Do you realize that your question is an insult to the Mizukage and the Reikage? So, sorry Gaara. Those in the room who was not familiar with what Gaara was like prior to the Suna-Oto invasion all turned their attention. Gaara, shocked that someone who in such a civil tone before can sound so cold and distant all of a sudden. Why the look of surprise, Unoki Jii? Tsunade says, smirking, surely you didn't think of Kazekage-sama as a mere child who doesn't know the horror of the world. He is the Jinchuriki of the Ikibi after all. He is indeed Tsunade, Unoki says, not taking his eye off Gaara. He is indeed. So now that we are supposedly in the midst of Daionji Ninkai Taisen, how are we going to go about this? Tsunade says. If what that man said is his actual plan, then his is declaring war against the entire world. Mifune says, if I might make a suggestion, I believe it would make more sense for all the Nari of the world to form an alliance to combat this threat. It would definitely make more sense for each of us to fight alone and allow him to pick us off one by one like the Akatsuki have been doing to our Jinchuriki, Tsunade says. Suna is already allied with Konoha, Gaara says. If Hokage-sama decides to partake in this larger alliance, Suna will also enter the alliance. From her views earlier, I believe Mizukage would not object to this proposal, Mifune says. So all that remains are you and Raikage-sama, Tsuchikage-sama. After all, you two are the ones that view your village as independent properties from the rest of the world. It's time to adapt to the new age, Unoki Jii, Tsunade says. The world is no longer like the ones my grandfather lived in. Even Reikage agreed that we needed to cooperate before we were interrupted. Che, just because you are so willing to forsake your pride and faith in your village, doesn't mean I have to do the same. So is that a no from the Tsuchikage? Mifune says. I never said that either, Unoki says. It might be interesting to see just how you kids fight in a war in this so-called new age. Fine, I'll agree for now. But once the war is over, then all bets are off. Then all that remains is an actual confirmation from the Mizukage and the Reikage, Mifune says. We still need to discuss what are we going to do with the remaining Jinchuriki, Unoki says. In order to do that, we first need to figure out how many Jinchuriki we actually have, Tsunade says. There is still a chance that we will have 4 Jinchuriki on our side. So we are waiting for the Reikage again, Gaara says. He's not coming back, Naruto says. They already defeated the 2 intruders, but while Mizukage Ne-chan is coming back to the meeting chamber. Reikage-sama took my clone and left the building back toward Kaminari no Kuni. Probably wanting to use your clone's ability to track down Killer Bee-sensei, Yugito says. He always does this. Samui-san's squad is still waiting outside, Naruto says. Perhaps we can continue with this meeting and have them relay the message back to Reikage-sama. That's the best we can hope to do for now, Tsunade says. If the Mizukage is willing to partake in this alliance, I call for the meeting to adjourn and we return to our village to discuss this with our daimyo. I agree. We will meet again after securing the daimyo's approval to discuss how we will handle the Jinchuriki situation, Unoki says. So, what did I miss? Mei says, entering the room and retaking her seat. After filling Mei in on what was discussed and what the other 3 Kage agreed upon, the alliance secured another member in Kurigakure no Kuni. Calling Samui's squad into the chamber and alerting them of the situation. The first meeting of the summit of the 5 Kage officially concludes and all parties return to their own village to discuss the plan with the respective daimyo. A heavy atmosphere settles over the shinobi villages as soon as news of the declaration of Daionji Ninkai Taisen trickles back from the Gokage Kaden. For those old enough to remember the last Shinobi World War, the news brug back scenes of death and destruction that was the daily occurrence during that horrible time. For the younger generations, the older generations, reaction to the news is enough to give them pause from acting out recklessly. On a more positive note, Naruto found out that the Raikage was able to rescue Killer Bee successfully when his clone dispelled. He received a big kiss from Yugito when he relayed the news to the former Kumo Nin. With a subtle hint that he would get a bigger reward if he played his cards right, a message that Naruto missed completely. As he leaves the mansion, he can hear Yugito complain to Temari about something along the line of why she even bother trying. Shaking his head and telling himself not to think about the implication of the words, Naruto sets off toward the Hokage Tower. Trying to see if there are any new developments in handling the latest threat to the stability of the shinobi world, especially now that the Raikage should be calm enough to actually perform his duty as the leader of his village. Determined though he was for any scrap of information, he can't help but stop as he walks past Ichiraku Ramen. Patting his wallet, the only debate in his mind is about how many bowls he should have. Turning from his path toward the tower, Naruto walks past the curtains and announces his arrival with his usual vigor, bringing a smile to the owner and his daughter. Tsuki heads back to the kitchen humming a tune jovially after taking Naruto's order, though whether that's from seeing Naruto or counting the amount of money he's about to earn, Ayame has no idea. So, Naruto, Ayame starts. Looking distinctly uncomfortable, are you all right? Looking up toward the waitress, Naruto can see a whole mix of emotion on her face. Happy that he's there, of course. But also an undertone of concern. You heard about what happened at the summit, didn't you? Naruto says. It's not exactly a deep dark secret, Ayame says, and working here for as long as I have. You learn how to pick up on customers. Conversations. It's going to be fine really, Naruto says. This Madara person barely has over half the Biju, and the shinobi forces still have the two strongest ones. After you defeated the supposed leader of Akatsuki, I thought things would finally be peaceful for a little while, Ayame says, but I would have never thought that a war of all things could happen. I'm not going to let anything happen to Konoha, Naruto says. I'm more worried about you. Ayame screams before calming herself. Sure, Dad told me stories about how horrible the last shinobi world war was. But it's much worse when there's someone you know fighting in it, especially when he's almost at the top of the enemy's hit list. Ayame ne-chan, Naruto, promise me that you'll come back alive. I would never leave the ramen behind. Naruto, I'm serious. All right, I promise you Ayame ne-chan, Naruto says. Order up, Tsuki says from the kitchen. What's with all the ruckus out there? It's nothing, Ayame says, picking up the food and delivering it to Naruto. Yeah, don't worry about that Tsuki-jii, just keep the ramen coming, Naruto says. All right, but you best make sure you can pay for the meal, Naruto, Tsuki says, returning to the kitchen. Chu-san, is that really all you can think about? Ayame screams, exasperated. I only give discounts for special occasions. Tsuki says with his back turned, but this is just like all the other times Naruto comes over to eat. He'll still be coming around all the time after this too. Chu-san, that's right. Once this mess is all sorted out, I'll be back eating lots and lots of ramen. Naruto-kun, but I'm going to see Tsunade-ba-chan, so maybe I'll just have 10 more bowls and call it a meal. I can never understand how you can say that and make it sound like it's a light meal, Temari says, taking a seat next to him. Give me 2 bowls of miso please. Temari-chan, what are you? Naruto asks. I want to know what's going to happen to you and Gaara too. Order up, Tsuki says from the kitchen, drawing everyone's attention. And I'm starting to think that he knows some kind of solid clone technique to help him whip up this many bowls whenever you come here, Naruto, Temari says. Granted, he probably needs it to keep up with you. That's something for me and my father to know and you to never find out. Ayame says, 10 bowls for Naruto and 2 bowls for Temari, here you go. Half an hour later, and only because Temari is much more dignified in ingesting her meal than Naruto. The married couple sets off for the Hokage Tower. Once arriving outside the door to the Hokage's office, the pair spots Shizune sitting at the secretary's desk sorting through the paperwork. Shizune ne-chan. Oh, Naruto, Temari. What brings you two here? Is Tsunade-ba-chan around? I want to know if there's any news about the alliance and such. She is speaking to the daimyo right now, Shizune says, actually. She asked me to gather you, Yugito, and Konan before heading off. I was just about to ask someone to look for you. I can go and get them for you if you want, Naruto says. I'll go and get Yugito. You go and look for Konan-san, Temari says. Thanks you too, Shizune says. The civilian council has been submitting all kinds of paperwork demanding shinobi protection since news of the upcoming war got out. I have to sort through all of them before sending them off to Tsunade-sama. Bet, they care more about themselves than the fate of the world, Naruto mutters. And how would you deal with them? Shizune asks, smiling. You always said that you want to be the Hokage, so you'll have to deal with them eventually. Considering we are going to have a war on our hand and all the nations are going to be fighting alongside each other, Naruto says, I guess I'll assign the academy students and fresh genin to guard the village. I doubt we'll have to worry about much more than common thugs. And there's no sense sending the kids out to the front lines. That's very mature of you, Shizune says. That's what Tsunade-sama suggested too. That's why I'm Liu King through the rosters along with the requests. Although it looks like you have a lot more requests than available personnel, Temari says. Yeah, the parents got really worried after the Suna-Oto invasion and that year's roster size plummeted, Shizune says. It recovered to normal level in the following class, but given the 3-year training program, this year genin class is right at the Ime where we had the least amount of students. Sorry about that, Temari says, rubbing the back of her head in embarrassment. Oh, we know that it wasn't Suna's fault, Shizune says. Anyway, I'll go and look for Yugito-chan and Konan-chan now, Naruto says, trying to break up the awkward atmosphere, before Tsunade-ba-chan gets back. Yeah, that's a good idea, Temari says. Desperate to get away from the direction the conversation took. We'll be right back, Shizune-chan. Not wanting to think about the conversation she just had, Temari hurried back home to retrieve Yugito, leaving Naruto to search for Konan. Now that he thinks about it, all he knows is that Konan is now living in Konoha, but he has no idea exactly where her house is. Grumbling under his breath, Naruto sets out in search of Jiraiya in the direction of the hot springs. Surprisingly, he spots Jiraiya sitting at a tea shop with the initial target of his search. Oi, Ero Sennin, Konan-chan. Naruto screams, rushing over. What is it, Naruto? Jiraiya asks, annoyed. Tsunade-ba-chan wants to see Konan-chan. I didn't think it would be this quick, Jiraiya mutters. She wants to see Konan now. Well, she's meeting with the daimyo right now, but Shizune-chan said that Tsunade-ba-chan told her to look for me, Yugito-chan, and Konan-chan. Any idea how long the meeting will take? Jiraiya asks. Better yet, when did she head out for the meeting? No idea, Shizune-chan didn't say. It's all right, Jiraiya-sensei, Konan says, standing up. I've already made up my mind. Konan, you can still think this through a bit more, Jiraiya says. I don't want you to regret afterward. No, you're correct. That is the most logical step, Konan says, and given his decision to leave his dream to Naruto. I'm sure Nagato would agree as well. I know it must hurt to make such a decision, Konan, Jiraiya says, patting Konan on the shoulder, but you've made the right choice. What's going on? You'll see when the meeting starts, Naruto, Jiraiya says. You two best go along. I doubt Tsunade's going to be in a good mood after meeting with the daimyo. Why is that? Naruto asks. All the civilians are the same. They hear the word war and all they care about is their own safety, Jiraiya says. No amount of explaining would make them understand that their own safety doesn't really matter if the rest of the world is destroyed. Yeah, Shizune-chan was complaining about all the new mission requesting protection, Naruto says. I do wonder if Yahiko's dream would ever come to fruition. Konan says, we had absolute power in aim. No civilian would dare challenge us, not even the daimyo, but I doubt such power would be granted to the leaders of the large villages. I promised Nagato-chan, so I'm going to make it work somehow. Yes, Naruto, we all know how you are with promises, Jiraiya says, but you have a meeting with Tsunade you need to get to, so best hop to it. Yeah, you're right, Ero Sennin, Naruto says. Let's go, Konan-chan. If Shizune-chan's right, Tsunade Ba-chan's going to be pissed enough already without us being late. Arriving at the lobby to the Hokage's office, he finds Temari and Yugito sitting and waiting on the bench while Shizune is handling the extra paperwork at her desk. Tsunade-sama just got back, Shizune says. Looking up as Naruto walks up to her, but it's best if you give her a little while to calm herself first. Have a seat, I'll check with Tsunade-sama in a few minutes. Taking a seat next to Temari, Naruto keeps looking between Konan, who has taken a seat next to him, and Shizune. Noticing the glances, Temari turns to Naruto in confusion. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Temari asks. Konan-ne-chan, you used to be Ero Sennin's student, right? Naruto asks. That is correct, Konan says, curious where Naruto is going with the conversation. When did that happen? Naruto asks. Because my dad used to be Ero Sennin's student too. Jiraiya-sensei found us in a Megakure during the later stages of Dainiji Ninkai Taisen, Konan says. I believe that was before Yondaime Hokage Dono became Jiraiya-sensei's student. So you might actually be older than my dad. Naruto asks. Naruto-kun, you never asks a lady her age. Temari says. I don't mind, Konan says, and I do believe I am older than Yondaime Hokage Dono. Shizune-ne-chan, you are around Kakashi-sensei's age, right? Naruto asks. A year or so older, I believe, Shizune says. And Kakashi-sensei was my dad's student, Naruto says. But why do you two look like you are around the same age? Shocked by Naruto's bluntness, all four females turn and stare at the young man. Despite being embarrassed about Naruto's outburst, Temari and Yugito take subtle glances toward Shizune and Konan and conclude that Naruto is actually rather accurate in his observation. Are you saying that I look old, Naruto? Shizune asks, slightly upset. Do not be upset, Shizune-san. His comment applies more to me than to you, Konan says, placating Tsunade's assistant before turning toward Naruto. Did you notice some of the piercing I had on my body when I shed my Akatsuki cloak, Naruto? I wasn't staring, I promise. Naruto says. Did you at least notice the piercing under my lips and on my navel? Konan asks. Well, yeah, Naruto says. Those were placed there by Nagato, Konan says. He placed them there after his battle with Danzo near the end of Daisanji Ninkai Taisen. Are they the chakra receiver that he used to control those dead bodies? Shizune asks. That is correct, Konan says. By placing them in me, my body seems to experience the unintended side effect of a temporary pause in my aging process. You said a temporary pause, Shizune says. I do not know if the effect will still be active now that Nagato is no longer with us, Konan says. It makes for a very interesting study for medics like me, Shizune says. Do you mind going through regular periodic checkups for a short while, Konan-san? I do not have any issues with such request, Konan says. Thank you, Konan-san, Shizune says. Oi, Shizune, go ahead and send the brats in. Tsunade screams through the door. Oops, that's your cue, Shizune says, go on ahead. Tsunade-sama will see you now. The four shinobi line up in front of Tsunade's desk as the Hokage stares at them with her paperwork pushed off to the side. Trying to break the tense atmosphere, Naruto opens his mouth only for Temari to tug him on the sleeve, preventing him from saying anything. Konan, has Jiraiya explained to you why I wanted to see you, or do I have to tell you? Tsunade says. I believe Jiraiya-sensei has already discussed with me what you wish to talk to me about, Konan says. I am prepared to turn over Nagato's body to you. You agree with our request then? Tsunade asks. That is correct, Konan says. As Jiraiya-sensei explained to me, it is the most logical move to make. Good. Then there are only two more things I need to tell you lot, Tsunade says. The first relates to you two, Naruto, Yugito. So what's going on, Tsunade Ba-chan? Naruto asks. You two need to complete your Biju control training along with Gaara, Tsunade says. Island Turtle, Yugito asks. A Gigi and B Gigi actually let outside use it? Yes, we have already secured their permission. Tsunade says. The three of you will be traveling to the Island Turtle where you will complete your Biju control training under the Hachibi Jinchuriki Killer B. The three of us going by ourselves, or? Yugito asks. Konan and Yamato will be traveling with you, Tsunade says. Once you arrive at the designated spot, you will meet up with someone by the name of Motoi. And he will escort your entire group to the island Turtle. You said there were 2 things Hokage-sama. Temari asks. Yes, that matter involves Naruto as well, Tsunade says. There's no gentle way to say this, so I'll just tell you directly. Naruto, you are getting a new pair of eyes. What? What do you mean I'm getting a new pair of eyes? Naruto screams. We are extracting the Rinnegan from Nagato's body and implanting them in you, Tsunade says. But, Naruto stutters, too shocked to voice a proper complaint. It is the logical move. It is clear by the fact that Madara EKS the Rinnegan that he needs the eyes for his plan to proceed. He also needs the Kyuubi sealed within you to complete his plan. Instead of dividing our resource to protect the 2 separately, it is best if we place both with you since we obviously cannot remove the Kyuubi from you, Konan says. Perhaps with the extra tool you can have an even better chance against Madara. If not to defeat him, at least it will increase your inventory against Madara should he come after you again. It is for that reason that Konan is traveling with you for this training trip, Tsunade says. Not only are you responsible for gaining full control of the Kyuubi's power, you are also to learn from Konan all you can about the capabilities of the Rinnegan. Looking around himself for any sign of support, all Naruto sees is Temari and Yugito nodding to themselves. Their eyes clearly convey that they are not happy about the arrangement, but there's also a sign of acceptance in those eyes. Shoulders slumping, Naruto looks over to Konan, who stares back at him with the same emotionless glance she has adopted since Nagato's death. Is there no other way? Naruto asks. It is the best strategy to take, Konan says. Fine, I'll do it on one condition, Naruto says. What is it? Tsunade asks. Keep my own eyes around, Naruto says. Once the war is over, the Rinnegan goes back to Nagato ni. If you truly cared so much about it, perhaps you should just give your eyes to Nagato, Konan says. Consider the Rinnegan his last gift to you to help you on your way to fulfilling your promise. But Konan-ne-chan, I am certain that Nagato will agree with me should he be here right now, Konan says. Even after the war against Madara, there will still be troubles in the world. You will have a much better chance at fulfilling your promise should you keep them. Furthermore, even if Nagato will not be able to see the peaceful world himself, at least his eyes will be able to witness it. Do you girls? Naruto asks, turning toward Temari and Yugito, hoping at least for a small bit of support. As Konan-san said, it's the logical move to make, Yugito says. I agree with them, Temari says. Fine, Naruto says. I'm glad we've come to an agreement, Tsunade says. It'll take you a few days to adjust to your new eyes, so we'll do the surgery. Tomorrow and your group will head out in a week. To Naruto's relief, and perhaps a small bit of consternation, none of the girls seem to mind his new eyes. In fact, a few of them, in particular the likes of Tayuya and Yugito, seem to think that the INC Reese in power also increases his appeal. Given that Naruto is still learning about the abilities his new eyes grant him, he basically spent the past few days speaking with Konan whenever his girls aren't surrounding him trying to spend the last moments before the war with their husband-boyfriend. Once the week has passed, the small group gathers at the gate alongside Gaara, who arrived at Konoha the night before accompanied with 3 Anbu from Konoha and Suna in order for the 3 Jinchuriki to travel together and watch each other's back instead of risking Gaara's safety by having him travel alone. No pressure Naruto, Tayuya says, but do try to get your training done quickly. We're going to need someone powerful like you on the front lines. I know that Tayuya-chan, Naruto says, and Isaribi-chan, Sasama-chan. Hanabi-chan, try to keep the village in one piece while I'm gone, okay? I can fight out there too, Hanabi says, pouting. Most certainly not, Hinata and Neji say at the same time. You and Itachi going to be able to hold the fort until I get there, Sasuke? Naruto asks, smirking. Depends, are you still the dobi that can't do a simple bunshin? Sasuke says, returning the smirk. Sasuke, be nice. Karen says, I won't tolerate you badmouthing my distant cousin like that. That's how those two communicate. Sakura says, I should know, I've been their teammate for years. We should head out. Yamato says, we still need to meet up with Kumo's delegate before heading to our ultimate destination. Yamato's right, Tsunade says, the raikage wasn't all da. T happy that he had to wait even the week. Agigi was never the most patient person around, Yugito says, drove Mabui-chan nuts with the repair cost since he never uses the door, would rather literally run through the wall instead. Let's head out, Naruto says, the sooner we get there, the sooner we can get started, the sooner we can get out there to help. Everyone. Same old Naruto, Tsunade. Says as she watched the group walk past the village gate, all right, enough standing around, we still have a world war to prepare for. By the time the ship arrives at the designated meeting place, the entire group is ready to disembark and explore the small port town, Naruto from being bored out of his mind the entire trip, the others from Naruto's constant complaints about being bored. Deeming the town safe enough for the Jinchuriki to explore without protection. Details. Yamato allow the group to spread out and do what they want to do as he try to get a hold of the escort they are suppose. Eat a meat and secure a ration for the remainder of the trip. Putting his hands behind his head, Naruto walks through the narrow streets of the small port town window shopping. Although this is still supposed to be part of his training mission, he can't help but look for small souvenirs for the girls back in Konoha given the relaxed atmosphere of the town. Suddenly, his ears pick up the sound of fighting a few alleys over and rushes over. When he arrives, he sees one of the Tsuchikage's bodyguard lying on the ground injured while the cage's granddaughter is fighting off someone from Kiri by the looks of the Hittite. Joining the fray, Naruto manages to help Kuretsuchi drive off the attacker. What are you doing here, Namikaze? Kuretsuchi says, not even bothering to thank Naruto for his assistance. The remaining Jinchuriki are supposed to gather and train on how to fully control the power of their Biju, the other Iwanin says. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Guess they are meeting up in this town as well, Kuretsuchi says. So how are you doing, Akatsuchi? I'm all right, though I'd probably need a couple of days of rest. Akatsuchi says, my thanks for your help by the way, Namikaze-san. Why are you thanking the pervert? Kuretsuchi says, I could have fought off the guy by myself. You know as well as I do that you'd have trouble holding him off and protect me at the same time, Akatsuchi says. Che, whatever, Kuretsuchi grumbles. So, what are you two doing here? Naruto asks, shouldn't you two be like, protecting Tsuchikage Gigi or something? We are sent here to meet up with a delegate from Kiri in order to repair relationship between the two villages, Akatsuchi says. And it looks like they set up instead, Kuretsuchi says. Shouldn't we get your friend to somewhere safer than this alley? Naruto says. Our hotel is a few streets away, Kuretsuchi says. I don't think I can even walk that far, Akatsuchi says. I'll help you, Naruto says, think of it as my attempt to repair relationship between Konoha and Iwa. You are the one that volunteered, so don't expect me to thank you, Kuretsuchi says. Soon after helping Akatsuchi settle in his hotel room and dressing his wounds, someone starts knocking on the door to the Iwanin's room. Grumbling under her breath, Kuretsuchi opens the door, revealing one of the Mizukage's bodyguards during the summit standing on the other side. What, are you Kiri-nin brazen enough to think that you can walk up to our room and kill us? Kuretsuchi says. Oh no, am I too late to prevent an attack? The bodyguard says, my apologies Kuretsuchi-san. I'm here under Mizukage-sama's order to meet up with you as well as to prevent the Warhawk faction from disrupting our meeting. We just fought off a guy wearing a Kiri headband, Naruto says. Akatsuchi-san here got hurt because of that guy. Ah, Namikaze-san, you are here as well. The bodyguard says, my thanks for your assistance. It would be quite disastrous if a meeting meant to mend relationship between the two villages become the spark that completely destroy any chance of reconciliation between the two villages just at the moment where cooperation is most necessary. I agree, Akatsuchi says, it did seem that the Kiri-nin was a rogue agent. Surely they would have sent more people than just that one shinobi if they truly meant to ambush us, Kuretsuchi. So, what is your name anyway? Naruto asks. My name is Chojuru, the bodyguard says, a member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichinen Shu. You are a swordsman like Zabuza then? Naruto asks. Do you know Zabuza senpai? Chojuru asks. Yeah, he's a Konoha Junin now, Naruto says, didn't want to teach me any kenjutsu at all, but I did learn a bit about water manipulation from him. If you really are here to stop that rogue ninja from attacking us, what can you tell us about that guy? Kuretsuchi says. His name is Ganryu. Chojuru says. He is the sole surviving member of the squad attacked during the tragedy of Yasuga Pass. The survivor from that time, Akatsuchi says. What was the tragedy of Yasuga Pass? Naruto asks. It happened about 10 years ago, Akatsuchi says. Kiri and Iwa Shinobi performed a joint mission stealing an important document seized by Kumogaker. The mission was successful, Kuretsuchi says, but Iwa Shinobi betrayed the Kiri Shinobi in an attempt to take the document. Ourselves. The betrayal resulted in the death of the Kiri squad beside Ganryu. Chojuru says, he fell off a cliff and kept hold of the document so that it didn't fall into Iwa's hand. However, the death of the Kiri squad caused relationship between the two villages to rapidly deteriorate. Akatsuchi says, the event is now known as the tragedy of Yasuga Pass. It is for that reason that Kuretsuchi and I are here. What would you do if you run into this Ganryu again? Naruto asks. I'll kill him for attacking us, Kuretsuchi says, that is the way of the world we live in. If I help you guys find him, can you promise me to let him go? Naruto says. He was the one that attacked us. I'll make sure he won't attack you again, Naruto says, cutting Kuretsuchi off. But I want you to promise that you won't attack him. Why are you doing this, Naruto-san? Chojuru asks. Ganryu hates Iwa because his team was killed by Iwa Shinobi. You are a NGRY at Ganryu because he attacked Akatsuchi-san, Naruto says. If I let you kill Ganryu, then all that would do is to make people in Kiri who supports Ganryu's ideas to be even more angry at Iwa. Where are we ever going to draw the line and end the hostilities if each side keeps looking for revenge against the other? Naruto-san has a point, Kuretsuchi. Akatsuchi says, if you can assist us in locating Ganryu, Naruto-san, I promise that all we will do is present him with this package. Normally we'd just hand it over to you, Chojuru-san, and let that be the end of it, but I think we I'll deliver this personally to Ganryu-san ourselves. What's in this package anyway? Naruto asks. The personal belongings of the Kiri nin who died during the tragedy of Yasuga Pass, Kuretsuchi says. We'll go with your idea for now, Akatsuchi, but if this Ganryu attacks again, I won't hold back. Closing his eyes, Naruto focuses on gathering the nature chakra around him in order to enter sage mode. Having never seen anyone perform this task before, the three other shinobi in the room can't help but watch as they note the slight alterations to Naruto's appearance. Opening his eyes again, Naruto turns toward the window and walks over. Do you think you guys can keep up? Naruto asks. Is that a challenge? Kuretsuchi growls. Just follow me then. Keeping in mind Akatsuchi's injuries, Naruto refrains from moving at top speed. Arriving at a small clearing outside of town, Kuretsuchi glares across at Ganryu. Reaching for his giant cleaver, Ganryu gets ready to fight off the group with Kuretsuchi doing likewise. Rushing out, Chojuru attempts to calm Ganryu while Naruto grabs Kuretsuchi from behind to prevent them from getting into a fight. Hey, unhand me, you pervert! Kuretsuchi screams, trying to break out of Naruto's arms around her waist. Quit it, you promised that you won't fight, Naruto says, struggling to keep hold. Kuretsuchi, calm down, Akatsuchi says. While Chojuru manages to reassure Ganryu that he will not face any punishment for his actions if he is willing to cease his aggression and accept Iwa's apologies, Kuretsuchi's struggles continues for a few more moments before ceasing suddenly and completely. Confused, the two Kiri nin turn toward the Iwa contingent and are shocked by what they see. You, Kuretsuchi roars. I didn't mean to. Naruto screams, pulling his hands back as if burned. You were moving too much. So you're saying that I made you grab my chest then? Well, no, that's not what I'm saying, Naruto says, backing away slowly. I'm just saying it wasn't intentional. Die, you sick pervert, Kuretsuchi screams. I already said I didn't mean to do it, Naruto says, running away. I suppose I should thank Naruto-san for distracting Kuretsuchi, Akatsuchi says as he watched the two run away. But I don't think I can afford to add to my injuries if I try to stop Kuretsuchi when she's on the warpath like that. Taking a deep breath, Akatsuchi gets down on his knees and prostrates himself in front of Ganryu. Presenting the package containing the personal belongings of the slayed Kiri-nin, Akatsuchi offers the most heartfelt apology for the past conflict on behalf of Iwagakure. Waiting in the same spot, Akatsuchi watches as Chojuru escorts Ganryu back to Kurigakure. Lost him, Akatsuchi says, looking toward the side. Darn is slippery. Kuretsuchi growls, but if I ever see that again, he's dead. Whatever you say, Kuretsuchi, Akatsuchi says. The hell is that supposed to mean? Kuretsuchi screams. Our job is done here, Akatsuchi says. We should head back to Iwagakure. We still have a war to prepare for.